And welcome back to the digital fan event of the year. I'm your host, Jackie Jennings, here for day 2 of the interactive entertainment extravaganza for fans, by fans, of course we mean Hasbro PulseCon. If you missed day 1, first of all, how dare you? But seriously, folks, for those who couldn't attend and are looking for a replay of yesterday's amazing day 1 of PulseCon, both days will be available again on Monday, so tell everyone. Yesterday, we had some memorable moments like the Star Wars Razor Crest HasLab, Marvel Legends Stormbreaker, and a Dungeons & Dragons Dritz figure. Celebrity guests like Matthew Lillard and Joe Manganiello, tons of reveals, and so much more. Remember, we need you, the Hasbro superfans, here with us watching and playing along at home because we have another star-studded reveal-filled day featuring all your favorite brands, insider news, and so much more. So we know a lot of you are here for the new product drops, so a reminder that just like yesterday, US and Canadian fans will be able to shop these incredible items starting at 5 p.m. Eastern on Hasbro Pulse or participating retailers. In addition, for every viewer of Hasbro PulseCon, Hasbro will donate a toy or game up to Toys for Tots up to 100,000 pieces. Through the gift of a new toy, Marine Toys for Tots helps bring hope and joy to America's less fortunate children. Okay, there is so much to cover today, so let's start with this amazing lineup. We have a Hasbro fan's dream of a lineup today, including homegrown properties like G.I. Joe and Transformers, as well as Power Rangers, Ghostbusters, and the highly anticipated return of Zoids. We will be joined by special guests John Cena, Jason Reitman, Ernie Hudson, Peter Cullen, Frank Welker, Snake Eyes himself, Henry Golding, and many, many more. We'll also have 2 very special musical headliners in Tenacious D and Fall Out Boy, who will be sticking around to answer your questions. We'll be announcing the winner of the Hasbro PulseCon Cosplay Contest with a super special guest, and we'll have hours of fan-centric entertainment and experiences that we are so excited about. Okay, so fans with us yesterday know what this is, but to recap, this is the Hasbro PulseCon board, and here we can move from brand universe to brand universe and take in all the awesomeness that each brand has to offer. So, without further ado, let's hit start. All right, we're gonna get things started with a classic brand who is back with a new line, a new movie, and all the nostalgia that fans have craved for decades. Of course, we're talking about a super team that's bound to be there wherever there's trouble. G.I. Joe! We have 2 incredible panels lined up featuring new product reveals and also a very special guest who may or may not be one of the most iconic ninjas of all time. Joining us from the G.I. Joe team, we have Ben, Mark, Lenny, Cecil, and Corey. So yo, Joe, let's get on with the show.
Yo, Joe, great intro. I almost want to hear the song a little bit more. I'm sure all of you do too. Thanks for tuning in to Hasbro PulseCon 2020. Thanks for the great intro, Jackie. And I hope everyone has a nice cup of Joe early this morning to enjoy some fun reveals and some great news we have. So I'm Ben. I'm the host for this great panel. I'm gonna let the team here introduce themselves. So we got a great crew here, design, sculptors, and art leads on G.I. Joe. And turn over to you guys. Lenny, start with you.
Hi, I'm Lenny, lead designer on the Classified series. Hi, I'm Mark, the lead designer on the Retro collection.
Hey, I'm Cecil. I'm on the G.I. Joe branding team at Hasbro.
Hi, I'm Corey. I'm the 3D sculptor for the figures.
Awesome. So now you know who's here to hang with us today. Thanks for all tuning in. Like I said at the top, we have a bunch of reveals. We have some behind the design sneak peeks to share. As you can see here, we have a great cast. And definitely hang on to the end. We have an awesome message from Snake Eyes himself, Henry Golding, who's here to talk a little bit about his excitement for the upcoming movie coming in 2021. So we're going to jump right into some awesome product reveals. And I think, Lenny, you said you're working on Classified, right?
Oh, yeah.
You've worked on a couple?
Yeah, a little bit.
I know
Yeah,
there's
a couple of them.
There's I think there's a few people out there picking up maybe 1 or 2 or 12 or 20 Classified figures right now. What I think
it's exciting, man.
It is, right? And I think, we revealed them back in February with Snake Eyes. What's great, and as we go through this panel, we're not just going to hit Classified, we're going to hit Retro as well. So I think we'll have a little bit of something for everybody, or if you're picking up both lines, then hang on your seat, because we got a lot to share. So we're going to jump into Classified first. And I see your box is a Yo Joe box, Lenny, but I know you well. So I don't know, maybe it was mix up in the digital.
Might be a little mislabeled.
Space.
It might be a little mislabeled. If you guys
I think you're more of a Cobra
noticed.
fan.
A little bit. I mean, like, I like the ridiculousness,
Awesome. So I think it's a good lead in. We're gonna pull up a quick picture here, and who are we gonna talk about today, Lenny? Who's the next figure in the Classified line?
Well, we're talking about Zartan, and dude, let me tell you, man, the opportunity to bring Zartan into the Classified line was kind of a dream come true. I mean, Zartan is one of my favorite characters. Speaking of ridiculousness, and I remember as a kid seeing him for the first time and being in awe of this like heavy metal biker master of disguise. And I mean, he turned blue when the sun would touch his skin and mess with his abilities to camouflage himself. He was amazingly ridiculous. And in the comic books, I come to find that he's a ninja warrior. He can't get any better. So needless to say, we were like super excited to get working on this guy. And from a design vision standpoint, there's a lot that goes with him. So we wanted to kind of walk the line between mysterious, like actually get a lot of that mysterious aspects in him, and then play into the tech. So our goal was to really lean into the controversy or the like, what is it that's powering his abilities to disguise himself? And actually, let's talk about some of his accessories. And I have the figure right here, and hopefully I can keep this thing on the camera. Yeah, so if you guys want to look at me, oh, there we go, yeah. So, I mean, who would Zartan be without his iconic mask? And the mask will fit on his face with the hood on and off, really nice tight fit. He comes with the iconic backpack, and if you guys can remember from those images we showed earlier, inside the backpack, we sculpted a lot of detail to make it look like if their masks are being generated inside. So that was pretty fun to work on. It was really fun to get into that with Corey and figure out how we're going to make this thing look like it works. Also, we've updated the backpack. We've added areas where you can put his tactical knife as well as his sci-fi pistol, which we updated. We put some swamp elements on it with the claw detail there. He also comes with some mysterious accessories. So we gave him a monkey paw that's got some wishes taken out of it, if you know any about that stuff. And he comes with the head of a snake. Because Cobra Commander, he doesn't have a master, dude, and we're symbolizing that right there. And overall, this figure came out really fun, really good. We're excited about him, and hope you guys are excited about him too.
Awesome, Lenny. Thanks for the close-ups. And I think what's great about creating these figures is you mentioned it. There's a teamwork aspect to Joe, but also to getting these figures done the way that obviously you're showing here, and the passion. And a lot of it, as you hit on, is in those surprises, those tight details. And we're very fortunate enough to have Corey here with us, who did the sculpt work on this and a lot of the other figures we're going to talk about today. So Corey, I'm going to throw it over to you and take us on a little trip on Zartan.
Yeah. So when the discussions of relaunching G.I. Joe at the 6-inch scale started circulating around the office, I really specifically asked to work on it. I'm a huge fan of G.I. Joe, been playing with them as a kid, collecting all through 25th anniversary and the modern figures. Also, I have a huge 6-inch figure collection too, so this was really the perfect line for me to jump in on. And one of the things that's great about G.I. Joe is ever since it launched, it has always been pushing the bounds of innovative play, kung fu grips, the O-ring articulation, the full articulation in 25th. And so when we were doing classified series, we were like, all right, let's push it again. Let's take what you expect from a 6-inch, $20 figure and go beyond that. So, really incorporated as much articulation as we could fit in these figures, bringing textures on every surface and adding that level of extra, but still trying to make them feel real and believable. Zartan, I think, is the perfect example of all those things. Really wanted to be able to tell a full story with this figure. If you don't know the story in the background of Zartan, getting this figure in hand, you're still going to be able to understand who he is and sort of what his personality is. And particularly, wanting to take his portrait sculpt and push it a little bit beyond human, making it a little unearthly to look at, while still being realistic. He has that sort of uneasy look to him that, it could be a little off-putting. But then also giving him that smarmy expression, he's up to no good. That he's got plans and, schemes up his sleeve. And then also with Zartan, he does have the full range of articulation, all the same articulation that you've seen in Snake Eyes, and the other figures. But we are continuing to push and evolve, as he is now going to be the first in the G.I. Joe classified line to have the Invisipin technology for his double knees and double elbows. So you won't have to see those pins anymore, and it just creates such a much nicer and stronger figure.
That's awesome, man. Hey, I gotta say though, Corey, this is the classified line, and you're declassifying everything in this panel. So,
how dare you? How dare you with that dad joke?
Yeah, I am definitely. That was a dad joke.
That was a good dad joke. Yeah.
Good, right? So no, it's awesome. I think you're looking close at some of the pics that we had here of the character, and I think, for a lot of the fans out there, they're already collecting. They've definitely been attracted to not just the toy sculpts, but also the art that has really brought the characters to life. And Lenny, you hit on the swamp theme and just everything that really shrouds him. Cecil, I'd love for you to share a little bit about, the inspiration and the artists that worked with you guys on bringing really this character's story to life on the packaging.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, as fans of the classified series know, we've been able to collaborate with leading industry artists to bring you the artwork on every single package. It's unique artists and unique aesthetic for every single pack. And for Zartan, we're able to collaborate with none other than Tony Daniel, legend, comic book legend. And man, he just brought the sinister master of disguise to life, I think. Incredible detail, classic look. I love it so much. I'm continually honored, honestly, to just be able to do these projects and just to see these guys push it higher and higher each time we do one of these projects. And I think, people walking into the toy aisle might have some preconceived notion of what they expect to see there on pack, but I think we're just blowing their minds, blowing it out of the water, really. Pushing it higher and higher.
Hey, Cecil, a question for you. Have you gotten a Dreadnoks tattoo yet? I'm looking at that.
I know, I'm working on it. I was thinking
a tattoo ready to go.
Yeah, heck yeah, man. I was thinking about doing something small, but I figured I'd go for the full back tattoo first. But,
full back.
But
awesome.
Yeah, no,
So instead of a back tattoo, maybe you can wear something cool, maybe on the front without tattooing it. Maybe like one of these.
Yeah, man. We have seen such an incredible embrace by the community for this art we've been doing that, we're gonna be releasing these two artworks on Hasbro Pulse for T-shirts. The two we're featuring are going to be, first, our amazing Tracy Ching in our Snake Eyes design. Oh my God, she did an amazing job. I need this right now. And then our second one, of course, Destro by the incredible Oliver Barrett. This dude just blew my mind and continues to every time I look at this piece. So please go pick those up. They're going to be on Hasbro Pulse later on today, I believe, Lenny, right? I mean, Ben?
Yeah, dude. Look at the graphic design on that Destro shirt, man. That is
don't
just.
even.
So,
I remember when you got
we're
that
gonna make
design.
everybody jealous. I already have
Oh,
one
you
on.
got it! You got it! How did you go?
Dude, you guys are
Yeah,
killing it on the
sorry.
graphic design here, man.
Sneak peek.
Oh, I almost fainted when I saw that
All right, we got
Destro
some
design.
great. Here we go. Here we go. You got Roderick's calling out, shouting out, Cecil, to you. Or no,
Thank you,
Corey.
Robert.
Corey, look at that. Woohoo.
That's
Thanks,
a
King.
fact right there.
I agree with Roderick.
All right. Well, let's keep the momentum going. Let's stay. Do you want to stay? You want to stay a little evil today, Lenny? I know you do. With the next character we're going to talk about.
Of course I do. Yeah, sure.
All right. Ready?
You want to
Ready?
introduce
Next, so the next character in the classified collection we're going to share today is
the Cobra Infantry. So our goal here was to get more troopers into the hands of the fans. We knew we needed more Cobra Trooper ranks, so the decision was made to get the infantry in, which is actually a redeco of the Trooper. The biggest difference is the color palette. So we were inspired by the Sunbow animation, so that's where you see those those gray bands built into his web gear. Also, something to note is that the inkjet. Look at that, dude! I remember doing this shit. The photographer Corey is amazing. It was so fun. So something to note in this, guys, all the inkjets on every figure is going to be unique. So the big thing for us on Classified was to make sure that every character was different. Even if it's sharing a head sculpt, the face still needs to be different. So you'll see here that is a brand new inkjet. And I actually have the figure right here that I could show you guys. Hopefully I can get it into camera right. I'm so bad at this part. But as you guys can see, he comes with the two pistols, which are very similar to designs that I think you guys already nailed where we pulled the reference from. He also comes with a rifle and the Cobra issued knives that have some cool Cobra details on them. Something to note about this character is that we built in this new kind of web system or port system that allows you to plug your rifles and your other your other posted weapons into the back of the figure. The idea behind this was everything unclassified. We wanted the figures to feel tactical. You should be able to store all your accessories onto your toy. But at the same time, because they're troop builders, it creates different silhouettes. So by having the 3 holes back there, you can plug in your weapons into different orientations, creating different silhouettes throughout your ranks as you line up your troops. So it was an exciting figure to work on. We had some new breakthroughs, and I think it's a tip of the iceberg for the classified line as to some of the play and fun that we're going to bring in the future.
That's awesome. And you queued up, I think, Corey. Well, Corey, love you to jump in and talk about this figure specifically.
Absolutely. So I'm a big collector, and I am absolutely an army builder. So going into the Cobra Trooper and the infantry, I knew that this was going to be the figure I had the most of in my collection. And so I knew that, working with Lenny, wanting to make it as, customizable as possible and be pretty much as perfect as we could get it. And this is the boots on the ground trooper. So we did want him to feel sort of standard issue, whilst of course being over the top, being Cobra and classified line. And so we wanted to really go all out with this trooper, give him a ton of texture, a ton of detail. So, he will always look good in a, full group shot, or solo on your shelf. And he's just been so fun to play with. I was setting these guys up behind me last night and just having an absolute blast with it, and just really happy with how these ones came out.
Corey, it's funny. I remember back in the office, we would go in each other's offices and repose our figures or borrow each other's figures because doing research and stuff. So they're just fun. Like that was one of our goals. We wanted GI Joes to be played with, not just sit on your shelf. We want you to go back to them and repose them and reposition. So Corey nailed it, man. These things are fun.
Yeah. And I can remember now my living room floor, and I'd have 10 of these so they could all get beaten up by Snake Eyes easily. So it was, I had to have a lot of them 100%. Just so he could beat up a lot of Cobras. So I think, the details on this character and bring it to life, obviously the pack is just another, platform like what we just showed a second ago, Zartan. So we're gonna do a little sneak peek of the pack art for the Cobra infantry figure. And
Yeah. So yeah, we partnered with the incredible Keikai Kataki on this artwork, and fans probably recognize this version on the left here from the first release of our of the Cobra Trooper, and then Keikai helped us create this variant artwork for the infantry release. And honestly, like, this dude is just continues to like leave me speechless. When we get these artworks and from the artists, I remember particularly when we got this one. My partner on this project, Sean Kinney, and we looked at this, and we both have these backgrounds in the arts too, but it's like kind of you just left speechless. Like, how did he do this? How did he bring this level of atmosphere and chaos and intimidation to these characters and just do them justice the way that I think fans probably remember some of these intimidating characters. So I need one of these. Corey, can I have one of those? Just let me come.
So Cecil, for you and everybody else tuning in, these two figures will be available for pre-order starting after 5 today Eastern time. Hasbro Pulse, most major retailers. So definitely check our social handles and Hasbro Pulse social handles to make sure you're one of the first to get on a pre-order. So Cecil, you can a couple hours from now, you can jump on.
Hey, I got the window ready. Let's go.
Or you can go over to Lenny or Corey's house. So that wraps for our core classified line. But there are, should we talk more classified? Should we go retro? Mark, how you feeling in the middle there? All right.
Come on over, man.
Good?
Come on over to my world. Come on over.
You know what? Stay cool. You're gonna stay chill there. We're gonna talk more classified. We'll get to you though. We'll get to you. You're not and not. So the next classified figures, Lenny. We're gonna talk a little bit about this cool subline that we created. The team, great story. This awesome piece of art. This looks like a satellite image of Cobra Island.
Yes.
So we're gonna travel by map to Cobra Island. Lenny, where do you want to go? Where should we take people? What mission are we going to go on?
I think we need to. Well, I think we're still on the mission of trying to find Roadblock because he got away in the last photo shoot, if you guys remember from the Instagram shots. And I think he would have run off to the mountains. So I think we should go to the top. Let's go to the top and
let's travel by
get him.
Map to the top. Let's go.
Yeah.
Who are we going to find there?
Oh, we're going to find Cobra's contract saboteur, who was a must again to the line. So here we've got Firefly. The challenge was with Firefly, how to get him into the classified line with an updated look. I mean, he's very beloved. And in the Real American Hero line and the 25th anniversary lines, he had a lot of iconic looks. Some were good and some were different. So we decided to start from the iconic gray camo, as you can see in the images here. But what we want to do is we really wanted to push that camouflage because back in the day it was kind of like splotches of big gray patches, but we want to feel like urban camo. So we added the lighter gray in there. We kind of tightened the pattern a bit and spread it out throughout the figure. We also wanted him to scream explosives expert, so we added the bomb-proof vest. That if you look at the vest, we've worked in his pouches as well as his extra explosives. And something else to note that I have the figure right here, and I can show you up close. The inkjet that Tony Colella and team and the model shop did an amazing job. If I can frame this out right, we wanted to make his face look like it's been singed because he's a bomb expert. So kids, be safe. Don't try this at home. But let's get into the figure a little bit because I've got him with me. He comes with dynamite, which will post into the back of his backpack on the bottom. And then he also has tools and accessories and whatnot that's iconic of the original release. It's not the tool backpack, but it's a backpack which he stores his gear to work on his explosives. Also, the drone that he comes with, the bomb drone, explosive drone as I like to call it, will perch on the back of the backpack and it can come off. Inside of the backpack, he comes with a data pad, much like the walkie-talkie he came with. Oh, I can't even frame this thing. Back in the day, it'll come out pretty easily. Pop it out, put it back in, and he also has his blaster weapon, which will be plugged onto the side of the pack. So, like the original, we wanted the backpack to be very tactical, and you can put everything he comes with on it, creating a lot of play, a lot of customization and fun with it. So. we had fun with this guy. We hope you guys like him too. Also, he comes with his awesome goggles, which has been seen in the comic books on and off for years. I can't frame this guy for nothing, man. And yeah, he was fun to work on. So hope you guys enjoy him as much as we do.
Yeah, what's awesome, there's so many layers to this character and so many parts to it that come off and things. And Corey, this must have been an absolute field day for you, hopefully in a good way.
Oh, for sure. I mean, this character and this figure just really came together really well. And being Firefly, he's over the top, he's crazy, and so we did want to, bring in as much of that attitude and character into the figure as possible, and particularly with the face sculpt, giving him that crazed expression in his eyes, and that's all of his face that you can see, just, really lets like when he's around, get running. And also when you start looking at the sculpt, you can actually see that his mask isn't fully square on him and isn't fitting quite right. He's not going to take the time to make sure he's looking pretty. No, he's running out, he's setting his explosions, and he's doing his job. But I also do want to call out that he does have that large flak jacket. It's big, it's bulky, but we made it, a real soft plastic, so it's not going to hinder his articulation. We wanted to make him still as playable and movable as possible. The flaps here, very nice and soft, and so you're still going to be able to get some really great poses with this guy and have a lot of fun with him.
That's awesome.
Look at him
I love that you guys
tossing
are
the
already doing
dynamite.
photo shoots. They're crazy. Yeah. I don't know if I'd hired an expert that's lost his eyebrows. The one thing before, if you can just even the little details, Corey, you shared with me earlier too, and I mean we all known this for a while, is his nose. His nose looks a little peculiar.
So we made him so his nose is a little flat. I'm sure he's been in one too many bar brawls, gotten his nose broken a couple too many times, and so, like I say, just really trying to build as much character into him as possible, really make him come to life.
Yeah, and I'm sure everyone that can get these in their hands will see that and appreciate that stuff. That's the little stuff that, as you guys really bring these characters to life, just thinking about every part of the character is so fun. And when you talk about explosives, a demolitions expert, I just think smoke. And I have to imagine, Cecil, this inspired the art for this character quite a bit.
Yeah. Oh man, I love this piece so much. This illustration was done by Jeremy Wilson, and I gotta say, of all the artwork we've done for this line so far, I think Jeremy's piece probably is like one of the most striking, just in terms of his style and what he brings to it. And I love the fact that I love seeing somebody work in traditional mediums. I have a background in traditional mediums in the arts myself, and I remember when Jeremy finished this piece, he sent us a photo of him next to the painting, and it's like this massive painting he did of this character, and it's just so cool to see. I mean, he clearly had fun with it. There's all kinds of hidden marks and hidden details that in there. I think once fans kind of get this in their hands, they're going to be able to peek and find some fun stuff.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think it's so
believe it's
fun to see this
traditional,
whole
though.
line come together. I know, it's crazy.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we got to get
great.
that out on social eventually. We'll share
For
that
sure, yeah,
downstream
for
for
sure.
sure.
We even have it in the office, so we get to put it up.
Oh, nice. Nice.
So
Yeah.
cool.
Sweet.
Shout out,
So not every mission requires a demolitions expert, Lenny. So we're going to take travel by map to the next figure that we want to share. That's part of the Cobra Island collection. And
Okay.
Lenny, what do you got to tell us about this guy?
I've got Vipers, man, and the reason behind the Vipers was because Firefly is no joke, but Roadblock is even more of no joke. So we needed somebody to help Firefly find Roadblock. So we added the Cobra Special Forces in there, and bringing them into the classified line was kind of a no-brainer. And from an aesthetic standpoint, they kind of work very well with the military sci-fi direction. So we stayed pretty classic, most notably with the padded leg designs and the iconic mirror mask that they have. The photographs actually, because we have to light them in a certain way, the mirror mask is not coming out as shiny as it actually is in hand, which I can show you. I have it right here if you guys want to pan to me. So as you can see here, maybe my lights will show you how shiny that is.
That looks
So-
way better. That's nice.
Yeah, the Vipers came out awesome. You can see that even on the goggles, we put a gloss hit because we want it to come across as, it's a goggle. Something to note on this figure is that we built in a mag system, so you'll be able to take the mags out of the weapons and put them back in. Also, we're starting to build in 1.5 millimeter. Let me just put this right in the camera like that. Am I in the camera? Probably not.
Boom.
I'm the worst
Yeah,
at
we're
this.
good.
There we go. So now he's
Yeah,
ready for
man.
blast effects. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. From a detail standpoint, he's got the old school iconic backpack, but we updated it with some new colors. We gave him a rope, because he's going to the mountains looking for roadblock. Also, on the vest, we did some modernization of some of his details with more straps. We modernized the explosives. Also, he comes with a handkerchief that can come off. We added that to denote rank. It's kind of like the squad leader, a lot like what we did on the Cobra Trooper Target exclusive. So all in all, really fun figure to work on. I think we made some breakthroughs on him as well. Oh, and something I also forgot to mention. Goggles come off because, a guy with a visor needs goggles. But it's also good for customization, we felt. So there he is.
Classic Joe.
Corey, goggles on a helmeted figure. What's up, man?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the most ridiculous designs that has come out of the 80s, but one of the best.
Yes.
Can't even see his face, still need those goggles. And it was just such an iconic, design and figure. Definitely one of my favorites growing up. And one of my favorite of the troopers. So bringing him into classified line was super fun. And just able to try and make it as reminiscent of the original design as possible, and while still updating it. And the Viper is Cobra's special forces trooper. He's going into the heavier combat than the infantry. And he's doing a little bit more espionage and those types of things. So we wanted to allude to that with the figure. So we did make his vest a little bit more armored, a little bit more tactical than the regular infantry trooper, as well as, just like Lenny said, pushing all of his details, over the top, taking this figure and giving him as much detail and textures, and giving him some customizational options with the scarf. I just really love this figure. Can't wait to get, as many as possible, and it's just really going to help bring your Cobra army to life.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Well, it looks like John agrees. John, thanks for the awesome note. So there's a lot of fun detail here. I think, Cecil, for you then, as you looked at the box art, I'm sure you guys had a blast with this one.
Absolutely, for sure.
I'm going to pull that up now so we can share and talk about it for a bit.
Yeah, let's check it out. So the artist behind this image is Anthony Petrie, and I remember seeing this. This is like, when I saw this image, I was like, oh, okay. The Vipers are like the SEAL team of, like, if the infantry is like the frontline guys, these guys come in and like just get stuff done. I've been following Anthony since we partnered with him, and he's no stranger to our Hasbro brands. He's worked with us on Transformers, and he's like somebody who not only has a range of styles and skills that he can do, but he does them all really well, which is like not common, really not common. He's amazing, and I think people are gonna have a lot of fun, like Corey said, just setting these guys up, building out their army, and then finding our Joes to take them out.
Yeah, awesome. So thanks, guys. So for all the fans out there that are sharing their excitement around the Cobra Island collection, those figures will also be available for pre-order after 5 Eastern time today on Target.com. So definitely get up there, get online, and get your hands on a set of those. So we're finally going to travel back in time. Mark, you ready?
Yes.
We're going to talk about some retro figures.
Yeah.
So we're actually going to, yes, Mark is ready. So to kick it off, we're going to actually play a quick clip of one of our favorite characters. We'll be right back.
Howdy, handsome. You work here all the time?
You better have a pass, kid.
Oh, I do.
And here it is, sugar.
Oh, yes.
Not the
This is no time for gardening, Roadblock.
Man, where these scrawny vines are concerned, I am a man with a big green thumb, and I'm gonna stick that thumb right in Cobra's nose.
So good.
Oh man.
Best cartoon ever made.
so good. It's so good.
Everybody watching this is like, they picked that clip. That is bonkers wild.
You should have had the Cougars in there.
Let's talk about this figure, Mark. Let's go.
Everyone's favorite cook. The only thing that this dude is cooking up right here is a heavy machine gun bowl of pain. Look at this figure. How amazing. I mean, he's such a lovable character, Roadblock, talking in rhymes constantly, but this figure just speaks worlds because he's got a new head sculpt, which is absolutely gorgeous. It's got the new inkjet. I mean, I know it's really hard to match up to what Lenny and you guys just showed for 6 inches, but this retro collection is where it all started for me and a lot of you guys out there. I mean, the old school burst packaging, all the colors for these dudes are inspired right off of the illustrations of the package. As you can see there, he's all lit up. He's got all gear. He's got the removable ammo clip. If you come in, zoom in on me, I have actual figure in hand who looks gorgeous. As you can see,
that's awesome.
His head sculpt is crazy good. It's absolutely, it's got the gloss hits with some matte hits. The colors on this figure is gorgeous. As you can see, he's got the 50 cal, and those are all painted hollow tips right there. It's absolutely amazing, this figure. I gotta say, articulation wise is right up there with 6 inch. You gotta love me some Roadblock here,
Awesome, man. Good job, man.
Oh, yeah, for anyone that just loves 3 3/4 and just kind of classic scale, Joe, you guys definitely pushed it. And there we go. Is this the pack?
Nice.
There he is. He has one.
That is awesome. Yeah, man. That honestly, shout out packaging team at Hasbro. Did an incredible job of just taking that classic look, bringing it, all polishing it into the high digital age, high res digital age. Just kudos to them.
We got to get the beans or the roots into the next version of him.
All right. Well, we're gonna roll another clip now because we got a lot of giggles going here. So let's get back into some Joe kick butt action, and this will tee up the next figure we're gonna talk about.
The new Sky Strikers are real beauties.
Now with Cobras slithering around on the loose, we need all the help we can get. Hit the deck! I'm gonna kick the mustard out of that crazy hot dog. He could have smeared us all over the runway.
Oh man, I gotta use that.
Hey, bacteria brain! Come down and let's discuss your future as a mental patient.
The king of dad insults.
Oh, come on, Duke. Where's your spirit of adventure? Give a teammate a hand. I missed you, Duke.
You certainly did. By that much.
And here we go.
We're not other than Scarlet, Mark.
Yeah, Scarlet. Scarlet is up. She looks amazing. She is such a character, such a lovable character. And, most of you guys know this, but maybe some of you don't, that this was the first female character back in '82 that was released. I mean, Scarlet commands authority. This figure is great. The tan leotard, all the deco ops looks great. I mean, the inkjet face printing is just so on point. It captures the beauty of this figure, captures her. I can't say enough good things about this figure. I mean, she's got the crossbow. You can actually remove the front of the crossbow just to have the rifle. She's got the trick arrows in the back of the pet. Like that shot right there just speaks world.
It's awesome, man.
It was really fun in the photo studio, like posing these figures out. It was just, it's outrageous. If you zoom in on me, I actually have the figure in hand. Maybe you can capture that beautiful face work right there. Yeah,
that's rad,
and
man.
hair pops. I mean, all the colors pop, and that was something that I really I tried to stay true to the illustrations on the packages, because I mean, it's just like right out of this figure walks right out of the cartoon.
Well, let's take a quick look. We have the pack shot here, Mark. Let me see so know this.
You got it on screen.
Yeah, total throwback nod.
Cool.
Absolutely beautiful, man. Iconic.
There we go. And look at all those weapons. Total loadout, ready to go.
Yeah, she actually
I don't know
comes
if you
with
need all those if she's flying that fighter jet, but maybe once she lands, she can.
She is a black belt also, which is pretty fierce.
Yeah.
Fierce figure, great character.
All right. Well, I'm trying to think, Mark. Next character we're going to talk about, she may need all those weapons for. So we're going to roll a quick clip and get back to some toy action.
Can't wait.
Exquisite. Well, Destro?
Any moment now, Cobra Commander. My invention will seize the molecules of the Relay Star satellite, assemble them for transportation, scramble them into a coherent beam of pure energy, and send them here to us. Now, mass is ready.
Mass device, my foot. You've wasted millions of hard-stolen dollars, you titanium-faced turkey.
It's the operating temperatures. Instead of beaming
Ben,
the
it sounds like a conversation
here,
between us.
I'll
I'm
send
wasting
an
your millions.
assault team to bring it out. Troopers, to the sending grid.
What makes you think it'll work this time? I could lose men, material, a fortune!
Now!
Yes. Yes. Yes.
It's amazing. Chrome Dome comes in here and just starts blasting Jones like an absolute maniac. This figure is great. He commands authority. The paint-offs on this figure are great. The sculpt on the head, the articulation. He comes with his awesome briefcase, which in the briefcase is all kinds of crazy goodies. And even that sniper rifle comes apart and you can store it in the briefcase. This figure like speaks Cobra like none other. I mean, I absolutely love the packaging. I have them right here. I posed them all out nice, because I was geeking out over this figure because the sculpt on his face, he's even got like his amulet. I don't know if you guys remember that necklace amulet. He's got almost like the collar. He's so bad.
So bad, but so good.
These figures with the foot stands as well, so we did not leave those out. You got to keep it true. You got to keep it true to the 3 3/4 inch.
Good call.
And
so when there's the pack. We showed it too.
Yeah,
cool.
Got to show that pack shot.
So G.I. Joe though, Mark. G.I. Joe Retro 3 3/4 is about vehicles too, right, man? I mean, there's a lot of cool figures here, but when I was a kid, it was just as much about the vehicles. So I know we have a vehicle to show here, the next one up in the retro release lineup.
Are you ready for this insanity?
Yeah.
It's a new sculpt. It's crazy. The Fang gyrocopter, fully armed negator gyrocopter. This thing is absolutely insane. Comes with the Fang pilot, as you can see here, which is also an all-new sculpt. I am so excited about the new sculpts here. This thing came out gorgeous, and it's just like my childhood toy that I had when I was 2, 3. So this figure, is like just right out of the cartoon as well. Like the colors stay consistent with all the other figures. I mean, the articulation is definitely upgraded from the other figures. He comes with his revolver with the holster. He's got the removable helmet. He has the rank. He has the mask. There's just so much. There's so much. If you zoom in on me, I got the manual propeller chopping over here, which is a good shot of this maniac flying in with the revolver out. Yeah, so we got some really nice sculpt detail on here. I'm going to cascade the camera here because you can see the open engine parts in the front, some nice paint ops. This is obviously the old movable cannon here. It's got the removable missiles. You do have the big Cobra bomb underneath. You have all the consumer applied labels. It doesn't get much better than the old vehicles for Joe. Even this propeller, can I get this thing to spin?
Mark, let's like you said, let's cascade us right into the packaging on this one, and I know Cecil's got a little something to touch on. Boom.
Yeah. I mean, we've been looking at this classic, iconic packaging, right? And we got to talk about the artist behind a lot of these classic '80s packaging art, and that's Hector Garrido. Unfortunately, we lost him earlier this year. Hector was really, as we've all expressed here, his work was really what inspired a lot of us to pursue the arts and to follow our dreams and to live in this fantasy and explore this world. So I think another thing is we're fortunate enough at Hasbro to be able to walk by his original art in the hallways every day. I don't know if some people maybe don't even realize how close we are to it. So, to say thanks to him, we put together this small tribute video with a few of the artists that are here at Hasbro that have worked on it, and also some of the artists that we've partnered with to create these illustrations for our new generation of Joe. So enjoy.
Hector came to the U.S. from Argentina in the 50s and immediately just made a name for himself as one of the premier illustrators in the market. When I was younger, I remember growing up with Nancy Drew and Hardy Boys books and, kind of seeing that look as an illustrated style that looked more realistic, and it kind of spoke to me. Later on, when he started doing toy package art for G.I. Joe, it blew my mind. It changed the game by painting these guys who had this, these explosions behind them and, rim light on there, and it looked realistic, and it just made me want to buy the toy. You could see the story in Hector's work for the character before you even bought the character, or even knew who he was for that matter. He made a really indelible mark on artists such as myself. I don't think I'd be doing this if it weren't for artists like Hector. So, gonna miss you, man. Yeah.
Hector Garrido's contribution to the G.I. Joe brand is immeasurable. That blast artwork on that blister card is so epic. I remember as a kid seeing it for the very first time and being drawn into it. I wanted to know everything there was to know about each and every one of these G.I. Joe characters and Cobras. And, from the detail on their gear and their weapons down to the expression, you can tell dedication and love was put into every single one of these illustrations. And Hector leaves behind a legacy that I feel will continue to inspire so many generations to come, inspire creatives to keep on doing what they're doing and to reach for their dreams and their goals. And I just want to say thank you to Hector. Thank you for what you've done for so many people like myself, and you will be missed. Yo, Joe.
I remember when I was a little kid riding my bike to the local stationery store, and the first thing that caught my eye was the Storm Shadow action figure, and that was in large part because of Hector and his amazing artwork. The way that he was able to bring all of those individual characters to life you knew immediately who the good guys were and who the bad guys were. And it had such a profound effect on me that I knew in that moment that that is what I wanted to do for a living. So to Hector, I would just want to say thank you.
Hector's paintings brought G.I. Joe to life and made the action we saw in the packaging seem real. So while playing with these figures as a kid and as an adult, his artwork helps fuel my imagination both as a fan and an artist.
Thank you, Hector, for inspiring and connecting generations of fans.
Thank you, as many of you, for participating in the video and for all that. I've had a chance to enjoy Hector's work over the years, generations. We thank him and appreciate it. So,
and thanks to all the artists.
Thanks
to all the artists who are helping us inspire the next generation too, for sure.
Yeah. So the retro figures we just showed, they'll be available for pre-order, Walmart.com after 5 today. There's a lot of other great news that we'll be sharing on our social handles as well as the Pulse social handles. A few surprises before we get to the last piece of this. The Cobra Commander that we revealed earlier this week that was sold out, which was our exclusive. We're actually opening up more runs of that. So run over. Yes, we're really doing that. Open up more runs. So make sure you head over to Hasbro Pulse to get your hands on that. We'll be running that pre-order until 11:59 on Sunday night. Another great surprise later today. We will also be opening up some additional quantities, limited quantities on the Toy Fair Snake Eyes Deluxe Pack that opened up. So for those, I know, right? That is a surprise. So for those that didn't get their hands on that, there'll be a limited supply after 5 today on Hasbro Pulse. So definitely run over there for those two. So two great figures, Cobra Commander and Snake Eyes, available to everyone here. That's what PulseCon's all about, right? Giving you guys a chance to get some of the figures you may have missed. So obviously, we have a lot of exciting news coming with this brand, a lot of great releases that we shared today. Make sure you check out our social handles. There's some great sweepstakes that we'll be running on Hasbro Pulse Instagram. So get your hands on some free figs and apparel there as well. But we're going to close out with a special message from, like I said up front, Snake Eyes himself. Next October 2021 is the next film from Transformers. It is Snake Eyes, G.I. Joe origin story. And we're going to roll tape. I'll be right back. Enjoy.
What's up, everybody at Hasbro PulseCon? Henry Golding here. I play Snake Eyes in the upcoming movie coming out in October 2021. I'm going to tease a little bit of it. We've had to push back the release date just because of what's happening around the world, but do not worry. We filmed the whole movie and it is raring to go. I can't wait to share some footage with you. But the action sequence is huge. The stunt choreography and the fight sequences are unlike anything you have ever seen in the G.I. Joe universe. So I hope you're all excited. I wish I was there with you, but I will see you on the road very, very soon.
That's awesome. And I can echo from Henry, the film is amazing. I know everyone's going to love it. Anyone that's a fan of what Lenny, Mark, Cecil, and Corey have shown today, you're going to love the film. It has the heart and the passion of the franchise. And there's just been a great collaboration with Paramount and the whole team around that film to really next level up the G.I. Joe property. So thanks, Lenny and Cecil, Corey, for sharing all you did on Classified. Mark, I'm glad we gave you some screen time on Retro, buddy. Thanks for hanging out at the upfront for us. We definitely took a while to go back in time. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in to the G.I. Joe portion of Hasbro PulseCon 2020. And with that, I'm going to count you guys down to 3, and you guys take us out, all righty? 1, 2, 3. That's our call. There we go. No joke here. We're all Cobras.
Okay, well, this was a shocking surprise. Not only did we get new reveals and loads of info, but dig this. They made me into a G.I. Joe action figure. That's right. They made me into Scarlet, and she looks just like me. This is very, very cool. I'm going to give myself this for Christmas. Thank you to the entire G.I. Joe team, and of course, to Henry Golding, our very own Snake Eyes, and star of the upcoming Snake Eyes movie. Okay, fans, we are really just getting started, so let's kick it over to our next session. Hasbro fans, the rumors are true. The Zoids brand is back. With a new line of figures and a new show on Netflix, there's a lot to unpack here, so let's kick it over to our brand rep and design team, Sonal, Evan. Let's talk about mechs, right? Let's talk about mechs.
Hello and welcome everyone to PulseCon. My name is Sonal and I'm here with Evan, and we couldn't be more excited to be talking to you about our fan favorite brand, Zoids. As you've already guessed, these massive beasts are making a return in a big way. In celebration of this relaunch, we have so many ways to engage, from a brand new action-packed animation to a brand new video game and a robust product offering, all catering to our fans. The rollout of this began in August with our brand new animation, Zoids Wild, premiering on Netflix. The episode features storylines of epic battles, good versus evil, and exciting adventures of our favorite characters. But instead of having me talk to you about it, we have an exclusive clip to share. Let's take a look.
Breathe in. There's power all around you. Now find it!
Okay, I'm ready. Liger, fire up! This is what real power looks like! Let's put a new spin on things! Ah! Unleash Wild Blast!
How exciting! Shall we start?
That's not all. This October, you can unleash the wild mecha power and animal instincts of Zoids beasts in spectacular head-to-head battles on the Nintendo Switch. The graphics are true to Zoids Wild anime, and it features intuitive 3D combat system. Let's take a look at the trailer of this game.
Bangs out! You're going down, Drake. This ends today, kid!
Want a piece of me?
This is it! Give up! Pull apart! It's over!
Tanks, it's our turn!
Your world's about to come crashing down!
Mess with the Scorpion, get stick!
I have a cell in my facility just for you. I'm shutting you down.
I owe you a battle, don't I?
Line it up!
System override! Stop blasting game! Unleash Wild Blast! Rush it! Rip through!
So while I'm extremely excited about our Zoids Wild animation and our new video game, I'm even more excited about our product offering. Evan, can you tell us about this line?
Yes, I'm really excited to talk to you all today about Generation 3 of Zoids and the product features, so let's get started. Zoids beasts are wild animal robots, let's just go with machine life forms that live alongside humans who ride them into battle. Zoids originally began in the mid-1980s, but it wasn't until early 2000 that it really reached its stride outside Japan. Great characters, beastly machine designs, it captured the imaginations of both fans young and old. It was this second generation that really made me a diehard fan. And now, almost 20 years later, I'm excited to talk to you all about Generation 3, the biggest innovation of which is the Wild Blast, a special attack that each Zoid can unleash to help them in battle. I'm sure a lot of you already know about this feature from having watched the first season of Zoids Wild animation on Netflix, but I just wanted to reiterate how cool this is. So let's actually talk about the Zoids product. Zoids product line is broken down into 3 sizes. We have the Beta, Mega, and Giga. Beta Zoids have wind-up motors, while Mega and Giga have a battery-powered motor. Giga being the largest and having the most pieces. As it says on the front of the box, you have to build them to battle. Now let's zoom in on me for a second and I'll talk to you about this. Some of you all might remember this from Generation 2. This was what originally came in the box. These were the pieces that you had to cut out on the sprue. We streamlined the process a bit, so now all the pieces come pre-cut out and in bags that are labeled. All you have to do is follow along with the full color instructions, but make sure to get the pieces out of the front of the box. These are important, you're going to need them. No need for tools, glue. Everything just snaps together. Now, a lot of the Zoids have multiple limbs that can look pretty similar. So if you look closely, we've added symbols to help make sure that your building goes as smooth as possible. Let's take a quick look at a video and you'll understand what I'm talking about. So we worked together with Takara Tomy to add in a few surprises for the Hasbro launch of the Zoids product line. Each Zoid now comes with their uniquely sculpted rider from the show. The bond between the rider and the Zoid is a very important aspect of the Zoids animation, and we wanted to make sure that that translated to the product line. And for the motorized figures, we've increased the speed of the motor to make sure that they move faster and attack harder, which brings me to the last edition that the Hasbro release. Battling. So, each Zoid now comes with a personalized battle mat that features the terrain that they prefer to live on. The rules are simple, but let me show you a video real quick to help explain the rules. You take 2 Zoids and set them up at each end of the battle mat. Here I have Liger and Ruin ready to battle. You and the other battler say, ready, set, unleash, and power on your Zoid. The Liger charges in, first deploying his Wild Blast. Ruin takes the hit but bites Liger's head. It looks like Liger's power has Ruin on the ropes, but his mobility allows him to pivot and use Liger's strength against him to knock him off the mat. The first battler to knock the other Zoid off the mat scores a point. The first to 3 points wins the match. As you know, we worked closely with our partners at Takara Tomy to create these amazing new designs, and we were fortunate enough to have the privilege to work with a designer who's worked on all 3 generations of Zoids. Here he is with a special message. This is Yutaka Tajima for you all right now.
Hello everyone. 私はタカラトミーの田島豊と申します。私はですね、今ゾイドをはじめトランスフォーマーやベイブレードなどボーイズ IP の企画開発の責任者をやっております。1988年にですね、この会社に入社しまして、ゾイドの第1世代からですね、開発に関わっております。1999年から始まった第2世代のゾイドでは、メイン担当者としてですね、様々な企画デザインに変わることになりました。今回ですね、第3世代のゾイドワイルド、たくさんの新しいかっこいいゾイドをチームのみんなと作り上げてきました。ファンの皆さんにですね、このゾイドが住んでいる惑星 Z という星に本当にそのゾイドがですね、この広い宇宙のどこかに存在しているんじゃないかと信じてもらえるような、そういったワクワクしたゾイドの世界を楽しんでもらえばと思いますので、これからもかっこいいゾイドを作り続けますので、皆さんゾイドの応援よろしくお願いします。
As you can see, the Takara Tomy team is super excited about Generation 3 of Zoids, and we hope you are too.
And we're excited to announce that we're offering these new Zoid figures for pre-order later today. Fans in the US and Canada, you can get yours at HasbroPulse.com or at your favorite retailer starting at 5 p.m. Eastern Time.
Thank you all for watching, and we hope you all are as excited for Generation 3 of Zoids as we are.
Yes, thank you for joining, and stay tuned for more.
I don't know if I've ever been this excited about giant robotic animals, but here we are. And speaking of giant robots, this is the perfect time to head across the cosmos to the planet Cybertron, home to the most iconic shape changers of all time, the Transformers. The Transformers team has 3 action-packed panels where they'll reveal toys from the 3rd and final chapter of the War for Cybertron trilogy, Kingdom, including the entire first wave of the product line with special guest and Transformers legend John Warden. Then we continue with the 2020 Transformers Hall of Fame and a well-deserved induction of the newest human honoree. And we cannot forget the all-star celebrity panel featuring a few voices that defined our childhoods. Let's blast off to Cybertron with a very special entertainment panel featuring Kelly, FJ DeSanto, and Jack.
I'm Kelly Rose, and I have the dream job of working on the Transformers franchise, which is cool because I get to play with toys. Sometimes. But actually, my world focuses more on entertainment and non-toy items like comics or live shows, fashion or music, home decor. All of those things you don't know you need until you see them. And I get the pleasure of kicking off this whole celebration with some special guests that are going to talk about our newest entertainment, the War for Cybertron trilogy, which premiered July 30th on Netflix. The team at Hasbro, Rooster Teeth, and Polygon have worked together seamlessly to ensure consistency and continuity throughout our storytelling, and they've really helped us to expand our character story arc in the Transformers universe, where everything is more than meets the eye. So let's get started with our special guest, 2 gentlemen who are an absolute pleasure to work with, be inspired by, and have set my new personal goal to look as smooth singing karaoke as these guys do. FJ DeSanto, executive producer, joining us from Los Angeles, California, and Jack Liang, corporate officer and producer, joining us from Polygon in Tokyo, Japan. FJ, Jack, we are so pleased to see what you've both already done with Chapter 1 of this trilogy, and I can't wait to share what comes next. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you as well.
So let's get in. So besides just the 3 of us, there are obviously so many people that are a part of a huge project like this. And with a virtual panel, it's impossible to bring together as many people as we might like. But there's so many touch points, from drafting storyboards to maintaining the growing roster of characters to mastering conversions or the unique backgrounds. So FJ, tell us about some of the people who helped make this series happen.
Well, there's a lot of people. And it starts with everybody at Rooster Teeth, at Netflix, at Hasbro, and Polygon. From my end, without all those people working together, the show never happens. So these companies give me the privilege of getting into the world of Cybertron and sort of building this all out with a lot of talented people. Starting with my supervising producer is a guy named Matt Murray, who is basically my babysitter and bodyguard most of the time, and takes care of the day-to-day on the show to keep it running. And then we have the writers, and starting with George Christic, who developed the story with me, and then getting into Brandon Easton and Gavin Hignite, who came in to write. And then there's subsequently other writers who come in later on that we can't give up yet, because we still have to have some surprises. And and of course it starts with dealing with the gang at Hasbro and seeing what they're doing with the brand, and then I get to develop that story, and then hop on a plane and fly over to Jack and company and start to execute it in a way that makes it look gorgeous and makes us all look far more talented than I think we are.
Which is a perfect segue to Japan. Jack, got any call outs for some of your team members who helped make it all happen?
Yeah, for sure. Like FJ mentioned, it's a very large team, not just within Tokyo of Polygon, but like FJ mentioned, it's almost like a relay race. So it starts off with the Hasbro team, the writers, FJ, and then he flies over to Tokyo. We pick up the baton and we run with it. So, our supervising director, Kamei-san, our CG supervisor, Yanase-san, line producer, Nasa. So, that starts with them. They kind of work with the team, then they hand it off to their supervisors, and it just kind of runs at that point. Just everyone's just running forward.
So let's talk about the location. So we're transitioning from a fixed location of Cybertron with the Autobots watching the world close in around them in Siege to a story centered around a journey through the vast expanse of space in Chapter 2, Earthrise. So, how does this new geography influence the story and the characters, and how does that change the tone?
The fun part about Earthrise is we get to see what happens off of Cybertron. We're dealing with, the consequences of what happened at the end of Siege, with Prime making this, decision to throw the Allspark into the space bridge, and now they've got to go find it. So Earthrise sort of is that exploration into deep space. You can sort of see the map behind us, was sort of the inspiration that Hasbro had started to put together. We thought we could go to all these really cool places and go to places we haven't been in Transformers before. And then subsequently, also pick back up on Cybertron and what's been going on there. What is this planet like without, now it's been some time without the Allspark. What happens to the planet because of that, without their source of life? And what are we dealing with there? Well, we have the Autobots who are on Cybertron are now led by Elita 1. And then we still have Megatron, who's got to figure out how to save everybody, save the planet, etc., while also still fighting off what's left of the Autobots. So I think tonally, we get to pick up those pieces from Siege, but then also we have this fun exploration space pick up what happened to Optimus and the Autobots after they went through, which is sort of hinted at the last scene of Siege just before the credits kick in. And now we get this opportunity to sort of really pick up and explore things we haven't, in a much more adventure tone, whereas Siege was more about the war, the civil war between them. Now we're going to take a lot of this into space.
Nice. Speaking of space, I think we've got the visual of the map that kind of outlines the universe, which when you take a look at it, it's pretty vast. It's pretty epic. So, Jack, question for you. With the change in environments for Earthrise, what were you most excited to solve for? And how do you even approach the scale of space?
Yeah, so fortunately, with the great writing, we got to explore many different new locations in Earthrise. So I don't want to spoil too much, but I think one of the biggest planning or challenges that we had was how do we best show scale in space? Because space is just a giant, vast black hole of sorts, So we have all the Autobots on the spaceship on the Ark right now, and so the biggest challenge is what we wanted to show. How do we, within this realm, show scale, that the robots are still giant characters, and then also within a giant spaceship as they kind of travel. So that was one of the bigger challenges that we started having early discussions going, how do we best represent it? How do we make it look cool? So that was one of the things that we hope, it looks really cool when people watch it.
I think it's going to look really cool. So let's go ahead and check back in on Cybertron. So at the end of season 1. So FJ, you kind of mentioned Siege. It's a story of choices that were made pressure, and we see the consequences of those choices. So how will some of the choices that we saw the characters make in Siege come back to haunt them or empower them in this second chapter?
Well, yeah, it depends on, that question is answered in multiple ways throughout Earthrise for, the majority of our main characters, and as well as all the Transformers who have been impacted by those decisions. So as I was mentioning before, we're dealing with what's still going on Cybertron, which is, a world without power, basically, and that's slowly fading. And I think it's an interesting POV on Megatron now, who was in Siege, on the cusp of victory, and now has this humongous setback, and what drastic steps does he have to take now to keep a planet alive and keep the Decepticons alive? When you talk about the empowering part, we see Elita step into that leadership, which I think is one of my favorite parts of the whole thing. And then also we of course, we're going to see what happens with Optimus and his team, and what do they encounter in a galaxy that has been impacted by those decisions. So I'm trying to do it, as always, without spoiling it too much, but I think we see the repercussions of that in really fun, unexpected ways that not only impact the characters, but where the story's going to go. And there are new choices that have to be made throughout Earthrise by those characters in order to achieve their goals, which is, again, it's Optimus and Megatron with the same goals, but now they're in drastically different situations.
Right. And so to kind of build on that, you've established, right, we've got the Autobots and they're on their mission, and the Decepticons are on their mission. They both want to unite all of the Cybertronians together, but in their effort, they have started a war. But we know that war is not just a two-party event. And at the end of episode 5, we're introduced to an entirely new faction for the first time. I think we've got a little video clip here. And this is where we see mercenaries. And the mercenaries that we see in War for Cybertron are a brand new faction developed just for this story world. So, FJ, what did you consider when you decided to bring a new faction into the universe?
Well, it all starts with these fun meetings we have early on at your offices in Rhode Island, where Hasbro was taking us through, what was planned for the War for Cybertron trilogy from, with the toys, etc. And that logo came on, a big screen in a big conference room, and I got really, what is that? What is that? I want to do something with it. And they said, well, it's a new logo. We've been playing with a new logo for a potential third faction. It could be bounty hunters or mercenaries. And I said, to the team, I said, oh, I want to do something with it. I have to do that. And, someday I want to wear that on a T-shirt. I want to be really, and also from a story point of view, it'd be interesting to see a different point of view beyond Autobots and Decepticons. So for us, we sort of took that logo and built this faction around it, where it was almost like, what is the underworld of Cybertron? What are gangsters and, Energon deal and bounty hunters and all these crazy things. And, we worked with Hasbro to sort of choose, like, in the leader is Sound Blaster, which for me, as a fan of the animated stuff from Japan, was very excited to incorporate that character in. And he's got these cool Impactor Redecos as his bodyguards. And we just thought it'd be a fun other point of view to show. And while they briefly appear in Siege, we sort of find out that faction is galaxy-wide. And we're going to see a little bit more of them in Earthrise.
Yeah, well, I think we should go ahead and let the audience in on some teaser art to see what we might actually see in Earthrise. So this is our first look at our Chapter 2 Earthrise poster. So Jack, what can you tell us about this poster?
Well, yeah, we hope you guys like it. It's very much a teaser of what's going to happen in Earthrise. So there's some very familiar bots that people may know in the background. In the forefront, you can see Prime and Megatron in the forefront fighting. So kind of continuing to what FJ said, I think it's a brilliant story that the team created, and it really foreshadows everything that's going on. Again, it's the whole continuation of what happens after Siege. And like FJ mentioned as well, too, it's really more about war is not black or white. You get very different perspectives from what's going on and why Megatron was going his direction and Optimus going in his direction. But at the same time, it's not, a two-way street. And so there's other people involved, and you get to see many different layers of what, everyone's thinking and going on for the sake of Cybertron and what everybody wants for themselves as well, too. So this is kind of a very cool poster, kind of hopefully symbolically showing that.
Nice. So I think we'll move off of this poster and kind of take a look at our Earthrise War for Cybertron trilogy official horizontal poster here. So as we're kind of looking at that, Jack, I'm curious, what are some of the things that inspired you as you went to build the look and the tone and the world for this second chapter?
Well, we've been at Young. We've been fortunate to have such a long relationship with Hasbro. We've worked on Transformers for many, many years, from starting with Transformers Prime to Robots in Disguise. So we're very familiar with the brand and the universe, and we're big fans of Transformers. So with this one in particular, what Hasbro and FJ and the team, they had such a very unique vision. It was very, they pretty much almost had everything kind of laid out of what they wanted tonally and story direction and what they wanted to do from A to Z. And so for us, we were very just excited. It was a whole different take from what we've done before. So that was very exciting. So again, I think us taking that story beat and then helping visualize from our experience in the past to kind of putting a little bit of a new twist on it. There's very, a lot of famous characters previously from previous shows and series, and us implementing that into this new storyline was really, really fun.
Nice. Yeah, I think there's an already established chemistry that you can tell and gets picked up and carried through. So, FJ, what are some of the things that inspired you as you went to build the story?
Well, we are fortunate to have such a good relationship with Hasbro that we sort of get an idea, like I mentioned earlier, of what's going on with the brand, et cetera, from every sort of aspect of it, from visual to the toys themselves and what's coming out. So we try to incorporate that all in an organic way to make a really cool and fun story. And so what inspired us was, beyond what you guys were doing with the toys, there was also the opportunity to sort of take the opportunity of being in space and doing something different with it. And like Jack was talking about earlier, playing with scale and whereas you see in Siege, like, everything is built to proportion. Now the autos and descent dwarfed by the size of space. And so I think there's a lot of fun to be had with that. But it was also, a lot of the characters were very rich, and we realized we could push that forward, the continuing story of Bumblebee in particular, Prime evolving into the leader. So we had a real opportunity to do something that hadn't really been done before in Transformers, which is explore different parts of space. And we worked in tandem with Hasbro on the map itself in a way that was really exciting. So the map is very sort of script specific, et cetera. We sort of worked back and forth on it. So even when you're on the bridge of the Ark and they are sort of trying to figure out where they are, and there's like a hologram map, it's accurate to what's in the toys, because we try to be, from our own nerdy point of view, and sort of sit there and go, oh, like, that's accurate from here to there, and we try to have a lot of fun with it. Whereas Siege was war, and it was the last days of the war. Now we're at least having some fun and taking them to different places.
Nice, thanks. So, Jack, we obviously have a long-standing relationship with the brand. You guys already have professionals on your team that know how to handle the Transformers IP. But what is it that's unique about designing a Transformers series that you don't encounter with other shows? Any sort of tricks or methods that you had to create in order to unlock this level of production and innovation that you deliver?
I think one of the challenges that we've always encountered, it's a fun challenge too, is how do you take a vehicle mode into character mode, or character mode into vehicle mode? From the series that we worked on, from Prime and Robots in Disguise, every shape of the Transformers is a little bit different. The style is a little bit different. And so for this one in particular as well, like FJ mentioned, is kind of based off a very famous toy line. And so that was a great start for us too. We already kind of had an idea, working very closely with Hasbro, is how do they change from one mode to the other. So we were going to use that experience and that reference as well to best show that in the visual screen. For us, that's always a big challenge. We have a specialist in-house here. His name is Kono-san, and he's been working on the series since Transformers Prime. And so for us, it's always, that's the fun part. How do you best represent an animation make it look really, really cool, because obviously that's like the really cool scene when they go from one mode into the other. The other part of it as well too is they're robots at the end of the day. Some of them have very clunky shoulders and mechanical stuff. And so for us, we kind of go into almost a reverse engineering. We take a look at it going, how do we make sure that it doesn't, run into each other, the shoulder into the neck? So those are all cool little cheats that we've kind of accumulated over the years to really best make sure it looks cool.
I
Nice.
think one
So-
of the sorry, I was going to add something.
No, go. Yeah.
I think what Polygon does a great job with, and I think this speaks to their experience with Transformers, is the way they make the characters move and act. It's almost like they focus on giving each character its own sort of visual personality in terms of how they move. And I think that's what's really special, is they've added so much to the characters. Like, listen, you can write so much on paper to express a character, and we have great voice actors and great voice team, great voice director, but that extra ingredient that takes it to the next level is Polygon, especially with their transformation expert, etc. The way have given these characters life in a way that I don't think we've seen before is really special. Like, you feel like these are giant metal robots, but they all have a distinct personality to them that really makes each one stand out.
Thanks, FJ.
So yeah, FJ, this is kind of a question to you. So I mean, I think we all know that the team in Japan, they would obviously take their reverence of the brand and that they're able to apply this new lens and really take it to that next level. So was there a moment that you realized, like, this is going to be big? Like, what's it like walking into Polygon? When does that become a real show for you?
Well, that it's funny because when I don't know how many years ago this was. The first time I ever met Jack is 7, 8, 9 years ago. It could be longer than that. They have this lobby with their Emmys and toys from all the different shows they're working on, like Clone Wars and the other Transformers shows. And my dream was always a show that's featured in the lobby, and that was really exciting. So we're there now, but just before that, when we started production, I think it was the first trip Matt and I came out there. We went into a conference room, and the team had all these boards up and the designs, and we hadn't seen a lot of them yet. They were sort of waiting to present them. But we walked into that room and seen the beautiful painted concept art, storyboards on the wall, the character sheets, the model sheets. It was such one of the biggest moments for me was that this is not only is it real, not only had it just become real, but it became real at a level I couldn't even imagine in my head. Like, I think when we were developing it, I had a certain vision for it, what it would look like, what it would feel like, etc. But they exceeded it so far. But to walk into that room, I mean, the only negative was I couldn't tell anybody about it other than people in the room. Like you're under lock and key for so long. This is what almost a year and a half ago. So it's exciting now to have it out there and people understand what the attention to detail these guys put into it. But for there was this quiet moment, because not everybody was in the room yet, and it was just Matt and I. We had just gotten there, probably a little jet lag, and then the adrenaline rush of just seeing, running around the room and going, "Oh, it's this moment. They visualized this and they did that," was just not only overwhelming but so inspiring that as we kept going and we knew we could push it further, that we could really, I already knew they were going to do a good job. I knew they were going to do a great job, but I didn't know they were going to do this job. Like, when I get animation in, I'm like a kid in a candy store, especially with the times I wake up early in the morning and get something I've got to upload or download to watch, and I'm texting Maddie. Poor Maddie's probably still asleep, and I'm going, "Oh my God, you got to see what they did with this scene." So we're very, very fortunate. But that moment of getting there for the first time, in like the real kickoff of what we were doing with Polygon, was really that moment. We took a bunch of pictures of it. I'm sure we're going to see them.
Yeah. Kelly, to add to that, honestly, from our perspective, we were just nervous as well too. We're going, "Oh, we hope they like it."
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm doing backflips. Like I'm doing backflips. In the other room, going, "Oh my gosh, this is gonna be great."
I've seen that face. We have early morning and late night calls, and he's like, "I've got to go watch these episodes. I just got them," and I can tell he's downloading on the side while we're talking through other things. But all right, so this is kind of an intense time, right? We're in chapter 2 of this trilogy. You guys are smack in the middle of this epic story. You're in the thick of Earthrise. You're wrapping up final details on Siege. You're laying the foundation for chapter 3. I imagine all of the back and forth add in some jet lag, things can get pretty crazy. Jack or FJ, do you guys have any sort of funny or behind the scenes story or favorite moments from the production of Earthrise you want to share?
FJ, do you want me to start it?
Yeah, you started, and I'll pick up.
So, we always love when people come visit us because it's good for the team to meet with who they're working with, and it builds chemistry, camaraderie. And so luckily we Hasbro team, FJ Matt and Takara Tomy team come by our office one day, and we were literally in the midst of production. And so we wanted to kind of show something, and FJ wanted to show something as well too, just while everyone's in our office. And again, we're literally just kind of in the middle of production, so nothing was really fully done. And so we kind of chose a couple scenes, and choosing a couple scenes, and I threw it back at FJ going, hey, FJ, what do you think about showing one of these scenes? And FJ chose one, and I'll let you take it from here.
So we chose this scene, and again, keep in mind, like Jack said, we were only so far in production. I mean, I flew all the way to Japan, and Hasbro was there, and Takara Tomy and Jack. So I want to show something at least action-oriented so they could see the characters in action and some of the toy elements, being utilized. And you have this gang from Hasbro and Takara Tomy, and it's like, again, this is me being a bit of a, childhood nerd about it, but it's like, oh, these people, created all this. They, design all this. They build all this. And so we were showing them the scene. It's from the second episode of Siege. It's the ambush, where the Decepticons ambush the Autobots. And so we had the Takara team at the table, this big conference room, and everybody's sitting there, and Jack and I are sort of sitting next to each other, and Jack sort of running and the scene comes on, and the character Spinister, and one of the Takara Tomy guys sort of just looks at me and he says, I designed that character. And I went, oh no, because that's the scene where Prime, sort of throws him and he gets impaled. And literally, you couldn't script this. The second I sort of look at him, I said, oh, that's cool. The character goes in the air and goes through the spike. And you see this guy just sort of go, very disappointed that we had sort of killed off his character. But what he doesn't know, and this is the big spoilers, Spinister, of course, comes back, at some point, which you'll see. But that was a really funny moment, was the timing of that. And then we had this fantastic lunch after. We went to an Italian restaurant by Polygon. And I think the Takara Tomy people and the Hasbro people were so excited by what they saw. They were showing us, they were pulling out laptops and they were showing us all the design. They brought prototype with them. And I was like a kid in a candy store sort of going, well, that character's in the show, in the second one and all this stuff. So that was a real big day for us, where it was, we had Hasbro and Takara sort of sitting there giving us the blessing of the show that because they had trusted us with it. But I did feel bad that we sort of chose that scene now, and the guy who designed Spinister had to watch the guy get impaled.
We'll have to bring him back in for some other clips.
Exactly.
So I think we are actually running out of time. Do you guys have anything else that you want to say before we go ahead and let everybody else in on some Earthrise footage?
Other than we're super appreciative of everybody who watched Siege. This has been a dream for everybody involved. We wanted to create something for all the fans of Transformers. Everybody who watched it, is truly appreciative. The whole team appreciates everything you guys have done at Hasbro, at Rooster, at Polygon to support the show and support that vision. But I'm really excited now that people are going to see a little something special now.
Yeah, and it's really exciting stuff happening. We hope you guys enjoy it. There's a lot of surprises in there. We don't want to say too much, but we really hope you guys watch and check it out.
Awesome. FJ, Jack, you guys did a great job not spoiling anything. So I'm not going to add anything to that because I am terrified to spoil. And with that, why don't you go ahead and check out our Earthrise trailer.
How did we get here? The arrogant fool destroyed himself. And tragically, the Allspark. Because of pride, we are marooned. dying world, waiting as death slowly surrounds us. And all that remains of Prime's Autobots. I'm afraid their fate is sealed. Symbol you wear. You are of the mercenary faction. There are no factions out here.
Thanks so much to Kelly, FJ DeSanto, and the team from Polygon for that amazing panel. Guys, we are just getting started here. There's so much more to come. So let's take a look at some of our fan comments and see what you guys are thinking. All right. Our first comment is from Ramtruck21 at Hasbro Pulse. Thanks for these live streams. You're welcome. I personally set up everything. All the technology that you see here today, I crafted with my own hands and set up, so you're welcome. Darth Ravage 07, better than most Saturday morning cartoons. I agree with you. However, Saturday morning cartoons are fantastic. This is the highest praise, but cartoons are wonderful. From Prime Bricks, I am here literally sitting with my Titan class Scorponok. Sorry. Wow, Prime Bricks, thank you for putting a word in here that just really threw me for a loop. Aussie 1982, how to get my comments on screen. Aussie 1982, you figured it out. You just say it and then we pick it and it's on screen. Thank you guys so much for the comments. Keep them coming. Questions, comments, concerns, anything, and we'll maybe read them here. But now it's time to move on and give the floor to Rachel, who not only is going to lead a panel about the new line of Kingdom figures, but will help induct an all-time classic voice actor to the 2020 Transformers Hall of Fame. Rachel and team, let's roll out.
Hey Transformers fans, welcome to the Transformers PulseCon toy panel. I'm Rachel and I'm joined today with designers John and Lenny to bring you the latest Transformers toy reveals. We have a jam-packed hour for you guys, so without further ado, let's jump right in. Now, the third and final chapter of the War for Cybertron trilogy is here, Kingdom. John, why don't you walk fans through the inspiration and story behind this epic finale to War for Cybertron?
So when we started the War for Cybertron trilogy, 4 years ago at this point, we wanted the first chapter to echo the feeling of the Civil War. The second is the journey through space. But then we were talking about the third chapter. We knew we were coming up on the crest of the 25th anniversary of Beast Wars. Everybody knows that in the third season of the Beast Wars series, there's a moment where they find the sleeping G1 characters in an arc. So the franchise has naturally had a blending point. But we wanted to try something different and introduce the idea of time paradoxes and being able to, what if we played with that fiction a little bit and the G1 guys and the Beast Wars characters were actually able to interact in a really unique way. From a Toyland perspective, this gave us lots of really cool opportunities to try some different things and really bring our fan universes together. So let's get right to it. Here you'll see the next, this is sort of the poster that we create to almost commemorate each chapter of the Prime Wars trilogy. You'll see the centrally located thing in this poster is the golden disc. So the golden disc, as many people know, is it's this treasured element. It's literally the disc that got shot into space, and it has the location of the arc on it. So this is an important piece to that time paradox. As you can imagine, whoever has the golden disc really controls the future and the destinies of all the Transformers. So let's get right into these awesome reveals.
Awesome. And it's really been amazing to see this entire line come to life over the past few years. And we are excited to finally give you all an official first look at Wave 1. Let's take a closer look at the 4 characters that were already revealed this week on IGN. And first up is Deluxe Cheetor.
Awesome. So Cheetor. Everybody loves Cheetor. He's the brash, youthful, energizing young warrior. When we started the Kingdom journey, we wanted to make sure we brought introduced kind of a new level of detail to these guys. You'll notice that we really looked at the anatomy of all of them as well as the sculpted detail. And the reality is this is a great partnership between the Takara Tomy team and the domestic US team. What we've ended up doing is sculpting a lot of these things using modern sculpting technologies, but then working with the masters at Takara Tomy to really bring to life the posability and all of the great show accuracy that you're expecting out of the robot modes. You can see here, he's got all sorts of really awesome details that throw back to the original Beast Wars series. So you'll see this across the line. I gotta say, Lenny, you did an awesome job on this photo shoot. You guys are gonna see some really incredible photos here, and
yeah, man,
the stuff's just amazing.
Yeah, it was fun to take these figures and work with Corey, the photographer, on these things. They were awesome, and dude, the articulation you guys packed into them. He has jaw articulation. He's a beast. He should, and it was just so fun to pose them out. So good job, man.
Yeah, one of the best things of all is you can kind of make him do that whole
surprise Cheetor look.
Yeah. I'm so excited.
Oh my gosh.
So let's get into even more reveals. You guys probably saw this online. Core Class Rat Trap. Now, Core Class is a lot like the old Legends class. It is a 3.5-inch scale transformer. You've got all the great posability and levels of conversion that you expect out of your Legends class. Each one of them comes with a cool little weapon, and you can see the level of detail on these guys is really pretty spectacular for such a small figure. And the best thing of all is because he's a rat, he's really small. He's in scale with the rest of your awesome figures, and you can do all those great poses that you might remember from the Beast Wars series. But
dude,
he
looks like he crawled right out of trash.
No,
he's awesome.
He totally did. And he's got the Brooklyn accent, so it makes him even cooler.
Yeah.
Everybody loves Rat Trap. This guy is one of my personal favorites, though, Voyager class Cyclonus. And you can see how physically freaking big this guy is. He's a Voyager class Transformer. And one of my favorite things about him is you can see all these great clear elements on him. And as I turn him around, no backpack. He is kibble-free. Nice and tight. He's able to pose into lots of cool different poses. But let's get to that awesome vehicle for him. You can see it here landed on the crest of the mighty volcano. But you can see that this thing, when I hold it to the side, it's got a really, really sweet profile. This is something the designers really worked hard on to try to make sure that these things are as tight as possible. And again, totally kibble-free on the bottom, which is pretty sweet. So fans of the 1986 movie, you guys also have a 25th anniversary coming up. We've got no shortage of great robots for you there. Next up, one of my personal favorites, the biggest, the baddest, Megatron. Megatron is one of those awesome characters that, you could not have Beast Wars without Megatron. And this figure is no exception. We've actually done lots of interesting things. Not only is he so physically big for a Voyager class Transformer, he's almost unbelievably big, but he's got elements that are like a soft PVC, and we've pulled detail from like the world of collectible animal toys and those really high-end sculptures, with working with US sculptors to actually get the level of detail and anatomy of a real T-Rex. The robot mode also, giant, mighty. You've got that awesome vaudevillian look, as you can see here. Yes.
Yes,
I'm coming to
Megatron.
And you can't argue with the awesome like hand-as T-Rex. He's just huge. He's just a huge transformer. He's almost like a commander class transformer, but he's leader class. Props to Mr. Kunihiro-san at Sakara Tomy. You guys might know of him from all of the great Transformer work that he's done over the years, including lots of movie masterpiece toys. That master actually worked on this incredible Transformer. So, from the biggest to the smallest, the next reveal that we have is one of my personal favorites, Core Class Optimus Prime. Now, you guys all have a lot of Optimus Prime toys, but what's cool about Core Class is it allows our youngest consumers to enjoy Transformers maybe for the first time. This is like, for a lot of people, this is the penultimate version of Optimus Prime, and he's got a really great scale. But, our friend Rachel had a lot of fun on the set with this guy because you could see we're able to micronize all this detail from leader class. Check it out. It's ridiculous.
Look how cute little Core Optimus is with leader Optimus Prime. I mean, he is adorable. I have him here in hand. He is really cute.
He's like a little mini-me. So it's
he looks like he's taking me to the Energon stand.
Lenny, you gotta cue up the music.
Oh, people, let me tell you about my best friend. Look at them. They look like they're going to the park together. I love it.
It's like father and son. It's like me hanging out with my son. So next up, we've got another Core Class Transformer to reveal. Core Class Vertebrake. It is one of my favorite guys because he's brand new. He's a Predacon. My little guy, my son, is really into fossils, and this type of fossil is actually one called a Dracorex. So, as a dad to a kid who loves fossils, I'm learning about fossils all the time. It's really cool. But this guy, again, like other Core Class Transformers, has lots of simple transformation, and he's got an awesome name, Vertebrake, and he's able to use his tail as a sword, which is totally epic in Beast Wars. So hopefully you can add this guy to your collection. But one of the next guys that I just love personally is one of the most popular cult classics from the original Beast Wars series, Black Arachnia. So Black Arachnia, not only did we go over the top with a super realistic spider with very awesome tight joints on each of these ball joints that allow you to really get lots of cool. You can see here, whoa! Live TV, everybody.
She got away from me.
She ran
as well. And you can see, look at all the great articulation that we're able to bring to this character in her robot form as well. It's crazy because she's got such an elegant, feminine, robotic robot form that it posed a lot of challenges to try to make sure that she was relatively kibble free. You could check her backpack out. It's like really nice and pretty tight. There's not much kibble there, and it's cool because like the transformation is neat. The mandibles are able to fit into the front. It's just very clever. So Lenny, you helped pose these guys out, right? How'd you get to hang upside down like that?
Dude, not only she looks phenomenal, but her articulation is such where you can pose her spider legs out. And what we were doing was, those are foam rocks, if you guys didn't know. We were able to stab her into the rocks and put her like upside down. And in one of those shots, it makes me think of like a fantasy movie and this like evil giant spider coming at you from like a funnel web. I mean, look at the way her shoulders line up in the spider mode. Like they're literally like giant like tarantula mandibles. So again, kudos to the team. Great transformation, great articulation, super fun figure. I'm excited to get her into the collection. So good job, guys.
Yeah, that's awesome. So G1 fans, we still got some cool stuff for you as well. One of my favorite characters is G1 Deluxe Class Warpath. And Warpath is, as you know, he was like a mini bot, like Cliff Jumper, but we were able to, because he's sort of a smaller scale, we're able to jam pack all sorts of great detail and action into this guy. You could see him wearing the brand new Fossilizer armor. I will take that off so you can get a glimpse of what this guy actually has. He actually comes with kind of a cool little like removable shield element on his shoulder that you can kind of take off. It's kind of like a added bit of armor. But you can see as I turn this guy around, he's got just incredible detail. Let me see if my camera can do it justice.
Yeah, he's great.
You can see like all that. So if you want to get in there with like put some washes on this guy, you totally could. And I think this really speaks to the great juxtaposition that is Kingdom. You've got all these different worlds matching together. There's something for everybody. So my hope is that all the Transformers fans can come together at retail and enjoy all the great parts of the Transformers universe together. And you guys got a glimpse of it, the next one. What's that, Lenny?
The war has grown beyond vehicles now. There's beasts. It's just bananas now, you know?
Oh, it's absolutely bananas. It's all over.
Yeah, love it.
But the next guy I'm specifically excited about because it's a brand new way to weaponize your figures. This is Deluxe Class Paleotrex. Paleotrex is a brand new Transformer that was inspired by the idea of going to like a museum as a kid, and everybody remembers those fossil bones. And the challenge is, how do you make a fossilized skeleton of an ancient creature actually transform? And the Takara Tomy team was able to figure this all out. You actually might notice his head is a little weird. That's because his head is actually based off of the ball and chain weapon that Optimus Primal uses. So as your collection grows with these bone weaponizer guys, the fossilizers, they're going to be able to really, you're going to be able to build really sinister stuff, and it's going to be so cool. Really, really awesome.
Dude, that is so metal.
It's mega metal, but you can't get much more metal than the next guy. You know, he's crazy. Sometimes crazy works. And, you know, no designer is more appropriate to introduce our next cult classic, Truck Not Monkey. The debate goes on. You let us know in the comment section, truck or monkey. You guys know how to spell it. I know you do. But Lenny, why don't you tell us about the next big reveal?
Yeah, what beast-inspired line would be a Kingdom line without the swashbuckling leader of the Maximals, Optimus Primal? You know, as a kid, Cheetor, Dinobot, and Primal were my favorite. But there's something about Primal that his whole epic journey to enlightenment to become a true hero was so inspiring as a kid, you know? And we try to get that across in the shots, as you can see here, with him kind of banking over that encroachment or whatever, that overhanging of the cliff and the lava. And he's just a great figure, really great posability. And he's a beast, dude. As you can see in these shots right here where we posed him out. Dude, he looks strong. And I actually have the figure right here, and I could show you guys some of the stuff he does. So the robot mode, hopefully I'm in camera right. I'm really bad at this thing. So here we go. Yeah. So he comes with his cyber blades. Thanks, guys. The cyber blades can be holstered or sheathed on his back. He also has posable shoulder cannons, just like he did in Beast Wars. And then the really fun part I liked about this figure was when you push up on his forearm, boom, he's got the hidden cannon in there, just like the show. I mean, look at that. That's so cool. And then something else to note is that the beast mode, the ape mode, dude, like he's got 22 points of articulation. And I think what that allowed the team to do is 22 steps of transformation. My bad, guys. But his transformation steps allowed for articulation to allow him to rear up. So I like to pose him out like he's a victorious gorilla, like he just took out Megatron and he's just kind of banging on his chest. So it's a great figure, John. So excited to see him in the line. I'm so excited to see Beast Wars. I was a huge Beast Wars fan. And hope you guys enjoy him as much as we do too.
So as you can see, we have so much awesome stuff to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the Beast Wars franchise. It's one of my favorite moments in Beast Wars, or the Transformers universe in whole is Beast Wars, because of the sophisticated storytelling, the connective tissue that kind of binds the entire universe together. And we're excited to bring it to a next level with Kingdom as we start to integrate all of our franchises together as one. Next up, Rachel, you can share this awesome packaging, right? We've got some images of it. Yeah. I don't think fans have even seen this before.
Yeah, let's take a closer look at the new line look packaging for Kingdom. Here we go. Wow, so it looks awesome. The colors, they really pop and compare to Siege and Earthrise. And check out the wraparound artwork on the front of pack. We, of course, have the custom illustration of the robot mode there on the side panel, but we now have added a custom illustration of the vehicle mode or beast mode on the front of pack. So you're getting two custom illustrations here, and they truly look fantastic, and it really helps bring the Kingdom story to life on shelf. Can't wait for you guys to get your hands on these.
I'm
And
reading the
of course,
comment
like
section,
we
and I'm going bananas. People are going, literally posting bananas on the thing. I love this. This is fantastic.
Well, he's yoked. He's
Amazing.
awesome, that Primal.
And guys, like we've done in chapters, we have a fun Kingdom packaging chase. So as a reminder, in Siege, we had the UV light reveal. In Earthrise, we had the red map puzzle pieces. And for Kingdom, I am excited to announce we have the golden card reveal. So like John mentioned earlier, the premise of Kingdom is a time paradox, and the golden disc gives our characters the knowledge to rewrite their destiny. So in every deluxe, Voyager, and Leader package, you have the chance to collect a random golden disc destiny trading card. So if you turn that card over, it has a shiny holographic foil. So you can actually, I have it here, peel and reveal the destiny of your character.
Yeah.
Peel and reveal.
Super cool.
Peel and reveal your destiny.
Awesome. Want that on a Trapper
Whose
Keeper.
destiny do I have in my hands? I don't know. So there are 4 random card waves, so 16 total cards to collect across Kingdom. So start collecting and peel to reveal the alternate destinies of your favorite characters. All right, fans, that wraps up Kingdom Wave 1. We have this awesome epic image to wrap it up here. All of Wave 1 will be available to pre-order at major retailers and fan sites starting at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Please keep in mind that 5 p.m. is the start time for pre-orders. Not everything will be live at 5, so we have a lot of products to get through. So please be patient with us. We will be sure to communicate when those PDP pages go live on our Transformers social channels. And let's move on to the next toy reveal. And the next 2 we have Transformers Prime themed. This November marks the 10th anniversary of Transformers Prime. You heard in the last panel about the relationship between Polygon and Hasbro on the War for Cyber trilogy. Prime was the touchstone of this relationship. We were able to connect with Shuzo Choda, executive producer Prime series, now the CEO of Polygon Pictures, and hear from him why Prime holds a special place in the history of the Transformers franchise and the hearts of the people who brought it all to life. Let's take a look.
Yeah. Okay.
Hammer time.
Am I set?
That's probably the best it's going to get. You want me to try to go more?
I shall stand with you, Optimus. You may require a medic when this is over with.
I think the show in its entirety is so well packaged. I mean, the story is great. It's a very, very intelligent, emotional story.
Megatron's building a space bridge to bring through his conquering army.
We were dead serious in trying to make a great show, and I think it showed.
Current reversed.
Decepticons, it is with deep sorrow that I have for the log. Megatron's spark has been extinguished. All hail Starscream.
You want to dance, Khan?
We've done many projects before, we've done many projects after, but Prime is one of these projects that is so dear to my heart, and I haven't experienced that kind of thing before, or after.
did he call me that? We're outnumbered. Go! I'll cover you!
It had it all. Again, I'm just so thankful for the opportunity to have worked on that show. Very, very proud still to this day.
I call it the Dark Star Saber.
Awesome.
Oh,
Got the chills.
I don't know about you. I don't know. Yeah, I got goosebumps watching that, guys. That was epic. I mean, that show was so epic. And, you know, Prime holds a really special place in my heart as well. I mean, soon into my career at Hasbro, I found myself on Transformers, which was amazing. And it eventually led me to become the lead designer on Deluxe, which is where I'd say I cut my teeth on the Boys Action brands. Prime is actually a really good place to do it, too, because it was a brand new look that brought a unique element to the Transformers universe, and it had a lot of different things about it that we weren't used to in Transformers. And I can remember one of the big features was that all the bots were going to have weapons built into their anatomy. And so it really allowed us to come up with cool extra transformations and double down on transformation, as well as have a lot of snap-on parts and accessories. You know, Prime also turned the brand on its head a little bit because the exciting new look, it was fun to figure out from a toy designer standpoint how to achieve all those corresponding contours in a predominantly pretty boxy robot line. So how are we going to get these sharp edges and these like facets on these figures? We weren't used to it. So it wasn't an easy task, but let me tell you something, it was fun to work on.
And Lenny, in celebration of the 10th anniversary, we have 2 Hasbro Pulse exclusives never released in the US. And the first is Prime reissued Deluxe War Breakdown and Deluxe 2-pack.
Yeah, so this War Breakdown, Breakdown comes with the Rhino-like Arms Micron Zamu build kit, which converts into a battle hammer, and then the Jet Viacon with the iguana-like Egu, which transforms into a long-range weapon. And, you know, I'm very excited about this pack for one reason in particular, I would say, and that's the Breakdown. We never got him over here, as you guys know, and same thing with the Viacon, but it was a Japanese exclusive. And I can remember, actually, when the Takara team was showing us the Breakdown, and I was just completely wowed by how awesome of a figure he was. I mean, he was just a good Transformer. I mean, at the same time, I was a little bummed out because we weren't getting him, but now we have him, and it's right. Like he was plucked right off the screen. I know, right? So now what's more important about us getting him, Knockout's not going to be so lonely on everybody's shelves. And I actually have him right here, and I can show you guys. Hopefully I can get him in frame. I'm always so bad at this part. So here he is. He's huge. Look at this thing. Breakdown. He's so rad. And then his vehicle mode. Look at this thing. It's beefy. Look at this guy. And then with all of the chrome stickers and all that, it's awesome. And then the Arms Microns will of course post onto the vehicle. I got a Rhino riding an armored truck. I mean, that's pretty awesome. Not to mention the Viacon. And the Viacon was very cool. Viacons on the show were one of my favorite new designs because it got troop builders into Transformers. But then they added the Jet Viacons, which the Viacons already gave Optimus and the Autobots a hard time. But then when the Jets came on screen, you know it was going to be trouble. And I mean, look at this thing with the Egu in his hand. I mean, look at that. So awesome with the long-range weapon flying around. That's so cool. The narrative that just says by itself is epic. So hopefully you guys enjoy these as much as we do.
All right. And Lenny, we have great about these things too is they're like a kit. Sorry.
Yeah.
Live TV.
Yeah, no that's fine, man. Oh, they're a model kit, John was saying. Sorry about that, guys. All right, so I'm going to jump into the next one, and that's the reissue of Voyager Megatron. Of course, Megatron is the ultimate villain, and I've loved working on all of his iterations, and I would say Prime iteration of Megatron is one of my favorite. I love all the new elements that the show brought to him with the sharp teeth, the battle scars. I mean, the battle scars alone talk to who Megatron is. Not only is he an evil leader, but he shows his battle. He shows his experience on his body. He's an epic character. So this, super fun to work on. What's awesome about this kit is that it comes with a lot of cool arms microns. It comes with Gora 2, which is the gorilla type that turns into a fusion cannon. And actually, let me show you guys. I have him right here. And look at this thing on camera, man. It is awesome. Look at that vac met. So I've got Gora 2. I've got him in the fusion cannon mode. But he also comes with my favorite named accessory of all time, Hades. Hades the Hellbat. I mean, this is so metal. It's like, why not? You know what I mean? It's like, because evil. That's why he comes with Hades. And, if there was more time, I'd do it now. Oh, I had him upside down. It's like, oh, it's a model kit.
Hades
But anyways, if I had more time, I'd show you guys he turns into a scythe because, metal. This thing is sweet. So hopefully you guys enjoy him as much as we do. I've had a blast playing around with them and looking forward to seeing some Instagram shots of this guy when you get him in hand.
And both of these Transformers Prime reissue items are available for pre-order exclusively on Hasbro Pulse starting at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we have 2 more additions to the RED line, and we are expanding into other Transformers universes like Prime and Beast Wars. And as a reminder, RED stands for Robot Enhanced Design. This is our new 6-inch non-converting line exclusively available at Walmart in the US. And the first reveal we have, keeping with the Prime theme, Lenny, is RC.
Yeah, so this was an exciting project to work on. I mean, look at her. She's fire. And I'm proud to say it because I remember my director and I had been pitching this concept of non-transforming figures for a while now. So to see Red Series come to this point is very satisfying, in particular because of the obstacles we sometimes have on converting figures for robots. There's a lot of kibble, and how do you hide that kibble? But the nice thing here is you can dive into one form factor and really perfect it. So, which is super fun as a designer. There's no limitations. It's just like go all in. And Transformers are especially fun to bring into the 6-inch scale because of all of the layering and parts we can add. I wanted to make her feel constructed. So we utilized a lot of glued-on secondaries, which have sculpture underneath them. So if you look underneath, you'll see circuit boards and details like that. And, she's really fun to work on, and I feel like she looks built. I actually have her right here, and I can show you guys. She is awesome. So here she is. RC is going to come with 2 forearm blades, which attach to her forearm and can be taken off. There'll also be a blast effect, which you can put on there to make it look like she's sparking as she cuts the ground. She comes with 2 blaster weapons that connect to her hands, just like they did in the show. As well as she comes with trigger fingers for maybe you have other weapons in your accessory collections that you can put in her hand. Not to mention, I'm covering her face. Check out this face. It looks awesome. Looks like it came right off the screen. Not to mention, she somehow managed to get some dark energon ore from Megatron. I mean, look at that thing. It's pretty awesome. It catches the light really nicely. Now, we didn't go completely clear on this because it's ore, right? It's got to have a little bit of a translucency, but feel like it's been mined and it's ready to be turned into energon. So again, really fun figure to work on. Love the way these product shots came out, and hopefully you guys enjoy them too.
And Lenny, we have more cheetahs to add to the next reveal is our Beast Wars Cheetor.
Yes, Cheetor, very close to my heart. Who I mentioned earlier is one of my favorite Transformers. I mean, look at these shots. As I just mentioned, kibble can make robots hard to design, especially on beasts. So the fact that we didn't have to worry about that this time, I mean, makes the robots even more epic. I mean, something to note
Lenny,
is
that
that
shot looks like a sportswear ad.
I know.
I know, right? I know. And it's funny that you mentioned that because, we were saying that when we were taking the shots, but there's something about this figure where we dove into his anatomy a little more. So, on Beast Wars, they were kind of smoothed out because of the animation at the time. But what we wanted to do was hyper realize it. So you'll notice that all of the cheetah parts have a fur texture to them. And we adjusted his anatomy just a little bit to make him feel more like a sprinter. So we thickened his thighs, we V'd out his torso more, and elongated his legs to really give him that advertisement of he's in a sports ad. as you can see here, holding the Crystal Energon in that epic way that, Beast Wars is such an epic show. I actually have the figure right here, and I can show you guys in detail some of the stuff going on with him. Now, bear with me. He's a first engineering pilot, so there's some things going on with him from a fit standpoint. But overall, his figure's looking gorgeous. He's got the metallic hits and the copper on him. He's got fades for the cheetah markings. He comes with his iconic blaster, which we're giving you guys 2 blast effects that'll plug into the front of it. As well as what's cool about these red figures. I didn't show it on RC, but on this series of red, we wanted to show you guys the inner workings of a Transformer. So when you take the chest plate off, you can see what's going on inside. Like, what are all the cogs? That's actually his cog of transformation. And then on the back side of all those pieces, kind of hard to see on the video, but we put sculpted detail in there to kind of show the circuitry, which actually I'll show you on RC again. Again, that piece comes off, and you can see all of the inner workings. Again, we wanted Red Series to feel built as a figure line, as opposed to, I mean, they are built, aren't they, in real life, but they're a Transformer, they're built, they're a robot. So hopefully it comes across that way, and hopefully you guys like them as much as we enjoyed working on them.
Yeah, the blast effects look amazing, Lenny. You did a great job.
Yeah, they light really well. The sculpting team did a phenomenal job on these figures.
So RED, RC, and Cheetor will be available for pre-order exclusively at Walmart in the US starting at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, we recently revealed on Transformers Social the Galactic Odyssey Collection. This is an exclusive collection to Amazon. The collection takes a closer look at the Autobots' journey, the galaxy, and 5 different planet encounters. Now, we were planning on revealing encounter number 2 today after we launched encounter number 1, the Paradron Medics, last month, but the Autobots ran into a little trouble in space, so they had to take a slight detour in their journey past the 2nd planet to the 3rd planet. So, John, why don't you take encounter number 3, the clones on Biosphera?
So I'm excited to introduce these guys again. We tooled these up way back during the Combiner Wars trilogy era, and it's cool to be able to get both these guys in the same pack. A lot of people may be wondering, is this the same rendition that we saw with the Takara Tomy 2-pack? And the answer is no. This is an entirely new deco scheme that is more keyed in with the animated series. So the deco kits are slightly different, and this gives fans a great opportunity if they're collecting the clones to be able to get the Autobot clones as well. On their journey through the galaxy to Earth, we have all these awesome untold stories, and the Biosphera clones, Fastlane and Cloudraker, are sent to explore the wild world of Biosphera. They encounter Wingspan and Pounce, so it's up to you who will win. I think it's only fair to assume the Autobots win, because they're to me the much cooler ones.
Of course.
Yeah, right.
So like I mentioned before, there are a total of 5 encounters in the Galactic Collection, available exclusively on Amazon. You can pre-order the clones on Biosphera starting today at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and check back for future reveals to explore more of the Transformers universe and discover the next top secret side mission.
There's some cool ones in store, fans.
Yeah, we have 3 more for you guys, so stay tuned. And that wraps up all of our product reveals for today. And to all our fans tuning in, please make sure to check out our Transformers Instagram and Facebook page for the latest and greatest pre-order and retailer information. So you all have probably been wondering, where has John Warden been the past few months, and why is he here with us today on our toy panel? We wanted to give him the opportunity to talk about his final work on Transformers with Kingdom, and officially say farewell to the Transformers family as he has accepted a new role on Power Rangers.
It's true. I'm moving on to the Power Rangers business. It's been an incredible ride on Transformers. And to be truthful, this journey started 7 years ago. It's been an incredible career working on Transformers, and in those 7 years, I've been able to experience so many cool things. You know, I've worked on 3 Transformers films with the incredible partners at Paramount. I was able to work on the Thrilling 30 Generations line, the Combiner Wars trilogy, my movie masterpiece, and now the War for Cybertron trilogy as well. Each one of these different chapters of the Transformers universe have really shaped an entire generation of fans. You know, not only my generation of 80s fans that grew up with G1, but it's been an amazing honor to be able to bring all those things that I remember as a kid to life in a brand new toy line. But I think one of the most magical things of all is how through creating all of these new toys and generations and movie, we're actually creating a brand new generation of fans. I think it's exciting to think about, you know, the new fans. I've actually received some letters over the years from high school kids and kids in general that say, you know, I can't wait to get the next Combiner Wars figure. And I am struck to think it's not just the 80s thing that I remember. Now it's a brand new legacy for a whole new generation of kids to enjoy. And I think that's part of the cool thing about being a toy designer. I wanted to take a moment to thank my incredible partners at Takara Tomy. These guys are masters at their craft, and they're great friends. And I will miss you very much, but I'm sure our paths will cross again. I also wanted to thank all my friends in the Transformers team at Hasbro. You know, Rachel and Lenny and Ben. All of you guys really have shown me that through the power of teamwork, anything really is possible, and that we can get just about anything done. And I think my journey wouldn't be complete without, you know, all of your great friendship and partnership and all the great memories over the years. And last and most importantly, I wanted to thank you, the fans. I think without Transformers fans, this universe would have snuffed out and gone away years ago. But it's you that keep this alive. And it's my job as a toy designer and a manager just to keep things relevant, to keep things moving. And I'm just so happy to have been part of your journey. And thank you for coming along with me. I think this is incredible. As I step into my next chapter with Power Rangers, I'm very honored that I'm now going to be one of you. I'm going to be a fan. I have no idea what is happening in the future. And I think that it's exciting now to see what's next in the universe. I'm excited that Lenny is going to be in charge of you know, one of the most magical franchises there is in the entire world of Hasbro's brands. Lenny and I are old friends. You know, we're COVID-19. We may be in two different parts of beautiful Rhode Island, but we were next door neighbors for years and years. And I think the brand is definitely in good hands with Lenny and everyone at the Hasbro team. Thank you. And once again, till all are one.
Till all are one. It's awesome, man.
Till all are one.
I hope we do you proud, man.
John.
Yeah,
thank you. I'll miss all of you as well. But remember, I'm still right around the corner trying to unlock the mysteries of the Morphin Grid. So if you guys are Power Rangers fans, I've got some incredible stuff. I have to plug Power Rangers.
I feel like lightning should be hitting you now. You know, like Power Rangers.
Morphin time!
We've lost them already. And as a special treat, we're hosting a giveaway on our Hasbro Pulse Instagram page. The 5 giveaways will include one Transformers Quintesson Pit of Judgment pack designed by John Warden himself, as well as one Peter Cullen signed RED Optimus Prime figure and one Frank Welker signed RED Megatron figure. So make sure you enter into that giveaway. Lenny, John, I know you're going to, right?
Yeah. Oh, well, we can't.
Oh, wait. No,
well, actually, yeah, you're right. Dang it.
Oh.
All right, fans, we have a surprise add-in today. We've got a brand new, never-before-seen stop-motion starring Maverick, our Top Gun collaboration. Get ready, trip to the 80s and take you into the danger zone.
What? Please enjoy this stop-motion entertainment video.
Look out. looks real, man. That's awesome. What? Look out.
Stunt coordinator Windblade. That's great.
I didn't even notice that. Chief Lighting Dimlit. Written by Alita?
Of course Alita was there. That's awesome.
Well, see.
Uh-oh.
Oh, here it comes.
Look out! So cool.
Oh, look. Spilled my coffee.
Afterburners, bro.
Lenny, you can be my wingman anytime.
Thanks, buddy.
John, what about me?
You too. I feel the
lightweight.
need for speed.
Look at that, dude. This is... Oh my god. Oh my god, he's on a volleyball court! He's at it. Yes.
Oh yeah, he's winning.
Yes. This is perfect.
Spike.
Is that gonna grind his gears up, the sand, you know?
Oh yeah.
What?
I guess in that volleyball game, everybody's a winner.
That was kind of phenomenal.
That was awesome. Now, the Top Gun figure did sell out, but good news, we are restocking on Pulse. So go to HasbroPulse.com at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and get the exclusive Top Gun figure. And in great Transformers tradition, last week we asked you to vote for Toy of the Year and Robot of the Year. Thank you to over the 10,000 fans who casted their votes. We will start with the winner of the Earthrise Toy of the Year. It was a very tight race between Optimus Prime, Skylynx, and Knock. We do have a winner by a mere 100 votes. Drum roll, please, Lenny. And the winner is Commander Class Skylynx.
Woo! That's perfect.
Yes. My
You
favorite.
couldn't have elected a more elegant and brave and handsome and intelligent person in
Very
Toy
handsome.
into the Hall of Fame.
I'm sure he's very happy with himself about being in the Hall of Fame.
He's extremely happy. Well, he figured he should have been there a long time ago.
Oh my god. So ridiculous. I love it.
Now for the much anticipated Transformers Prime animated series, Robot Character of the Year. This character won easily over 25% of the votes. Lenny, let's give it another drum roll for good measure.
Sure. My fingers can hold up.
And the winner is Transformers Prime Knockout.
Oh, awesome. Look at that smarmy mug. Scratch his
He
paint.
is the best.
Scratch yours.
Is there any doubt,
awesome.
though? Knockout, come on.
I mean, Knockout is one of the best, dude. His character story was awesome. His attitude was awesome. The whole thing where he's obsessed with his paint and Starscream would look down on him because he wanted to be a land vehicle. Such a good pick. Guys, great job in that vote. I mean, I'm excited about that. It's one of my favorites from the show.
You gotta love
Great.
Ratchet, though, in this series, but Knockout really takes the cake.
Whoa,
He's the
Ratchet,
bee's knees.
he's a... Yeah, but he was. And you know what? A Knockout's a nice reflection of Ratchet, right? It's like he's the evil surgeon as to the Ratchet's good doer, grumpy doctor, you know? Very cool.
And the animation wouldn't be complete without great voice actors. This year's Transformers Hall of Fame human inductee has been part of the Transformers family since the beginning. He did one of the most iconic characters in Transformers history for the landmark 1984 G1 animated series, bringing to life the one and only Grimlock. In case anyone has forgotten, me, Grimlock. Other characters he voiced. Did I nail it? I think I did.
You nailed it.
Other
You did.
characters he voiced in the G1 series include Skyfire, the Constructicon Long Haul, and the Autobot Outback. He reprised of Grimlock in the legendary 1986 movie and has returned to it time and again over the years. In video games, including Transformers Fall of Cybertron, Transformers Rise of the Dark Spark, Transformers Devastation, and in entertainment, including the special Transformers, 5 Faces of Darkness, and the Transformers Power of the Primes animated series. He's been nominated for multiple Behind the Voice Actors Awards for his work on Transformers, including Best Male Vocal Performance in a Television Series, in a guest role, and Best Male Vocal Performance in a Video Game. Since he became part of this family, he's remained active and engaged with the fandom at conventions, interacting with fans on social, appearing in IDW comics, and generously lending his time and talents to random requests from the Transformers team, like creating voiceover bits for New York Toy Fair panels and more over the years. He remains immensely proud of his involvement with Transformers and with Transformers fandom. And he calls Grimlock one of the all-time favorite roles of distinguished career in animation. And I know I speak for all of us on the Transformers team when I say that his portrayal is also one of our all-time favorites. Let's take a look at the special highlight reel.
Grimlock here to save universe. Grimlock order Primatron to make everything like it was before. I tried everything. Me Grimlock solve problem. Of course, the reverse switch. You not so good. Primitive like me. Me Grimlock think I did right thing. Oh, Grimlock hero.
Yeah!
That was awesome.
Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to welcome the newest member of the Transformers Hall of Fame, Greg Berger.
Wowie, wow, wow, wow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. From my digital time paradox PulseCon laptop to yours, I'm very honored. On behalf of me, Greg Berger, and me, Grimlock, I am really, truly, genuinely excited about this induction. I mean, come on. I'm aware of past inductees, and it's a very illustrious group to be a part of, and me impressed also. So I am sincerely and genuinely moved. When we began G1, just like the new cars that say they can see around the next corner, of course that's impossible. We made the best show we could make. We became friends for a lifetime. Many of us launched careers for a lifetime. We still see each other in sessions and in green rooms. And when Wally Burr first called and said, they love you from Grimlock, but everybody's concerned to know whether you can maintain that level of vocal intensity, I said, put me in, coach. I'll go and grow and learn while I earn, and I will make it happen. And I have made it happen, past, present, presumably future. I am so touched. I can literally, I told the team, go on social media and see an image of Grimlock posted and almost wait for someone to tag my name to it. Well, that's a big deal in the branding world, in the performance world, in my personal world. The other thing I couldn't possibly have seen as we made the best show we could make is that I would have the opportunity to go literally around the world. And I'm hoping that many of you watching today, I have had the opportunity to say thank you to you one-on-one. If not, I'm doing it right now. I get fandom. fandom has made me aware of the passion of the audience as well as the creators. And this is a franchise unlike any other. I am sincerely grateful to Hasbro for this honor, and I take it as the honor that it is, and I intend to wear it well. And I'm so grateful to all of you. I've enjoyed the ride. I was telling the team, we were all kind of in the green room together and realizing that what so many under the Hasbro roof have in common is a passion for the work that we do, the people we do it for, the fandom that awaits it, and everybody is on the exceed expectation team. And that's kind of a big deal in the world of whatever. There's no whatever in this endeavor. So let me close with himself. Let me say thank you again. I really am touched, honored, humbled, empowered, and unbelievably flattered at this honor. Me Grimlock no bozo, me Hall of Fame bot. I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Oh, well, congratulations again, Greg. Very well deserved. Yeah, we're very excited to have you as the newest member of the Transformers Hall of Fame. And that's a wrap, fans. Oh, yeah.
I just wanted to say I watched the reveal. I watched the excitement of the reveal. I heard about time paradoxes and every other thing you could imagine. But it's just, it's a great endeavor to be a part of, past, present, and presumably future.
Oh, well, thank you. Happy that you were able to join us today.
My pleasure.
And that's a wrap, guys, for PulseCon, Transformers Toy Panel. And in true Transformers fashion, we will sign off. Greg, if you could do the honors in Grimlock's voice.
Again, my pleasure. And my pleasure. Till all are one.
Till all are one.
Till all are one.
Thanks, fans. Bye.
Bye,
Until
guys.
next time.
See ya.
Grimlock is not just a Dinobot, he's now a Hall of Famer. Congratulations to Greg Berger on your induction to Transformers history. Speaking of Transformers history and iconic voices, it is time for a very special Transformers panel where Transformer team member Ben will host Optimus Prime himself, Peter Cullen, and Decepticon leader Megatron, Frank Welker. Let's head to Ben on Cybertron.
I am so excited that Hasbro PulseCon 2020 has given me the opportunity to be graced with the presence of two great voice actors and individuals that I can call my friends. They not only have created the sounds for, but also developed the characters that so many of you have grown to love and hate over the years. That includes Optimus Prime and Megatron, as well as Ironhide, Soundwave, and so many more. Of course, we are going to be turning the clocks back to the 80s, so for some of you nostalgic types. But this year also marks the 10-year anniversary of Transformers Prime. So we'll use that as an excuse to celebrate their work in that series. Today, we will be together and celebrate the impact that these two actors have had on so many of our lives. With that, I'd like to say hello to Peter Cullen and Frank Welker.
Hey. Hi.
How
Hi,
you
everybody.
doing?
Hi, Frank. Hi, Ben.
How you doing, Peter? Hi, Benjamin. Nice to see you, sir.
Hello. You too. Good to see both of you. You're West Coast, I'm East, so a little bit of time difference. Hopefully that won't make for a 3-hour lag of video, I hope. We're all watching this virtually. So
Yes.
the universe of fans,
Yes.
Transformers fans, are tuning in right now to this amazing panel. And you guys have both had such an impact on their lives. I know on even each other's lives, as I've had a chance to had a lot of great conversations with you both. And I'm excited to take this time to really dig into that and go back. We're going to pull up a couple clips that from some of the work you did, because I think some of the magic is seeing the voices come to life and what you have done to bring the characters to life. So before we roll, anything you guys want to say or share with the universe of Transformers fans?
I'm virtually excited.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And from what I understand on Cybertron, no COVID-19.
No COVID, no. They have definitely been quarantined. Although I have heard that Unicron may be spreading the virus, so we're going to hope that he doesn't make his way to Cybertron. It's what I've been told. It's a rumor, maybe a rumor.
Well said.
Maybe a rumor.
Yes,
I'm sure
indeed.
over the course of this panel, each of you are going to break into some of your famed and favorite character voices, and I know that's what the fans will love to hear from both of you. So as we go, we're going to jump in and we're going to start. We're going to go dial all the way back to the 80s, and we're going to pull up a little short clip here, and we'll be right back. To talk with Peter and Frank. You want me to cue that? But you want me to cue it up?
Sometimes even the wisest of men and machines can be in error. I have no reprimand for Wheeljack or Bumblebee, but as for the Dinobots, they have proven their value. The Dinobots shall remain among us.
Oh,
All
boy,
right.
is that being a lot of memories there.
More memories.
Yeah.
So I think you may have heard, but just earlier today, Greg Berger, the voice of Grimlock, was inducted into the Transformers Hall of Fame year 2020.
Yeah. Bravo,
Wow.
Greg.
Yeah, well
Nobody
deserved.
more deserving. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So how was it working with Greg in bringing such a unique character like Grimlock into the world, and I guess how Optimus would handle talking to another leader or king like Grimlock?
Well, Greg surprised a lot of us because, I mean, his voice is naturally very low, and he's such a good actor. So when he came up with that dinosaur and the leader of the dinosaur, what was one of his first lines was, I can't do him. Me no bozo. Grimlock no bozo. Me king. So it just hit everybody so well because it was so unlikely for Greg. He's such as a person, right, Frank? He's such a smooth and he's well versed in almost everything. A great actor and well read and very smart, and he's always capable of explaining something. Not quite like me, better than most people. And so to hear him go into Grimlock was just special.
Yeah, absolutely. And like Peter said, Greg, when you look down the line of the Transformers, you see Peter and me, and we're spilling coffee on each other and making noises, and Michael Bell's misbehaving, and Susie Blue is even misbehaving. But Greg was always so dignified until the right moment, and then he could put out a zinger that would make everybody laugh. And he was a punster. He loves puns, which I do too. But Greg is such a good actor, and I mean, he totally is committed to acting. And if he's not, doing Transformers or some voice, he's doing like plays or movies. So for him, it's always about acting, eating, breathing, sleeping, acting. When he's not sleeping, he's probably dreaming about acting, directing, writing, producing. So I mean, the guy does everything, and he's a very elegant man. So, and very articulate too, unlike me, who just babbles. What time is it? The watch was made in 1946 by Swiss people who had horns. I don't know. But anyhow,
well
welcome,
said,
Greg.
Well
deserved.
Yeah,
well deserved.
Well, I'm sure he's tuning in. As you both know, he's also just a fan of the franchise too, and so I'm sure he's appreciative of your kind words. And again, we welcome him with open arms into the Transformers Hall of Fame.
Frank, you can attest to this, although I was the victim more often than the culprit. But you were the best at distracting people from a serious situation. And whether you did it with a sound effect or with something live, water, for example, Tell the story, Frank, of what you would do if I was getting too serious and I was taking a glass of water, a sip of water between takes or something. And
Well, one
fill 'em
thing
in.
that was always fun to do to Peter. First, we insisted on standing next to each other because when we actually were serious and acting, we really played off each other. I mean, it was really important, and I fed so much off Peter. It was great.
To this day.
To this day. Oh yeah. If we go in fact, I think in Prime, they separated us, and we said, no way, we got to be together. And they said, yeah, but you're both so loud, blah, 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 blah. And sure enough, they put us right back together again. And of course, that was wonderful because I could unleash my flea. The flea was something that always got Peter because I would just sneak up behind him, and his ears were like landing strips. Runway 16 left, runway 16 right. Yeah. Now, that probably doesn't sound like anything here, but in the middle of a session when he's trying to be like the Lord of the Master Universe and concentrate, it just, it's so out of left field that he would always go nuts. And I love that. But if you could catch him drinking water and it would come through his nose, then you've achieved the goal. Very serious
awesome. I think
actors,
there's some maybe ASMR. I think there's maybe some audio recordings you could have done back then of Frank messing with Peter during recording sessions.
Oh boy, I wish we had him.
And and Wally was such a taskmaster. I mean, he really was so into the characters and into the scripts that sometimes he wouldn't even trust what he just read. He'd want to read it again, make sure he got everything exactly right. Mm-hmm. And he was terrific at at every little detail. So sometimes he would take a long time in the process. And the actors, we basically are kids. So you got to start misbehaving at some point, and then to be able to pick on another kid like Peter, this is like heaven.
So it's interesting you talk about the chance on Prime to record together, how important that was for you. So I want to actually pull up another clip, which is from Prime, and actually has the two of you in together. So it's we're going to play clip 1 from Prime. We're going to jump fast forward from the 80s quick. We just skipped a couple of years, couple decades in there. But again, in celebration of the 10th year anniversary of Prime, we're going to roll the first clip I have there, which has both of these famed characters together. We'll be right back.
Optimus, been well? I see you brought your trusty watchdog. I was certain he'd be convalescing in a scrapyard by now.
Why don't you invite him down here for a check?
I know why you're here, Megatron. Hardly a surprise, Optimus. After all, you and I have been at this a long time.
So question for you guys, how do you go from that then casual drinks after? So much hatred behind the microphone.
Well, I don't know how to you take that, Frank.
Well, because he actually hated you. That's why, Peter.
Excuse me. In all seriousness, we did have a tremendous battle energy in the studio, and it really came across. I mean, even some of the other actors were quiet after we'd finished, some dialogue or fighting, just in response to, not pick up their lines. So we always felt like that was kind of a compliment to us. But, there's just such a power and energy back and forth that you forget that is another human being. That is truly the enemy. And I think when you can get into that frame of mind, it's that's what acting's all about, and it really feels good. Now, when we leave and we go for cocktails. It's amazing to see how we fight again, but it's to see who's going to get the check. And that's absolutely true. Peter says, no, let me get it. I said, no, come on, Peter, please. No. And then usually I let him get it. But after all, him, Megatron.
Yeah.
You know, there wasn't much time. There wasn't much time for play after a session because Mr. Big, and I mean Mr. Big, I call him the king. Le roi. En français, le roi. The king, because he is. And he would always have to rush off to another session, you know, while us menial actors, you know, would just wait along for another session, maybe next week. He'd do 6 and 7, 8 of these a day. Anyway, so I would always say, leaving the room, I didn't believe a word of it. Nothing you said. I didn't believe any of it, Frank. You didn't scare me a bit.
Not intimidating.
Just kidding.
I think what's interesting, though. Oh, what's that, Frank?
I said, and that's acting, you know.
That's that. And well, I think what's interesting is this, I believe, going back to Prime, I think this was the first time that Optimus and Megatron met in Prime. And what I think is interesting is that you almost had to start over again, right after doing, you know, the G1, you know, continuity for so long, to come back and basically, you know, start that relationship and almost the hatred all over again so many years later. What was it like for you two to come back into the characters and try to remember that you know, that relationship that you guys helped create so well, you know, 2 decades prior?
Well, for me, I was just going to say that my character actually had transformed into a different voice, with keeping it just a little bit of G1 in there, but really creating almost a whole new character voice, with keeping all of the same feelings and thoughts that Megatron had. And Peter, I think his continuity was a little bit smoother because he knew exactly where he was going, because he really had continued to do that character in the features and on everything. But for me, it was definitely a different step. It was a step into a different world, which was fantastic. And again, Peter, I've said many times before, is one of those generous type actors where he'll stand there and give you line readings, or other people go out and get coffee or donuts or something while they're waiting for you to do your stuff. Peter will always say, do you want me to stay here and read lines for you and go through your jacket, see if I can find some money? But he really is one of those type of actors who would do that. And that helped, because Peter literally, he'd say, maybe he was kind of actually helping me on some of the reads and feelings and sound when I'd kind of start to stray off. So for me, it was really, really fun, because it was almost like a new acting job, or a new extension, you know, a more, just a little bit more of a different character. And then also doing the CGI stuff, everything was more subtle. You know, you could actually, when you move your mouth, you know, you could actually say things and do stuff, where in G1, you could go, and so the CGI stuff made it another level of interesting acting. And so that was, for me, it was fun, but it was definitely a change.
Also, we had to adjust to different directors, and we also had to adjust to size concerns, because in the movie, for example, the movies, we're looking at perhaps a 45-foot tall character, and so they were concerned sometimes with how would that affect the voice, you know? So they did a lot of investigating and employed a lot of devices to you know, warrant the size, which was unnecessary, really. But in retrospect, it didn't hurt anything, because the gist of the character were still there. But I think the greatest transformation was Frank, because he employed sounds that took on the metallics and the size of the metallics and the different structure physically. I think he really mastered that with the 100%. That was incredible.
Yeah.
When we go into Prime, Transformers Prime, but that was a different look, and it was a different feel. Everybody felt the same way, and but I think your transformation was the best, Frank.
Well,
so Frank, I'm going to give you a minute or two to practice.
Sure.
Oh wait,
Okay.
I'll give you a minute or two to practice in your mind, not out loud, because I'm going to ask Peter questions. But I would love for you to give us pick a line and give us a little G1 Megatron and a little Prime Megatron. So I'll be back to you in a second, so you can think about that and practice. Peter, you mentioned though the different directing, and earlier you mentioned Sue Blue. And I know you guys go way back and very close for a long time. And I know at the beginning of Prime, she was part of that. I think what was special did she bring to really helping create the characters and the voices? And I know a lot of the Prime cast was new; they weren't part of the G1 cast. What did she bring to the table? We can touch on, if you're okay with that, to talk about just Sue's role in Prime and the voice directing.
Well, number one, an incredible talent and an understanding of Transformers more than perhaps a lot of other people. And it's not a mystery that being on top of being an actress on top of that makes it extremely beneficial to all of us. So working with Sue and is always a great pleasure. And she's just so there. And of course, her understanding of Transformers made it so much easier,
Yeah.
And sometimes that wasn't easy sometimes, but there was nothing really difficult about Transformers at all, because we blended and we traversed every script in much the same way, and was always responding to the ability of somebody that would stand out. We were always there, to say, God, that was great. We were behind each other.
That's great. All right. Well, I know it's tough. Maybe I don't think Starscream was always willfully behind Megatron, but Frank, have I given you enough time to kind of give our audience around, all the audience around the universe watching this panel a little bit of taste of Megatron?
Well, yeah, but you gave me too much time, because now I've gone back into Dinobots. No, I forgot, because I wanted to tell you. See, this is what happens when I go to auditions. They say, Frank, only one.
Pick one.
But in Dinobots, I just wanted that Greg Berger, we're talking about how intellect and articulate he is. And then when he's the leader of the Dinobots, not the brightest of bulbs in the bag, let's face it. And he comes up with that great voice. Well, Wally says to me, I want you to listen to this, because you're going to be one of the Dinobots, and I want you to kind of do what Greg's doing, because it's just brilliant. So then he plays it and he goes, and I just laughed so hard, and I said, are you serious? And he said, yeah. And then I listened. I said, well, that's okay. So I was Sludge, one of the Dinobots. Me, Sludge people, maybe not too bright, but can step on Constructicons. Okay, on to Megatron. Don't give me too much time now. So actually, in the G1 Megatron, there was, as Peter mentioned, there was a lot of metallic stuff, and I did this voice fooling around when I was a kid called I call it my Cave of Wonders, but it was just multiple voices like, So it was just kind of a weird thing, and I thought, could I ever use that? And then I heard Barry White. I love you, man. I just love you, baby. And I thought, well, now there's a great voice. I love the bass to that. Yeah, I'll keep that for Soundwave. So still thinking of, all right, the evil, the metal, the pain, the scratchiness. And so eventually, I am Megatron, leader of the Decepticons. Wish you have to put in a little bit of throat there. Then, to go into our Prime, this was, a little bit more present. And again, with the CGI, you have all that, wonderful facial stuff working for you. So you don't have to be quite so broad. And again, it really looked huge to me. I mean, the way the model was done. And I loved Prime, Megatron and Prime, but he was bigger and nastier. All right, Prime, you want to deal with me? Then I say, tyranny!
Intimidating, Peter?
Absolutely. Yeah. I didn't believe a word of it, though.
Not a word.
No.
Not me.
But it goes from here right into now. I can still feel him, you see. And then when you go into the features, then it's even more Megatron.
I don't know how they called us brothers, Megatron. There's not a semblance between you and I. As a fact, you look more like a Grimlock.
Well, I wonder. So now you talk about brothers, and Peter, brothers are always competing, right? One-upping. So I noticed in that clip that Megatron seemed to have a superpower of flight. So, question for you: if you could dial back the clock on Optimus Prime, and he had a superpower, if you could choose between flying, invincibility, or a tractor trailer that disappeared off screen, which, for those that remember the 80s cartoon, which superpower would you want? Or maybe there's another one that you wish Optimus had had.
I like all three.
Matrix leadership doesn't count as a superpower.
I'll take them all. I like the disappearing factor. Yeah. I like
the disappearing trailer was great.
The disappearing trailer, correct. Yeah. Yeah, no. Well, in the future, who knows?
You know what?
Well, I personally would go for flying, but it's just me.
I would personally, I think I'd like to be able to read minds and speak French.
All right, so this is when you know that we're off the rails a little bit, guys. So I'm going to throw on another clip, and this one is a little more, I guess, somber, and this brings a little of the seriousness in Peter to Optimus in the storytelling, and I think Prime, definitely did this to just a next level, and I think the animation definitely helped that. So we're going to roll the second clip I have for Transformers Prime.
We must not allow our anger over the loss of Cliffjumper to impair our judgment. As of today, only we 5 Autobots remain on this Earth. We owe it to ourselves, to the memory of Cybertron, to any Autobots in any galaxy seeking safe harbor, to humankind. And we owe it to the memory of our fallen comrade, to survive.
That was well written.
Emotional moment. Yeah, and I think Peter, I know as we've talked before, the idea of comrades and soldier, and it means a lot and is close to you. And if too emotional, happy to bring up a silly clip next. But I know how much the family has meant to you too, as just personally and professionally. To go into a scene like that, I mean, I definitely can attest that you put 200% of Peter into not just the character, but that scene. Would love to hear if you can talk a little bit about that.
Well, of course, I was rather close to that situation due to my brother Larry, who was the model for Optimus Prime in its original conception. And Larry, being a Marine and fighting over snow in a war, changed him a lot, as it changed a lot of Marines, a lot of our military men and women, in such ways that it's really hard to recognize, and unless you're rather close. And I was close. I went to a lot of reunions for the Marine company that my brother served in, and I met a lot of strangers who didn't become strangers any longer. And I listened and I watched and I felt how deeply they felt things and how those experiences affected them. And that brought a lot into the second phase of Transformers for me. Into Transformers Prime. Just watching that last clip, I could see there was a twitch, there was a change, and it was so well written, and it was almost as if the writer knew exactly what I was feeling too, because he just nailed it. And like some of the movies, they started to interweave together, and it's something that I'm proud of. But I'm most proud the fact that a lot of fans have made it possible for me to feel that way.
Agreed. No, and it is much appreciated. And Frank, I'm sure while your character may not have had the same, I'm sure you collectively all as actors behind the mics for this property, you said you all band together as comrades, and I think that friendship definitely comes through in the series over 30 plus years.
Yeah, and even in the G1 family, we're still friends. We know everybody, and thank goodness most of us are still around. And so it is amazing to go back that far and see that we still have our friends and family, and then our Prime family. It's like a whole. I mean, it's so trite to say, but it is true. You really become families, and some are better families than others. And our Transformer families have just been awesome. And Prime, we saw the gals get married, have babies, all within this period of our recordings.
All right.
But just one thing about Peter, with such beauty and dignity, and the way he explains his feelings in this, and I will tell you, as I kind of hit on when we act together in a fight scene or something, or yelling at each other, when Peter does speeches, and I remember this, the whole room is just quiet. Afterwards, when they come back and we're supposed to roll, it's like everybody's got to go, we just need to take a break. And I mean, that just shows you the power of an actor and his words and his heart, so
jeez,
it's nice to be in a room when you see that.
I'll get you for this. I'll get you for this.
Embarrassing him, but it's true.
No, and Peter is such a humble, great person. Again, we've had the chance. We spent a couple days in China a few years ago, and I think just to get to know both you and Peter. And again, I appreciate Peter. That I know it's emotional, and I know that the fan. I think what's important for the fans around the world to know not just the sounds that come from the screen, but the people behind it. And again, thank you both for being vulnerable right now a little bit. And I know that's much appreciated, and it just means a lot to everybody. But I'm going to flip it on its head a little bit. And after Frank, you gave us kind of your cave sounds, which may have actually gotten you some other work, I guess, separately, possibly, specifically around caves and sounds and talking caves. There's not many talking caves. I don't know where that came from.
That's true. That's true.
So I'm actually going to skip to, I had a video queued up fourth that I'm going to actually jump to right now because I think it's a fun one.
Okay.
My army will come, but my time away has yielded a more intriguing means of materializing them. The solidified form of the matter the ancient texts refer to as the blood of Unicron.
Unicron the Destroyer. But it is said that his blood is the anti-spark.
plucked from cosmic shores. Gaze upon dark Energon.
Legend tells that it holds the power to revive the dead.
We require only a cadaver to be certain. Are you willing to make the ultimate sacrifice?
That may not be necessary. If I may, Lord Megatron. Consider it a welcome home present.
All right, maybe not quite as fun. Not quite as fun. So I think that's. But what's fun about it is, I guess I'll say, is that to Megatron, that was fun. And so that's where I want to go a little bit with this. Is that, and you got to this a little bit as you're doing the voices and stuff. The darkness of this character, almost as if he was fallen, and there was joy in what he was doing and had become, which definitely was maybe it kind of devolved from Prime a little bit. Yeah, you hit at some of the sounds, but you can, like, how did you really approach this character for the fans out there? As you said, this character changed maybe more so than Optimus. Like, what was in you? Did you search for in your soul to bring this character to life?
Well, I'll tell you, to be honest with you, for me, and I heard that Peter Ustinov, one of my great idols and old actors, which probably a lot of people don't remember, but he was a brilliant actor from England. And he said that when he got a character, when he was doing or trying to create a character, he looked for the voice first. And I thought that was so amazing, because in our world, everything is voice. But of course, every actor has their own process. But for me, I kind of build on the voice. So in G1, you already know that story. And in Prime, I was, kind of drawing from that, but I had to create something new. So I kind of went back to thinking of the roots of Megatron. And I think that it comes from his lust for power. And then he just happens to have that inner evil, and the combination of those two. And I think, what's the old saying? Power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And I think that is Megatron's maybe his nexus, but the driving force is to power. And I think that he was jumped over, and Prime was given, Optimus Prime became a Prime, but Megatron, being a gladiator and a fighter and tremendously proud, that began that bubble, that burning. And so that lust for power and to beat Optimus Prime and to be the super Prime now has taken over, and that evil core plus the thirst for power, and nothing will stop him. And the joy of crushing the enemy, I think, goes back to him being a gladiator. So when he smashes something, that gives him great joy and builds that fire.
So you put a little more into this than you did Sludge, then. A little bit more.
Sludgy poo, yeah. Sludgy just want to eat swamp mud.
Well, that explains everything.
It's so fun for those. Again, the work you've done, even off the Transformer screen, is amazing. I'm sure it's inspired some of the characters you've done as well. So I have a shorter clip. That one was a longer one, but again, I wanted to play off when I say, show off what fun was to Megatron, which still scares me, and I think I may have had nightmares back when the series came out. I was post-college. This is when I still watched cartoons after college, although I still watch them, and I'm well older than that too. So I got a shorter clip here, and really no question. We're just going to play it, and hopefully we'll all laugh a little, and then we'll move on to the next one.
All righty.
Your Autobots are wise, Optimus. They know when to retreat.
I hold no illusions about engaging your army, Megatron. But I might derail its objective by removing its head.
Highly unlikely, Optimus, as I am infused with their very might.
One shall stand, one shall fall.
You would have made a fine Decepticon.
I chose my side.
Very powerful scene. So we're going to dive in. We're going to talk about this clip here in a minute because there's a lot in this one to digest, and there's definitely some laughing, and that's what I want to get to Frank. It seems like Megatron laughed a lot in Prime. It wasn't funny, not a funny show, I don't think, but a lot of laughing, a lot of I'll call it cackles more so. I think.
Yeah.
More than laughing. Almost every line he delivered to Optimus, he had a cackle after it. So was that you? Was that ad-libbed? I'm always curious. I've always been curious if that was scripted. Evil Megatron line, cackle. Evil Megatron line, laugh.
You know, I think most of the time it was a delight of Megatron. It's just an ad-lib. But every once in a while, they would put Megatron laughs or whatever. I don't remember them saying cackle quite, but yeah, they would say Megatron giggles or smiles. But most of the time, those were ad-libs, and I found them motivated by whatever was happening in the scene. And hopefully, I was doing something treacherous or evil or tyrannical to someone or something. But hey, you know, as a villain, all villains should have a unique laugh,
maniacal laugh,
and
yes,
a maniacal laugh. And I really, really enjoyed all of my different Megatron laughters, etc.
Etc. Oh, believe me, there's a lot of et ceteras there. Yeah.
Yes.
Peter, in that scene, and I think I saw you kind of reacted to it. There's a very, very classic line: "One shall stand, one shall fall." Deliver there. That is definitely T-shirt and billboard material. What was it like to deliver that line and just see now what, so long after, what that means to people beyond even this simple animated series?
It's almost Shakespearean when you think about it, because it's, it's a very determined, angered statement, and it's coming with full force. There's nothing to be taken for granted here. One of us is gonna, bite it, and one of us gonna bite it pretty quick. And the way one of them feels, it's going to be right now, so one shall, well, it speaks for itself, and it is classical, but it'd be hard to say in real life. You're arguing with somebody and you say, yeah, well, one shall stand and one shall fall. Don't think so. No, that's not how. One
Works
shall
in a cartoon.
stand. Yeah. One shall fall. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, but you have to be 45 feet tall to do it.
Yeah.
But
That's a
you
long
noticed, do you notice how the show, in order to continue, it's one shall stand and one shall fly.
Fly away. Yeah.
You got the
And one
last
didn't
one.
fly. Yeah. It's that superpower comes back again.
Yeah. Goodbye, Optimus Prime.
Oh, jeez.
So for you, Frank, for the series, even if Megatron went away, I mean, you were still coming back behind the microphone for how many other characters? At least Soundwave. I think your character roster for Prime was a little narrower than G1, which may have been in the dozens. But Soundwave has definitely become a fan favorite, and I will say, and I'm sporting a Soundwave shirt, so my apologies, Peter, not wearing my Optimus shirt today.
No. Hey, I'm a fan as well. Soundwave is one of the great voice creations. Frank is the king. That's all there is to say. Soundwave. Rest my case.
I'm buying the drinks.
Okay.
Now, Frank,
my
on that, how
birthday,
much
what the
of a Soundwave was you naturally versus electronics and remix?
Well, actually, all the bass was there, but the nice little harmonics that Scott put on it, and what is Scott's last name? Do you remember? I want to remember his name. He's such a good guy and a really good editor and sound guy for Wally. Scott, he's such a neat kid too. But so he put on those harmonics, which really added that kind of an interesting tone. But then for me, it was really kind of a fun, easy character because it was just really monotone. So I would just, there was very little that I could do, and then you want to keep that deep register, so I'm going to lean into my mic here. But
I am Soundwave. Nothing to report here. Please stand by. Megatron. Soundwave reporting.
And then Scotty did all the work. He'd go beep, boop, beep, beep, boop, 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 and Megatron sounds. But it's always fun to do. But you certainly don't have a lot of big latitude with him. You want to keep it in the basement. I will tell you one. I like Soundwave.
What were you gonna say, Frank? Though
I'm not going to tell you.
Oh, you're not going to tell us now. All right. So we'll tune in next time to Stories of Soundwave from Frank Wilhelm.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I just really enjoyed Soundwave, as well as Megatron, obviously.
So I have one final clip from Prime as a throwback to a decade ago, and we'll come back and talk about this.
Without a means of leaving this world, we Autobots take strength in the bonds we have forged with our three young friends. True warriors. If not in body, then in spirit. My name is Optimus Prime, and I send this message. Though we did not choose to be of Earth, it would seem that we are here to stay. If you approach this planet with hostile intent, know this. We will defend ourselves. We will defend humanity. We will defend our home.
Absolutely epic.
Wow.
And goosebumps. I think, Frank, I would take it. These were the times where you would all come back maybe quiet to the booth.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
what I think, Peter, is what's so amazing, though, it's so epic and it's stoic, but it's not threatening. There's a respect. and I think that's the balance of what you've been able to do with Optimus, that, you know, he can deliver such a statement like that, yet it isn't, you know, it doesn't come out like a Megatron where it's a threat to everybody. That's so amazing.
It's power and majesty combined.
Yes. Peter, what I guess you would approach something like that. Like you said, I think the majesty is such a great word, Frank. Do you remember delivering those lines? Can you picture yourself in the booth behind the microphone? Did you have to stand up taller and really prepare yourself, or was that just
well, you do
you
automatically.
had to be
with
45
that
feet tall? Yeah,
it comes automatic with Prime. There's such an honesty to him, and it goes back to my brother Larry. I mean, he was just honest. You know, he was a leader, and that's what you got. You know, and he was that way. I mean, he couldn't lie. You know, he just. So I just, you know, plug into honesty. You know, that feel it. Be your brother, or, you know, be who you have to be to make this honest and real and pure. You know, if it's going to have an effect, if it's going to touch somebody, it has to be real. It has to be honest. And knowing that, you know, I wouldn't want to let my brother down.
yeah. And I think it's, you know, so appreciative that you're together on this for this great panel. I think, Frank, you've said it before, but just as Peter's peer, to hear that delivered in the booth just must have been something that, you know, is very rarely repeated or done through all the other work you have done in the decades.
Oh yeah, I mean, and honestly, whenever I hear Peter, I mean, you just hear that voice, and aside from what he's saying and the dignity that he puts into everything that he does, the quality and the beauty of that sound in his voice is just unbelievable. So when you combine all that in a studio, and I tell you, I'm not joking or exaggerating. When he's doing his lines, you look at all the other actors and everybody's just jaws are on the floor, and there's quiet afterwards. You know, it's not like, oh, I got to get out of here, get my coffee, get in my car and go. Everybody's just like, whoa, what did he just do? And you listen to the words, you listen to his heart, and you hear that voice, and there's nothing better. I all day long, for me, it's the best.
Oof.
Yeah,
I'm so thankful for that. Thank you.
Yeah. And then, so I guess I will ask too, Peter. Last question.
Okay.
Have you ever had the chance to leave a voicemail for anyone in the voice of Optimus Prime, or with some of those amazing lines? You must have taken the opportunity to either set up your voicemail as Optimus or leave someone just one of those memorable messages from Prime.
Well, I have had an opportunity on more than one occasion. As a matter of fact, we're starting to do that now at conventions. But I have had a few humorous moments where they've landed in the right ear, you know.
Yeah.
But it was always well appreciated and well respected. So it failed in its purpose. The purpose was to make a point. Oh man, I got your message. Oh, that was fantastic. It's not the point I was trying to make, you know. Oh well.
I think it's any child's dream, or now adult like myself's dream, thinking back to my childhood, to get a message from Prime. No offense, Frank, but
oh no, I totally understand.
I mean, Megatron would have scared the living daylights out of me as a child if he had called me.
I would just. Well, actually, I would do the message for people. It'd be like, "This is Megatron, leader of the Decepticons. Leave your name and number at the sound of the beep, or I will follow you home."
Oh, gee.
I might need that to get some of the telemarketers off my back. Maybe.
Yeah, not quite the dignity of Mr. Cullen.
Not quite. Not quite. Hey, the two of you, I hope you have had as much fun as I have in this PulseCon 2020 panel. It's been good. It's been great just to look back. I can't quite say turn back the clock because I was, maybe 5 when you were behind the microphone, but I was definitely on the other side of the TV, seeing the amazing work you both did to bring the characters to life, bring this franchise to life. And I know I can speak on behalf of the universe of Transformers fans around the world that, either grew up with it or just finding it for the first time today to say thank you for what you both have done and what you've given all of us. It's more than just entertainment. There's purpose and meaning and just more than meets the eye to the Transformers brand. Any final parting words you'd like to share with the universe of fans out there of Transformers?
I have one. I mean, during this particular time, I could say it. It's
we are all in this together. It is a trial, but we are together. And when one thinks that he is alone, this is not the time to think. This is the time to remember. We are together, and through this, we will survive.
Beautiful. See what I mean?
Goosebumps.
The room gets quiet,
Completely.
and now it goes dark. Beautiful.
Curtain close. There's no stronger ending than that. So I thank you both. The PulseCon 2020 could not have been what it is without the two of you. And again, the Transformers brand and Peter, Frank, thank you both. And look forward to continuing to celebrate this brand and our fandom with the great characters you bring to life every day.
Thank you, Ben.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank you, guys.
Bye, Pete.
Bye, Frank.
That's all from the Transformers team, folks. But before we bring things back to Earth, you, the fans, have been submitting some truly terrific cosplay to the Hasbro PulseCon Cosplay Contest. Hold on, wait, sorry. Looks like we are receiving some sort of broadcast interruption. They're telling me it looks like it's coming from an Autobot with an important message. Let's patch them in.
Drop the beat. I wish you stayed with the boys.
Don't seem to be hearing anything. Can you repeat that?
Hey, Jackie, how about now?
You guys, it's John Cena. Welcome, John.
Thank you! And hello, PulseCon. The champ is here indeed. I'm broadcasting live from an undisclosed location on Cybertron that oddly looks like a white void or Earth. Never mind. Anyway, I'm here to reveal the winners of the PulseCon Hasbro's PulseCon Cosplay Contest, and we are looking for the fan that best embodies their hero or villain. For those little details in the outfit, we're looking more for the top cosplayer who's truly more than meets the eye, and we've narrowed it down to 4. And as a cosplayer myself, this is a wonderful outfit, which is a hybrid between Bumblebee and an arena cotton candy vendor. But we are on a mission to help those recognize the 2020 PulseCon Cosplay Contest winners. So let's do this.
Yeah. John, I mean, we got so many incredible submissions, as you can see.
Oh, I can see, but can you see me?
Oddly enough, I cannot. Wait, there you are.
It's
okay.
amazing how
And
that
here
works.
are some of the amazing cosplays that we received.
Those are quite good. Yes, indeed. I see that Ghostbusters is an underlying theme. Yeah. Ooh, that one's fantastic. That I feel so costume inferior right now. You know, so many great costumes, but we can only award 4 today. So who's going to be the champ? Let's find out. At number 4, we have at Joe Colton Cosplay. as Cobra Emperor Serpentor. Can I get a Cobra? That costume is amazing.
Yeah, that one's awesome. There's some really great detail there. It looks great.
Yeah. All right. Let's keep it moving. Third place with their Decepticon Soundwave is at nerd_alert_cosplay, which is probably my favorite Decepticon. Robot dogs for the win. Let's see. Can we get the image? There it is. That one was third.
Yeah. I mean, it's
third.
only going to get better. They all are great. What are numbers? It's just rankings, but it looks fantastic.
Well, I mean, they were robbed, but that's okay. That's fine. That's all right. I'm anticipating second and first. In second place, drum roll. No, that's cool. All right. Okay. Here is at Bulletproof Studios 1 as Goldar. Whoa! What the? I'm not going to burn it. I only get one, and I'm not going to burn it. I want to. Love to. Want to. I can't. But that is amazing.
Yeah, that's really good. It almost, I know it is a photo, but it looks like a painting, a picture, if that makes sense.
That's screen ready. All right. Finally, the 2020 Hasbro PulseCon Cosplay Contest winner is at Human 2 as Autobot leader Optimus Prime. And he is definitely ready to roll out. All right, let's give it up for our new champion and our 3 finalists. This was a tough one, man.
Yeah.
Wow, congratulations.
How big was that? It looked enormous. I mean, you guys, thank you all so much for submitting. We had so many killer entries, and congratulations to the champion.
And you know what? I am bathed in costume shame syrup because those costumes were fantastic. And once again, it took 30 days, day and night, to make this outfit. And I realize it's not Zoom friendly. I'm sitting down and most of the costume is behind me. This was a tactical error on my part. I've learned though. I've definitely learned. You know what? And I'm going to stick around because we got some guys coming up that I really want to talk to. And we have some questions. They have some answers. I hear Tenacious D's in town.
So I am not going to lie. I can't hear a word anyone is saying. We're live, baby. I can't.
That's okay.
Okay, maybe we'll just talk really big. Yep, that's what I've...
Okay. Lips. Tenacious D!
It's Tenacious D. I don't need to hear.
Yeah, you don't need to hear.
I'll just watch.
Oh, there I am. Sorry, guys. I got messed up on my split screen.
So those that can't hear, you can hear. Please give a warm PulseCon welcome to the D, Tenacious D.
Yes.
Thank you.
The roar of the crowd, it warms my heart. The virtual crowd, I feel it. I don't hear it, but I feel it. Thank you. We love you too.
Buried in a bunker. I can't feel the energy.
No audio.
Still no audio. That's okay. We got it. Because here's the thing. I got questions for them, and they got answers. Are you guys ready to do a little bit of Q&A?
Yeah,
Let's do
John.
it.
I mean, I hear you. You hear me. What else do we need, right?
We hear each other.
Can I just say one thing before we start?
He's totally missing out on this because she has
Did
no
you
audio.
hear that?
Oh, okay.
It was a little
I
something
did.
in the background that I cooked up just for you. Anyways.
It was
let's do
It
this.
seemed to have a meaty froth, and that was just
It
that
was
just me gauging
subtler.
the
I
audio.
didn't want it to be so subtle. It was kind of like a whimper in the background. I wanted it to be more robust.
Okay. So
she's back.
If you were a toy, what toy would you be and why? And if I hold my mic like this, I can hear you.
Or you can. Okay. All right. Excellent. So, guys, if you were a toy, what toy would you be and why?
Cage, do you have a toy in mind?
I think I'd be a transformer, so that I could transform.
And why?
I would like to always be changing, like I do with my hair color.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I heard nothing.
Well, let me ask you this, Cage. What would you change from what transformer would you be, and then to change from what to what?
I can't really get into specifics. I've only ridden the ride.
I'll get into specifics. For you, I see you as like a Lamborghini transforming into an F-14, Anyways, me, what would I be? I always like G.I. Joe. But I'd like them to alter it a little bit just for this season. I'd like to be switched if they could change it to President Joe, because he's a real American hero. President Joe is there. President Joe! Thank you. Just had to get that out.
I only got one. I want to burn it. But I can't.
You can.
It's not that
you can, John.
That is it. That is
There
an
was ever a
absolute
moment.
great parlay into my next question, which is going to focus on G.I. Joe.
Yeah.
Besides your creation of President Joe, what is your favorite G.I. Joe character and why?
My favorite G.I. Joe character is G.I. Joe himself. And it's not because I don't remember any of the other characters. It's because G.I. Joe's the ultimate badass.
Fair.
He's a military man down to the core. He loves his country, and he's willing to do anything it takes to protect it. He's got weapons training. He's got a steely gaze. You think you got him cornered? That's right where he wants to be. That's when he's at his best.
He exists in a circle. He knows no corner.
Do you ever get a feeling the guy's just making stuff up the top of his head? Doesn't really know anything about G.I. Joe. All I know is I know G.I. Joe.
Yeah.
Can I switch to Stretch Armstrong? Is it too late to switch to Stretch Armstrong?
You can. You absolutely can.
He's stretchy. You can pull him apart, and he stays together. The real question is, what came first, Stretch Armstrong or the Fantastic Four guy who stretches? Because I think there's a lawsuit pending. Somebody ripped somebody off.
You can't really copyright
how
stretching,
about
though,
the
can
Incredibles? How did the Incredibles come in and just steal Fantastic Four's whole job? How was someone not sued? Anyways,
you're just jumping to the next one. You don't want him to talk. There's a voice in my head that you guys can probably hear, or not. I don't know. But we got to get this going. Yeah, they're like, hey guys, we're happy you're here. Grateful. You're talking a lot.
Yeah,
we gotta keep this moving.
Keep it moving. We got questions to get to.
So they wanted me to ask you a question about a Jack Black Marvel movie. When is that coming out? And would you have a superhero?
You know what? I'll tell you this. At this moment, I do not have a Marvel movie. But would I want to be in one? Hell to the yes. Obviously.
Yeah.
Who wouldn't want to be? I would like to be in one of them Thor Ragnaroks with Taika Waititi. My favorite director right now. Have you seen Jojo Rabbit?
I have not seen Jojo Rabbit.
Best movie of the year.
Right. That's my homework.
If you get a chance. Put that at the top of the list. I bet you got a nice TV at home, John Cena. Me too. Cage, jumbo screen at home?
I think go up there. It's not this question. The next. It's when did.
You know what?
Marvel
villain. They want us to talk about like Marvel heroes and villains. That's cool. There's a question here that I like, and this seems to be from our fans that I want to ask you guys. What's your best memory from the road?
Oh, Cage, what's the best memory?
In a day and age where life is different for all of us. Let's harken back to another time. What's your best memory on the road?
Wow.
Best memory on the road.
So many great ones.
I mean, it's always on the bus in between gigs. We have like good talking of lifetimes. Just me and Cage. Friendship. Talking about this crazy universe that we live in. That's not very rock and roll. You want to hear about, when we threw the TV out the top floor of the penthouse with the...
Yeah.
We don't have any of those stories.
No.
I
We're
like
just talking about life.
Walking down the cobbled streets of some strange German town, grabbing a schnitzel.
Dude, you ate my... I want to spend it right here. You ate my effing schnitzel. You ate my schnitzel, dude.
What's next for us?
So,
wow.
What is next for you guys?
We've got a major project we can't tell you about.
Son of a bitch.
Secret.
Well, we had a whole rock and roll tour planned. And obviously because of pandemic times, we had to postpone. Our last show was in Paris, and it was one of the most incredible concerts ever. What an incredible experience that was. But we have a record planned. So look for a record from Tenacious D. What's the year, Cage, that we're planning on dropping it?
2024.
This is what I wanted.
2024.
Come on, guys.
That's the way we go.
Can
We
we
go
get
like every 6 years. We don't just plop out a record like most bands. We have to make it the best record ever made. And it takes a long time, you know?
Fair. It's a fair point. All right.
We might drop a little nugget here and there.
What's that? No, I want to talk to them. I want to talk to them about their favorite moment of 2020.
Oh my God!
Because we talked about life before all this.
Yeah,
and then we talked about your last concert.
Yeah,
but I'd like to know. And now, what's your favorite moment of 2020?
Okay,
I think for me it was when we touched down, got back from Europe on the good old U.S. of A. in one piece. It was touch and go for a while.
You were happy. You were finally happy. Well, because you were so
I'm
filled
so
with.
glad.
So Kyle was in Europe also even longer than me because we did a Tenacious D tour in Europe, and then I came back and he was like, "I'm not done rocking. I'm gonna go rock with my other band, KGB." Was it KGB or was it? It wasn't Trainwreck. What was the gas company?
It was the gas company. Yeah,
he's got a lot of bands. And then it was like the pandemic was spreading all around Europe, and it was like, get your ass back over here. And he made back like right before
barely
the
got back.
All shut.
People
So
were rioting in the airport.
Continuously rocking out is your favorite part of 2020?
I'd say so.
That's fair.
My favorite part of 2020 was just getting closer with my wife and the kids, you know, because it's brought the family together in a way. We watch movies every night. We go swimming every night. Well, every other night.
As long as you wait 20 minutes after you eat, you're fine.
I never do. I never follow that grandma's tale.
Oh my God.
I'll eat in the pool.
You'll figure it out. I personally want to thank. I know I'm here solo. Jackie has left me. I'm going to pitch back to her for a second. Tenacious D, I really want to thank you guys. I'm a huge fan. We didn't burn our one. We're going to save it for a time in the future.
Yes.
Thank you guys for spending some time with me, and we're going to go back
Thank
to Jackie.
you, John.
Love you, John.
You're the best.
Stay golden.
Blown away. You could say that was a pretty tenacious performance. I'll show myself out. I know. Guys, wow. What a show. Thank you all for being here. And thank you again to 16-time world champion and Bumblebee star, John Cena. Now, as some of you may know, today is National Ghost Hunting Day. With that said, next up, a brand that needs no introduction. From the iconic 1984 movie to the hit cartoon series, legendary action figures, and the all-new film coming your way in 2021, Ghostbusters is on fire. So let's start with our classic Ghostbusters panel featuring Winston Zeddemore himself, Ernie Hudson, as well as designers and Ghostbusters team members, ghostly surprises, and classic toy news. So let's kick it over to Bill and Pam from the Ghostbusters team. They've got the tools, they've got the talent, and they have a big surprise for everyone. Ghostbusters team, take it away.
Hi, I'm Bill. I'm a designer here at Hasbro for Ghostbusters.
Hi, and I'm Pam. I work on the Ghostbusters marketing team here at Hasbro.
and welcome to the first ever Hasbro PulseCon Ghostbusters Panel.
And on National Ghost Hunting Day.
Wait a minute, that's today? And these folks, they shouldn't be here with us. They should be out doing their civic duty and hunting some ghosts, Pam.
I mean, they can do both, Bill. I mean, Ghostbusters aren't popular with ghosts, and we've been warned that there have been a few that are intent on disrupting our panel today.
That's a pretty grave warning, Pam.
Sure is, Bill, but all of those great Ghostbusters fans out there can really help us out. If anyone happens to see anything spooky, just type in hashtag ProtonStream to blast and capture ghosts.
So hashtag ProtonStream, that's what the fans type in the chat there to help us bust some ghosts, huh? Okay, I feel a little bit better about this then. And because I feel a little bit better, I wanted to take this opportunity real quick to thank the fans. We, the team, have been monitoring a lot of the fan channels, social media platforms, and you, the Ghostbusters fans, have been absolutely amazing.
Absolutely amazing. And because you're such incredible fans, we're going to take you on a Ghostbusting journey today, and we'll be visited by 3 ghosts. The ghost of Ghostbusters Classic, the ghost of Ghostbusters Kenner, and last, the ghost of Ghostbusters Afterlife. Do you hear something, Bill?
I think I might. Quick!
Get out your neutrino
might have
wands.
to gear up. Oh no!
Yeah.
Get him!
Oh my god.
Get him!
Climber. Attack!
Get him! Oh no!
Fans, don't type in hashtag ProtonStream to attack and capture ghosts.
Oh!
Come on, fans. Type in hashtag ProtonStream and get out your neutrino wands.
Get him! You just got me!
Oh my god, fans. Hashtag ProtonStream. Don't get confident.
You got me!
God,
I'm
man.
disgustingly slimed. I've been slimed, Pam. It's all over my face.
Oh
still.
my god.
It's on me. Horrifying.
That's awkward. That's so awkward. Well, speaking of
it's good thing I have this handy
let's talk
towel
about
here.
Tully. Oh gosh. Well, as everyone knows, everyone loves Louis Tully. So let's take a poll to find out your favorite Tully moment. To vote, you'll need to comment in the comment box.
Yes. So, out of the following 3 scenes from the original film, which ones are your favorite? Is it Tully's crashed party?
The fans to vote, type in hashtag PulseCon.
This is a great scene. You get to see the Paradox for the first time. That's a great scene right there. Next up, we have Ghostbuster Tully from Tavern on the Green.
Fans to vote, type in hashtag Tavern on the Green.
This one's your favorite. Type it in the
I
chat.
love it so much.
I still don't understand why they don't help him. I mean, he's obviously in distress.
There's gotta be a way in here. I gotta get.
Go back to your meal, people. Pay no attention to poor Rick Moran.
Nice doggy. Cute little pooch. Maybe I got a milk bone.
And our last scene for you fans to vote on, if it's your favorite, is the possessed Tully.
And fans to vote for this, type in hashtag Possessed Tully.
What did you say your name was?
Vince Clortho, Keymaster of Gozer.
According to this, his name's Louis Tully. Lives on Central Park West. Do you want some coffee, Mr. Tully?
Do I?
Yes, have some.
Yes, have some.
Let's have some. So good.
Such great lines. So, Bill,
So good.
how exactly are we tabulating these votes?
That's a very good question. I happen to have here this handy dandy piece of equipment from the Ghostbusters themselves. It's going to help me tally up the ghosts here. The votes. I'm sorry, not the ghosts. The votes from the fans here.
They're coming in? I mean, I don't really believe that's a functioning piece of equipment there.
This is an official piece of equipment that is going to help me figure out the fans voting. And I believe the votes are in, everyone. Yes. You take this off now. Possessed Tully is our winner. Possessed Tully.
Wow, what a great scene.
Of course, it's fantastic because it's... All right. Watching it again there, it's great.
What did you say your name was?
Vince
pretty
Clortho,
close.
Keymaster of Gozer.
According to this, his name's Louis Tully. Lives on Central Park West. Do you want some coffee, Mr. Tully?
Do I?
Yes, have some.
Yes, have some.
Yes, have some.
Yes, have some.
Yes, have some. Well, that wasn't so terrible. And I'll tell you what is. Tully's Terrible Night. You may remember that we revealed this cool Tully and the Terror Dog 2-pack back in July. But as of right now, this very moment, it is available for purchase on HasbroPulse.com.
HasbroPulse.com, of course. And I cannot tell you how thrilled that I am personally to have a 6-inch Rick Moranis action figure. I mean, the detail put into this thing, it's fantastic. Articulation galore, and what a fantastic kind of goofy face going on right there on the sculpt, complete with the little hat, which looks very similar to the one that I made, of course, Pam. And how great that it comes with the 2-pack with the Terror Dog itself, and it's packed out so fantastically.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun discussing the pack out for this item, and there was really a lot of discussion of what should be happening inside the pack. Should Tully be facing the Terror Dog, or should he be running away? What direction should his feet be facing? Really, where should we place the accessory? We even toyed with the idea of having Louis walking the dog. But the pack out we ended up here was just, something that we truly loved, and it was just Tully having a terrible night. Anyways, moving on. I am so excited today to welcome our special guest. We asked fans to submit in questions for Ernie Hudson through a Hasbro Pulse Instagram account.
Sorry, I'm still trying to get the slime off me. And here to answer those questions for us now is the man himself, Ernie Hudson, our beloved Winston Zeddemore. I am such a huge fan personally, and I know you guys are too.
Thank you, Ernie, for taking the time away from busting ghosts to be with us today.
Well, thank you. It's great to be here. I'm really, appreciate you guys taking the time. And I'm taking a break from busting.
Taking that break from Boston. And one thing that fans are dying to know is, what's your favorite moment from the original 1984 Ghostbusters movie?
My favorite moment is when me and Danny Aykroyd we're in the Ectomobile and we're driving and talking about the end of the world, the last days, when the skies fall and the seas boil, and it just brings a weightedness that's interesting to watch, and fans have really responded to that. So it's one of my favorite scenes. There's so many great scenes in the movie, though.
So many great scenes. That one really harkens into a lot of what's happening around the world today. So I can see that.
Well, honestly, I get fans who will come up and, they'll have looks on their faces. So I've used that paraphrase and, just say the skies didn't fall, the seas haven't boiled. It's not Judgment Day, at least I don't think so. And this too shall pass. But
that's fantastic. Words from the Ghostbuster himself. That's fantastic. So a few other questions we have from some of the fans. Was there any props during the first film that you were really attached to while filming?
Well, the great thing about working on the movie is we had the best props. I mean, it was so much fun. There was so many, but I really love the Proton Pack. The Proton Pack, I thought it was a cool design, impossible to put on by yourself. But when it was on, and the wand, and it was just fun to play with. I've seen fans make up some amazing ones, a little different than what we had in the movie, but I just love the Proton Pack.
Yeah, the Proton Pack's a classic. I imagine the original ones for the film were really heavy, and that's why they were so hard to put on?
Yeah, they were. I mean, getting them over your shoulders is a little bit difficult. You almost need help. That's why in the movie you see us helping each other all the time. And they were heavy. I mean, they had to be 50 pounds. I mean, they were made out of metal. Most of the fans are made out of some kind of lightweight material, but it was heavy carrying them around for a while.
Did you have to run and do all the stunts with that heavy pack on your back the entire time? Is that?
Well, we'd make the motion to run, and then they'd bring in the rubber packs, which is easier falling down and tumbling over when we had the replicas to play with.
That's fantastic. That's awesome. That makes a lot of sense too. were there any props that you were allowed to maybe take home with you after the film had wrapped up?
Well, the studios aren't, they don't usually give away props. But after working months on the film, I'd spent so much time in my jumpsuit, and I really felt very close to it. So Harold Ramis said, "We're the Ghostbusters." So I got permission to take my jumpsuit. And actually, I have my jumpsuit from all the movies. And yeah, I just, I put it on and for a couple occasions, and it just brings back memories.
That's fantastic. It's great that it still fits too.
Well, it's a jumpsuit. So, it, it leaves you a little room to kind of expand.
A little bit.
Yeah.
A few other questions we have from some of the fans. What was your first reaction to seeing yourself as an action figure for the first time?
It's really cool because it's a little bit weird, but I'm kind of humbled by it. And but it's as an actor, I'm so excited that I got to play a character that people felt interesting enough to make a figure out of. I've had a couple of other films that I've had action figures, but Winston Zedmore is the character that I don't know, has had certainly the most impact in my life. So I love that character, and when I see the action figures, I'm just really impressed.
That's there. It's fantastic. What do you think of the new Hasbro Plasma Series Winston Zedmore figure?
So cool. I saw the figure. In fact, I got you guys sent me one of the figures, and really impressed. One of my grandkids said, "Hey, it's mine." So it's really cool. Just great.
Well, if your grandkids are stealing yours, we'll have to make sure Hasbro sends you a couple extras so that you can keep them with you all the time. Because I always carry you with me, so it only makes sense for you to carry yourself too.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm lost without my mini me. So yeah, I can't. I mean, waking up in the morning without looking over and seeing me, it's difficult. That was a joke, actually, but I do enjoy having him around.
No, it's fantastic. It's a great figure.
Yeah, it's a great figure. I'm glad that you like having him around. So one thing that fans are really excited to hear is, what was your initial reaction to hearing about the new Ghostbusters Afterlife movie?
I was really excited. Really, really excited. Probably because for years fans have been asking me, as if I know anything, when are we going to make the new movie? And I never had an answer. And when I heard about Afterlife and it was happening, and I was really excited that Jason Reitman was producing and directing, because he's such a part of that whole experience. I was really excited, and I'm still very excited about it.
And we're also super excited about it. We can't wait to see it next year. What's your favorite quotes from the Ghostbusters movies?
Well, I was fortunate to have some great lines. Some of them I didn't realize until the movie was over, but I love the line, "If there's a steady paycheck in it, I'll believe anything you say." And also I loved, "If someone asks if you're God, you say yes." Actually, it's become my motto in life. I kind of live by that. So.
Fantastic. Those are great quotes too. I imagine you get a lot of fan reactions just walking around in public for you to shout out some lines, or maybe they shout lines to you just to show their appreciation.
Yeah, fans, if I'm at a supermarket or just out in public, fans really, they know the movie honestly better than I do, and sometimes they'll come up with lines I don't even remember, but they all have favorite lines, and they're really happy to share them with me. And I'm just thankful that they really found the place in their heart for the movie.
Well, because Ghostbusters has been such a big part of our lives for so long. A lot of us, we watched that movie a lot, and we're so invested in the brand. I do have one last quick question I'd like to kind of throw in here. Your mustache disappeared for the second movie. Was that a choice, a personal choice, or was that something the studio kind of pushed you to remove?
No, I'm an actor, so I do whatever's necessary for whatever role I'm playing at the time. And at that time, I just didn't have a mustache. In fact, I was thinking about shaving my head. So Winston almost had a bald head, but when we got ready to shoot the movie, I had no mustache. So it wasn't anything planned, but um, fans have come up with all kinds of theories as to why I didn't have a mustache, but there was nothing to it other than I just didn't have one when we started the movie.
All right. That's great. Well, Pam, do we have any other questions?
No, I think that's it. But thank you, Ernie, so much for joining us today and participating in the PulseCon panel.
Well, thank you
you so
guys
much
for
for coming
inviting
on.
me. Thank
No
you.
worries.
It's been great being here, and as always, keep on busting.
Oh man, growing up as a kid watching that Ghostbusters film and then the real Ghostbusters cartoons, all I ever wanted to do was bust some ghosts, Pam.
I think we all did, Bill. I mean, I was a little late to the party with the whole, not being born thing yet. But today, I'm all about busting ghosts.
Poser.
What was that?
I said Gozer. I thought I saw Gozer flying around.
Maybe we better move on to Kenner. Why don't we ask the legendary Mark Boudreau and Dave from Sculpting to tell us what it was like to design the Ghostbusters toys at Kenner in the 1980s. I'll leave you three designers to chat, to designer to designer.
Hello, Mark. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us today about the classic Kenner Ghostbusters line. I know that you've been with Hasbro and Kenner for 40 plus years and you've recently retired, so congratulations.
Well, thank you, Bill. It's great to be here today. Thanks for the invite.
Always welcome. We're wondering if you could start off by talking to us a little bit about how it was working on the classic Kenner Ghostbusters line in the 80s, just as the brand was really starting to take off in popularity.
Well, up until then, I had been working on movie product, and in that scenario, you're developing product that gives the fans what they see on the screen. The cool thing about Ghostbusters, since it was an animated series, that allowed us to really expand the universe and kind of expand our creativity as well, because you could do a lot of fun things with ghosts.
Yes, yeah, you can. You really can. Speaking of fun things being done to the ghosts, can you talk to us a little bit about the conception and evolution of the fright features that you guys put inside those figures? Was that something that Kenner developed specifically for the Ghostbusters line, or was that something you guys already had?
No, that was something that we did specifically for the Ghostbusters. Our goal was to develop, really cutting edge kind of mechanisms, unique mechanisms, that would give us unexpected results, something that you would not expect. And I think that we were really successful. And then we also wanted to make sure that each one of those features played up the personalities of our heroes.
Those personalities really came through. I mean, and I mean, the features were so amazing. I mean, you just didn't know what to expect the first time you activated that feature, and then once you did, you just couldn't help but just do it over and over and over again. Speaking of those crazy, wacky features and all, how was it pitching these ideas, both internally and externally, for some of those wacky fright features that you guys came up with?
Well, everybody contributed. We had a lot of fun. It was interesting to see what everybody's creativity would lend to the brand. What we never knew what to expect when each one of the designers would show their, ideas. And it was the coolest thing was when it went from ideas to fully functional models. I think that's what really set Ghostbusters apart from a lot of things, is because a sketch is great, but there's nothing better than a model, because that really speaks volumes, to the concept.
Oh yeah, I can imagine it really helps sell in the feature you guys are looking for when you have a model that kind of acts the way you want it to act, as opposed to a 2D sketch. Yeah. Well, some of those features were kind of crazy, but was there any fright feature that you guys developed or were trying to develop that were maybe too crazy for production and didn't actually make it through?
Well, I tell you what, I don't think there was too many crazy ideas that we had. The ghosts really gave us a lot of latitude, And after all, if you'll remember, we did create and produce the Fearsome Flush.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing creepier than a haunted toilet. So the old adage was, watch where you sit.
Yep, absolutely. It's classic. Did you actually have a favorite Kenner's classic Ghostbusters figure, or was it the Fearsome Flush, or did you have a different one?
Well, what was cool about Ghostbusters, we got do a lot of things, different ghosts, different heroes, different vehicles. But it was fun when we were able to develop things from scratch. And I had a couple of favorites. The Bug-Eye Ghost was one of them.
Oh, yes.
Also, the Gooper Ghosts. The Gooper Ghosts were fun because it was just a simple to operate ghost that used a lot of ectoplasm. And that's what Ghostbusters is all about. Getting hit by a ton of ectoplasm is pretty cool, and it really worked well with the toys.
Yes, the ectoplasm is classic play pattern, classic tactile play, and it's a lot of fun. It's inherent in the brand. I mean, Ghostbusters has ectoplasm. It's in the toys and in the entertainment. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
We were wondering if you had any other really cool stories you maybe wanted to share with the fans while we have you.
Well, one of the things each year we try to come up with a unique theme for the heroes and for the ghosts. Not all were produced, but I was able to develop a theme. It was a sports theme. It was the idea where the ghosts had infiltrated our sports arenas, and everyday human life. The ghosts would take on the forms of footballs or tennis balls or hockey pucks. And so our heroes needed to develop unique equipment that would be suitable to capture and hold and kind of eradicate the ghosts from our favorite pastimes.
That's fantastic. That's a great theme. Oh, those would have made amazing, memorable toys. I'm sorry they didn't actually come out. It's fantastic.
Yeah, they were cool.
Well, I wanted to thank you, Mark, for taking the time to speak with us today and answer a few questions and tell us some fantastic stories. It's always a pleasure to have you around. You always have some amazing stories and such history with Hasbro and Kenner.
Well, thank you, Bill, very much. It was great to be part of the panel.
Thank you again. And here with us now to share some stories of what it was like to sculpt the actual figures for the classic Kenner's Ghostbusters line, we have our very own sculptor, David Venemeyer. Welcome, Dave.
Hi, Bill. How are you? Thanks for having me.
I'm doing well. No, you're always welcome. Always welcome. So we just spoke with Mark Boudreau, who you worked with at Kenner as well as with Hasbro. And I understand you joined Kenner in the mid to late 90s as a sculptor on their team. And by doing so, you worked with a lot of the sculptors that worked on the original Ghostbusters line in the 80s, and you learned a lot of those processes and materials. Could you share a little bit of those processes and what materials you used with the fans today?
Sure. Yeah, we would sculpt everything mostly in wax, but the way we would start out, we'd work closely with the design and engineering team, pulling in all the design sketches, the intent or the design drawing for what we're going to sculpt, pulling in also working with engineering team, pulling in any kind of mechanisms that would need to fit in there. And then we would take that input, that drawing, and we would start roughing it in clay. And then sculpting it, getting all the basic forms in the right shape, the volume, the size. And then when we got that to a right point, we would take a mold of that and then fill it with molten wax. So we'd heat our wax up to about 200 degrees Fahrenheit and pour it into the mold. And then from there, you would open the mold when it would cool down, and then you've got something that's much more further along and a harder material. So the wax was a great medium, a great material that you could sculpt using X-Acto knives, other types of knives. A lot of times we'd make our own tools. I would make my own loop tools out of guitar string. I would also use dental tools and a waxer. The nice thing about the wax was that you could cut away the surface and build it right back up. It had no memory, no issues. It was a brilliant material. So we could just sculpt away and create anything we wanted. You could refine the surface, do portraits. You were really not limited in any regard.
That's fantastic. You speak a lot about this wax, and I internally have heard legends of the special Kenner wax formula. Can you speak a little bit to the fans about what that formula was and why it worked so well for Kenner?
Sure. So the Kenner wax was something that we designed as far as, we created, used a lot of different ingredients as like a brew to like make our own material. So we would kind of tinker around with it every now and then, usually making it a little bit harder so we could refine and get tighter, finer details. So that allowed us to put in articulation. We'd use steel pins for articulation to pin things together. And then, the wax also was non-corrosive. You could use it for a lot of different things. It would stick to different materials that you wanted it to. And you could just build anything you want. You could sculpt portraits, large forms, surface textures, anything you wanted.
A lot of detail goes into those things. I imagine it took some time. How long would you say it would take a sculptor, start to finish, to make a Ghostbusters figure?
So on average, it was about 3 weeks or so, give or take. It depended on the complexity, like how much detail was involved, what the features were. So sometimes that might take a little bit longer. Essentially, it's like taking a refrigerator and sticking that inside of a human and then trying to hide that, making it look really organic, thinking of the silhouette and the shape. So we would build up and then take away the surface and making it look like the final ghost. So you'd also have to take those features and then make it work, open and close, whether it's like a chest opening up and having the teeth kind of nest in place, and thinking about the manufacturing and how that would have to be translated into plastic ultimately.
So basically you were given a buck or a cavity, if you will, that you then had to sculpt around, and inside that cavity was what the engineer and designer maybe figured out for the pride feature. And then you guys would pretty much cover it and bring it to life.
Yeah, exactly. So we would, the mechanism that was designed for whatever that feature would do and function, we had to obviously build in to understand what the cost was going to be, if we could afford it, how many springs and gears and whatnot would be inside there. And we wouldn't put all the springs in there, but what we'd do is take this shape or form that represented that type of function and then put it inside the wax, but it would still open and close and essentially function like it's going to in production. So we had to make sure everything would move and articulate nicely as intended. And then as it made its way through production into steel tooling, the inside cavity would be hollowed out to when at that point we could add all the springs and mechanisms downstream with the engineer.
Wow, that's pretty involved. I mean, there's a lot that goes into sculpting and figuring out the mechanisms for these things. They really paid off. I mean, they're some fantastic toys. I know that a lot of the fans and myself still cherish them today. Did you have a particular favorite Ghostbusters figure?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the brand. I grew up with it. And, the Bug-Eye Ghost was a big, fan favorite for me, at least. And being able to work at Kenner in the 90s and work on a number of brands, and then meet people like Mark, who worked on the brand, and as well as some of the original sculptors that I used to work with that did all the original sculpts, that sculpted everything. It was really awe-inspiring and really inspired me to want to work on more brands like that. So, I mean, I've had a lot of opportunity to work on other brands similar, but Ghostbusters is one I would have loved to work on as well.
Yeah, no, it's a great brand. It's a lot of fun features in those toys and all that we spoke of. But I heard rumors that there's something maybe sculpted on Bug-Eye. Is that true?
Yeah. So I knew the original sculptor, and Larry let me know that there was a monster face on the back of Bug-Eye. It's sometimes you put a little extra something in there, and it's, you get a lot of flair from we're all artists that, are passionate about these brands. And when you get to put a little something else in there, that's kind of fun.
Well, that's great. There's a lot of great details, and I'm glad that is no longer a rumor. It's true. There is a monster face in the back of Bug-Eye, everyone. It's great to clear that up. But I want to thank Dave and Mark for taking the time to speak with us today about the classic Kenner Ghostbusters figures, answer a lot of questions, and tell some fantastic stories. It was great having you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, now it's time to welcome our Ghostbusters team to talk about how we managed to resurrect the Kenner figures for all of our wonderful fans out there. And don't miss a minute of this, because we've got some great surprises coming up. Let's see who we've got here. We've got Kevin from Design,
We have Sam from brand writing and Carter from sculpting.
As Kevin and I both know all too well, working on the Kenner items has been a wild ride. Kevin, want to kick us off?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. And going off of that cue, Sam, yeah, it was a wild ride at points. And I think early on was probably some of the trickiest because, as I recall, we didn't reveal the news about Hasbro having a license until about August, but that was well into our development process. So we had to keep all of our development pretty hush-hush. And a big part of that was procuring items, not only from our Hasbro archives, which that's the thing, the Hasbro archives, that's all I'll say about it. What we didn't have in our archives, we got from our own personal collections. And then what we didn't have there, we had to, I'll say, secretly procure by other means. The goal here was to not tip off you shrewd Ghostbusters fans that we were kicking off this original Kenner figure line. So, we took this whole treasure trove of original product that we have, and we used it as reference to create an offering as close to the original as we could possibly get it.
Yeah, our new figures are super extremely close to the originals, but there are some slight modifications to them.
It's fair. And modifications that had to be made. Listen, I loved playing with these things as a kid, but we all know that they weren't entirely to some frustration points.
I managed to break all of my plasma streams.
Oh yeah, I definitely did too, and I lost every single proton pack, no matter how hard I tried to keep it. I don't know if that's just because I'm an irresponsible kid. I'm still an irresponsible kid at heart, or if it was the packs, I plead the fifth on that one.
Well, Sam, you'll be happy to know that we took some kids at heart like you in mind when we made some updates here. And while we did keep these close to the original, we did make some little modifications. I hope that the proton streams don't snap quite as easily as they used to. And we took some measures to make the pack fit just a little bit more snug so you're not losing those all the time either.
Challenge accepted.
Well, that's great, Kevin. That's great. Speaking of modifications, can somebody talk about how it was working with Sony and Ghost Core and implementing some of these updates and changes?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I can't say enough about the partnership from Sony and Ghost Core. They were fantastic, especially the degree to which they trust our expertise. And especially when it came to the Kenner figures, they were aware of the Hasbro Kenner connection and the lineage there. And they said, hey, listen, we know that you guys are good to making these as close to the original as possible. So use your discretion. We trust you. And that was, by the way, not only just with the figures making the modifications necessary there, but also when it came to the packaging. There were some things there that they trusted us to really bring those back to life.
Yeah, and I worked on the packaging, and we really tried to keep the copy as close as we could to the words on the pack as close as we could to what they used to be. There's just, things change over 25, 30 years, but we knew it was really important to get it to look and feel and sound and read like what it was like back in the 80s. And that made my job fun, and they trusted us to do it. And, we kind of maintained a lot of what used to be there, like Green Ghost, Slimer's original name. We call him Slimer now, but back in the day, he was Green Ghost. He was Green Ghost on that pack, so he's Green Ghost on our pack.
Yeah, still a little grumpy from my run-in with him earlier. What about the illustrations on pack? Can anybody speak to those?
Yeah, the branding team did a really awesome job just really capturing the look and feel of the original packaging.
All right. Well, finishing the line, you guys cut things a little close. It was pretty tight there, wasn't it?
It's how we do it in Toy Design, Bill. We're always cutting it close. But, yeah, in particular on these, I'll tell you what, we all know that well. But, in particular on these, I think the moment that we knew we were in a Ghostbusters line, I think it was pretty unanimous, at least internally. We were like, we got to do the Kenner figure. So we wanted these to be our first sort of offering to the fans. And so that meant we had to get these out of the gate quickest. So that expedited things for us. And like I said, finding some of those original products to reference really helped to expedite that. But, not only did we want to create the old figures in a way that was appealing to the fans, we kind of took some cues from these original figures and infused them into our new line. I think most notably with the Fright Feature figures. So you'll notice they're the same scale as the original Kenner figures. They have the same articulation as these figures. And there's some extra little nods in there as well. The backpack or the proton packs clip on in a similar fashion. You know, fun fact, little deep cut here. We even considered playing around with the suit colors and varying them according to each character. We ended up not going that route, but it was fun to explore. So yeah, we really wanted to pay homage to these original figures throughout the line.
Well, you guys really killed it.
Boo.
Nothing. You not get dead? No?
No. No, Bill.
Nope.
Tough
No.
crowd.
No more.
Crowd. All right, well, thanks everyone. Let's keep things moving here. By why don't we all select our favorite Ghostbusters figure and show it to the fans in the count of 3, 2, 1, go. Hey, Puff.
He gone.
What we got here?
Ringo.
Nice.
Thank you for using
Doc,
the
come
correct
on.
name.
Excellent.
Thankman, guys.
No way. Nerds forever.
Hey, Puff. You hear anything? I don't hear you, Pam. I don't hear you. But I do see. I see.
Oh my God.
Stay Puff.
Oh my God, it's Stay Puft. It's your favorite character, Bill. Get ready.
Fans, in the chat type.
Fans, don't forget to type in hashtag Proton Stream to attack Stay Puft.
There you go.
I'm so
Hashtag
sorry,
Proton
Bill.
Stream. Help us take him down.
Hashtag Proton Stream. Oh my
Let's change it
God.
up. I'm
Oh
gonna
my
go green
gosh.
this time.
Stay Puft. Hashtag Proton Stream, fans.
Get
Come
him.
on, we gotta attack him.
Come on, I smell marshmallows. Burned marshmallows. Folks,
Oh
let's
my
go. Hashtag Proton Streams. We gotta
Oh
take
my
him
gosh,
down.
guys. Hashtag Proton Stream. Come on, let's go.
Don't cross them. Don't cross them, Pam. Come on.
Oh my
Keep
God.
going. We need more
Hashtag
fans.
Proton Stream. Keep it going, fans.
Hashtag Proton Stream.
Hashtag Proton Stream.
Oh, we're blue now. We're blue.
Oh my gosh. Come on, fans. We're so
You guys
close.
need to
We're
blue.
so close. Let's go. Hashtag Proton Stream. Let's go, fans. Don't forget to type in hashtag Proton Stream. You're so
I'm going back to red. Hashtag Proton Streams. You need a couple more.
Let's go. Oh, we got him, Bill.
All right, he's
Oh
done.
my gosh, that was a close call, Bill. I wish we had some poltergeist popping action to attack him with.
Oh, man. You know what? Everyone, I think we do have a special Kenner reveal that we can share today that might help us out next time, Pam. What do you think?
I think we do, Bill, indeed. And guess what, fans? It is the Kenner Ghost Popper. Oh gosh, what a satisfying
Kenner
sound.
Ghost Popper! Oh, this thing's amazing. Love this sound. All right, so Hasbro is super excited to bring this to you. We are revealing this today. This Ghost Popper has been designed to be as close to the original as possible. I'll do a little pan. Okay, as close as we could possibly get with a few color modifications to it. It does come with 6 of the soft popping foam projectiles, as well as 3 cardboard cutout targets for your popping practice. There's 2 of them here. There's another one on the pack as well. But real simple and so much fun and satisfying.
So satisfying. This Kenner Classics The Real Ghostbusters Ghost Popper will be available for pre-order starting as early as 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time at Walmart.com. Please be patient if reveals are not ready exactly at 5 p.m. Thanks.
I do love this thing, Pam, and I can't wait to check it out on Walmart.com.
It is awesome. But I think it's time to turn this panel over to our friends Kevin and Chris. Bill, do you want to introduce our special guest?
Oh, yes, we do have a special guest. And before we hear from Kevin and Chris, how many of you fans out there feel like taking a sneak peek at the real Ecto-1? Allow me to introduce the director of Ghostbusters Afterlife, Jason Reitman himself. And if you're lucky enough, he might even let you play with the sirens.
Hello, PulseCon. Hello, Ghostbusters. It's Jason Reitman, director of Ghostbusters Afterlife, and I'm here with my favorite car. When Gil Kennan and I started writing Ghostbusters Afterlife, which was originally called Rust City, hence the condition, one of the things we were most excited about was getting back into Ecto 1. Of course, when it came time to making the movie, that was a lot trickier. In 1959, when they made this exact model, the 1960s a little different, they only made 100 of them. And we actually have 3 of them now. And we went back and got all the details right. I mean, we were literally going frame by frame through the original 84 film and looking for all kinds of details. We got the original car out, we scanned the license plate so we could replicate it perfectly. You'll notice there's a few differences. The ladder, a lot of people saw this really early. The ladder was moved to the other side, but that had a reason, because we added the gunner seat. The door flips open, the seat, well, you're gonna see. It's really cool. There's a lot of cool things, a lot of surprises you still don't know about this car. And it was so much fun to shoot because we put this crazy new engine in it and we have it doing things that you'd never believe Ecto 1 could do. But today, I'm here to show you something that is equally cool. And it is the Plasma Series Ecto 1. When I was a kid, I was just as big a movie fan as I am today, and all I ever wanted was to get the toy after the movie so I could play with it, but I never had anything like this. The details are extraordinary, down to the license plate, down to the gunner seat. This thing is absolutely beautiful. Kevin and Chris, do you want to show them the details?
A huge thank you to Jason for that. That was awesome. And, you know, a huge thank you to Jason for being such an awesome partner and for his commitment to authenticity, not only for the film, but this entire franchise. It's really been an inspiration for us. And we're endeavoring to make things as authentic as possible, especially our Plasma Series Ecto 1. And for you guys, you can log in starting today at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Log on to Target.com to pre-order your Plasma Series Ghostbusters Afterlife Ecto 1. So this product, it was an awesome experience to make this. We can't wait to take you through it. We did everything we could to make it as authentic and premium as possible. So I want to welcome in Chris, our product engineer. He and I are going to walk you guys through the Plasma Ecto 1 and all of its features.
Thanks, Kevin. One of the coolest things I've been able to do at Hasbro is I got to actually see the Ecto 1 in person. Huge thanks to our awesome partners at Sony and Ghostcore for arranging the special visit. I have to say, getting to see the actual Ecto 1 in person and then developing this toy rather than using reference images was absolutely incredible and invaluable.
yeah, Chris, I had a similar experience. Actually got to see the Ecto 1 on set during a shoot, which was phenomenal. But, you know, it's funny. We do these set visits from time to time. And the number one rule they're always going to tell you is like, listen, try not to geek out. Act like a professional. Don't geek out. I couldn't follow that one rule. I absolutely geeked out. It was such an awesome day. Got to see the sets, got to see the props, meet some of the cast. But if I'm being honest, I was probably most starstruck by seeing the Ecto 1. And, you know, my takeaway from it was like, listen, if we're going to make one of these, we absolutely have to get it right.
As if it wasn't already enough pressure making this iconic vehicle, when the booster came out and the first trailer came out, it really just set the bar, just another iconic level.
Yeah. No, dude, you're absolutely right. I think the Ecto 1 is up there with like Millennium Falcon and the DeLorean, just insofar as being a vehicle that is ubiquitous with a franchise. So, you know, as we set out to develop this thing, obviously there's a degree of reverence that was owed to this vehicle. And, you know, we knew, of course, it was going to have to hold up to the scrutiny of fans. If we know one thing about Ghostbusters fans, they've got eagle eye for detail. So with that in mind, we knew we had to design something that would really do justice for the Ecto 1. So we wanted to capture all the original details. And, you know, because that's actually what's going on here. This is the real Ecto 1 from the original 1984 film. It's just that it's 35 years later. It's got 35 years of stories to be told. And you know, frankly, all those stories are told through all the details. every modification, every blemish, every dent, every ding, even the rust, all these little things, they're actually what mattered most.
Yeah, honestly, what kept me up at night was trying to make this brand new toy convincingly look like it's been sitting in a barn for the past 35 years.
I know, man. Seriously, I've never paid so much attention to rust on a car.
Seriously, just hoping the Plasma Series neutrino wand, every ding, dent, dirt, really tells a story of what this vehicle has been doing the past 35 years. We had to prioritize every single paint off, and it was painstakingly brutal.
Yeah, no, man. Listen, it is hard work making something new look really old. It's not as easy as it looks. We couldn't just go in and just splatter random paint ops all over this thing just to make it look messy or muddy or whatever it might be. Nothing was random on this. I mentioned rust a moment ago. For those that designed this thing for the set, for the film, they had to be intentional about it. Rust forms on a vehicle in a very particular way. We had to follow that model. It was all intentional. So we had to get it right. We couldn't just fling rust-colored paint on there. You know what I mean? And then not only that, but there's so much going on in the inside. There's so much detail in there that the filmmakers were deliberate about this. Every knob, every dial, every button, every single one of those told its own story. We had to include them in some capacity. Now, we had our limits, but every paint operation in this thing has a purpose.
Kevin, I'm actually surprised we made it this long without talking about your favorite part.
Yes, my favorite part. Reason being, as I mentioned that set visit, I actually got to sit in the blaster seat, which was so cool. Dream come true for any Ghostbusters fan sitting in the Ecto 1, but also to try out this brand new feature to it. But not only was it fun and this great fan experience, but it was absolutely necessary to getting this right. There's a particular way. I know you guys can't see it great here, but you will when you pick one up at 5 o'clock, or pre-order it anyway. But there's a very particular way that this articulates out. And seeing it in person, helped us to see it and see the purpose behind it. On top of that, even the details of seeing how the proton pack was welded to the back of the seat, all just super cool details. And yes, of course, the best fan experience ever. I got to be honest.
Now, I hate to say it, being the engineering and all, we adhere to schedule, and that's all the time we have. So before we go, I just wanted to give a special shout out to our amazing partners in our Far East office. Without them, none of this would be possible.
Yeah, and I'm so excited we finally got to talk about all this and share as much of the detail as we could. Huge thank you again to our partners at Sony and Ghost Corps. You guys were awesome. You helped us bring this thing to life. Can't thank you enough. And thank you to you fans. Thank you guys. So like I said, 5 p.m. Eastern today, this is available for pre-order. We can't wait to hear what you think. Thanks so much for taking the time to join us today.
Thanks so much, Kevin and Chris. Welcome back, everyone.
That was fantastic. You hear something again, Pam? Is there another ghost coming?
So, there might be.
That's it.
They're really intent on disrupting our panel today.
Absolutely. This should hopefully be the last one.
Oh my gosh,
Got
fans.
your wand up
Type in
already?
hashtag
Here he is.
Proton Stream to capture Slimer. Let's go, fans.
Hashtag Proton Stream. Get him. Don't cross him again, Pam. Come on now.
I think it's time. I think we need to cross him.
All right.
Come on, fans. You really got to get him. Hashtag Proton Stream. You can do it,
Hopefully
fans.
be the last time we see this guy. He's really getting on my nerves.
It better be. Time to change up these modes. Hashtag Proton Stream.
Hashtag Proton Stream, people. Come on. Let's get this guy.
Come on. You can get him. Hashtag Proton Stream. I'm losing up. Get out your neutrino wands.
Come on, Pam. Get into this. Help me out here.
I'm going. Hashtag Proton Stream, fans. Oh my god, he's gone. So glad we finally took care of that mischief maker. And on National Ghost Hunting Day, no less.
I think it could not have happened at a better time and a better day, actually, Pam. I have to say the Hasbro PulseCon Ghostbusters panel has been fantastic, and I want to take the opportunity to thank everyone who's watching.
Happy busting, everyone.
Happy busting.
Thank you to our special guest stars and to our internal Ghostbusters team. We could not be more excited about this brand. From toys to the new movie, Bustin' has never felt so good. Now, from the streets of New York and battles with ghosts, it's time to head to the monster-laden streets of Angel Grove to discuss your favorite spandex-wearing, karate-fighting action stars. That's right, it's Morphin Time. We have two more phenomenal panels today. The first focused on new and upcoming product, and the second focused on some great entertainment reveals and news. So, let's get to it. Here to kick off our first Mighty Morphin Power panel is John, joined by the Power Rangers design team, Loretta, Corey, Sam, Jonathan, and Joe.
All right, I think we're live. Can you guys hear me? Oh, fantastic. Hey guys, how's it going? Thank you so much for joining us for our first ever Power Rangers PulseCon panel. We are so happy to be here with you. This year obviously threw some curveballs and did everything in its power to prevent this from happening, but we win this round 2020. In fact, speaking of curveballs, thank you for the introduction. I'm not John, I'm actually Joe. I'm not even supposed to be here right now. Our buddy John, his wife just had a baby. So John's in the hospital with his wife, Catherine. They just welcomed their new baby girl. We got a new Power Ranger. So if you guys can help me in the comments section, why don't we welcome her? Let's give her a huge congratulations. This is a PulseCon first, everybody. We are live. Anything can happen, obviously. Again, I'm Joe. I'm on the marketing team. Really what that means is that I just get to take credit for all the work that this ridiculously talented team does. So I'm going to stop yapping and I'm going to let them introduce themselves.
Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? My name's Jonathan. I am the design lead for branding and graphics. I've loved giant robots my whole life, but I really fell in love with Power Rangers in 2018 at Power MorphiCon. It was my first visit, and I was just blown away by how cool the fans were and how cool the scene was. And after that, I was totally hooked.
Hey everybody, I'm Sam. I'm the copywriter on Power Rangers. So I do fun stuff with words and toys. I've been with the brand the whole time Hasbro's had it, and I've been with Power Rangers since 1993. I've been a fan straight through every season, even when I used to have to hide my Power Rangers t-shirts underneath work shirts. And now I do it for a living, so it's pretty great.
Hey there, I'm Loretta, one of the designers on the brand, and I am a 90s child, so I am really excited that I get to relive my childhood and bring all these awesome products to life for you.
Hey guys, my name's John. I'm coming to you live as the Pink Ranger, the color of my surf shorts, and the color of some of my favorite smooth jazz albums. And I'm the design manager, global design lead on Power Rangers. So excited to be part of this amazing universe with all of you.
Hey guys, I'm Corey. I'm the 3D sculptor for the Power Rangers figures. Like Sam, I have been on the brand since Hasbro started making the Power Rangers toys. And, I love Power Rangers as a kid, and I'm obsessed with all superheroes and all things action figures. Power Rangers is the perfect brand for great action figures and great action play. So it has been just a delight to be able to bring these figures to life and share them with all the fans.
Awesome. Thank you, Corey. All right, guys. So it looks like we've assembled our team of teens with attitude, or in my case, a 40-year-old with attitude, but nobody's counting. So let's take a look and see what we're going to get into today. So first, we're going to get a little retro, which is really exciting. We may or may not see some Megazords. And then, of course, we're going to get into Power Rangers Lightning Collection. Some really great reveals coming, hopefully reveals, because Lord knows social media has been doing an awesome job at that for us, so thank you, social media. But also at the end of our presentation, we're going to have a Q&A session. So make sure in the comments that you post your questions and make sure you hashtag them QA so we can collect them and try to answer as many as we can at the end of our panel. All right, so we're going to get retro. Loretta mentioned that she's a child of the 90s. I am a child of the 80s, but I have some really fond memories of the 90s as well. I remember my Discman. I remember my awesome see-through telephone. My Magic Eye poster, right? I mean, I had probably about 9 hours and 18 headaches lodged with that thing before I could finally see the dolphins, but I saw those dolphins. So with that, the best thing about the 90s, of course, is the Power Rangers.
After 10,000 years, I'm free. It's time to conquer Earth.
Alpha, Rita's escape. Recruit a team of teenagers with attitudes.
Yes. Awesome. We're back in the 90s. Fantastic. All right. So, guys, we've got a real special treat for you. We're going to get into our Retro Morphin Power Rangers line. And Loretta and Corey are going to tell you a little bit about that right now.
Yeah, like Joe said, we are throwing it back to some pretty iconic figures that you guys may recognize. You know we love MMPR, and we know you love it too. So here we go. We have some more new stuff for you, a little revamp. You can see this time we have updated the portraits, so their likeness is more accurate to the actor. Corey, do you want to tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so with these figures, we definitely wanted them to feel retro, feel classic, feel like they were from a bygone era. But we wanted to update them a little bit, so we did make their sculpts of the portraits more lifelike and capture the likenesses of the actors that portrayed the Rangers, a little bit closer. We did still keep them a little bit stylized, though, so that they wouldn't feel out of the world of, the 90s and the retro. And then also for the helmets, we did update their styling a little bit, so it was a little bit distorted, a little bit, playful, but still very recognizable as the Ranger that they are.
Yeah, and to that point, we also made sure that we kept the deco pretty minimal. Obviously, we've been doing a lot with deco, and we could add more, but we really wanted to keep it in the vein of what you would have seen back then, and also keep these crazy cool proportions that we have on these figures. Another way that we updated this is the articulation. I mean, you can tell just by looking at this, totally different. Not your old toy. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, so wanting to update these, make them, as playable and as fun as possible. So we have updated them to have 9 points of articulation that are all full ball joint articulation. So you're not going to get just, single range movement anymore. You're going to be able to get, a lot more articulation, a lot more poses. So you can really have a lot of fun playing with these whilst you're activating its morph feature.
Yeah, and speaking of which, now we have it located on the belt buckle, and so it's front facing, you can look at it, and it's on auto repeat. So it actually flips on its own and no need to reset, which is a game changer.
Finally. Now when I sit in meetings constantly flipping through my old figures, if they can just go, go, go.
Yeah, if you are a fidgeter, this thing is like fidget gold for you, nonstop. And then also we made sure to keep in line with the past and the entertainment. So all of these weapons are still combinable. So eventually you can create the Power Blaster.
That's awesome, guys. And Jonathan, looks like you threw back the package as well. Tell us about this.
We did. So what a lot of people don't realize is that when this artwork was originally created back in the 90s, it wasn't done digitally. It was airbrushed. And also the files typically weren't stored digitally. So everything was done very manual. So what my team did was we threw on our lab coats and did some forensic reconstruction and really dived into what that retro look was and recreated all the files digitally so we can use them and apply them to this line. And we feel like we did something that, does the original justice.
That is awesome. It's not, what stinks is that we don't ever get to wear lab coats in marketing, which is unfortunate, but I'm super jealous that you did that. I guess we could, but nobody would give us that kind of credit, respect, but that's okay.
I know. I'm jealous of the Ghostbusters suits.
I know.
I'm
going to treat everybody to lab coats after this. I need a Bankman jumpsuit. All right, so guys, these Retro Morphin figures, they're great. They're going to be available at Walmart. So if you check them out after 5 o'clock tonight, you could pre-order those, or you can catch them in stores this spring. So that's some retro goodness, but the only thing that could beat that in terms of retro, of course, is Go-Zio!
Stronger than before.
So that's right. Zeo is putting up on it. Let's run this video first.
Saber Slimer!
John, I'm sorry, man. I threw you off by hitting that note. I didn't know you didn't think I could do it. But
So
I did.
I'm excited because Zeo is coming up on a big anniversary year. 2021 is the 25th anniversary of Zeo, which is super, super rad in and of itself. So we've got even more Zeo stuff on the horizon. So stay tuned for all more of the great reveals in the coming months. But we're excited now as part of this awesome retro collection. We've got this brand new, incredibly sized Zeo Megazord character. So depending on, it doesn't matter which battle helmet is your favorite, it comes with all 5. It comes with a removable belt buckle. So if you want to outfit him your way to kind of match what you liked on screen, those favorite battles, it has awesome wings that you can attach for Zeo Ranger 5. Sam, what is your favorite Ranger helmet? I know mine.
Well, I mean, Adam's my boy. I always wanted to be Adam when I grew up when I was a kid. But who doesn't want to just look at their problems in life and go like this and hit them head on? So obviously it's going to be the green bull helmet.
My favorite is Zeo Ranger 3 just because of the telekinesis power, and that's just dope in and of itself. You always want to just lift somebody up and slam them until they're not KO'd. So one of the best things about this guy is how physically heavy it is. The other thing is that you can actually see that we didn't cheap out on the gold. This is actually all painted gold, which is really, really cool. It's very posable, even more posable than you can see in the pictures. It's going to be great to put on your shelf, but having a great figure is great, but the packaging for this is even more awesome. You can see here, it's got,
nice and big.
It's nice and big, and you can put it on your shelf right there with your figure along with all your other retro collection figures. Jonathan, why don't you tell us a little bit about this packaging?
Yeah, this is another one where the team put on their lab coats. We did some forensic reconstruction on, what the looks were from license and otherwise, and we really pulled the best of and did something that was true to the period. So, placed stars in special locations, and we think it came out great.
Jonathan, you're just going to keep rubbing that lab coat thing in, huh?
You're all getting lab
We all
coats.
better get lab coats after this.
You're all getting lab coats and pocket protectors.
No, in all seriousness, this is beautiful. And guys, this amazing machine is actually a see now, buy now. So if you want this, which why wouldn't you, jump onto either Entertainment Earth or any of your favorite retailers this evening, and you can pick one of these up yourselves. All right, let's see what we've got next. Aha, finally. All right, Lightning Collection. This is exactly what we've all been waiting for.
Wait a minute.
Well,
Rita, who let you out of your dumpster?
Oh, no, guys. Oh, man. I don't think she's going to let us keep going until we, no.
The rapper?
She's going to throw a baby at us, isn't she? Oh, that rap. Oh, amazing.
Worst raps.
Guys, I think she wants you to actually decide who we're going to be fighting to get this panel going. So I think it's audience participation time. Obviously, Pumpkin Rapper's one of them. Who's next? Who else do we have the chance of fighting here?
Wait a minute.
King Sphinx. All right.
No, there he
is. You got to do in the comment section, hashtag King Sphinx or hashtag Pumpkin Rapper, and we're going to have to take one of them out to keep moving.
Come on, you guys.
All right.
Here we go.
My money's on King Sphinx.
No.
You know my favorite holiday is Halloween, and that Pumpkin Rapper is mighty mean.
Come on, people, get your hashtags in. We need. Okay, here we go.
King Sphinx got this.
Right. King Sphinx.
Don't do my man Pumpkin Rapper like that. Look, he's in
King Sphinx is the winner.
It's pumpkin spice season, people. Come on.
All right. No,
come on.
Maybe not.
What?
Oh, he's catching up.
Oh my God.
Whoa.
Do we have
neck
a winner?
and neck.
Oh my.
Wow.
Come on, Pumpkin Rapper.
Tight. This is
close.
crazy close.
All right,
What's
we got
gonna
to call
happen?
this. We got to see who we're going to go after. We got to get the Megazord ready.
Joe, I think I know what time it is.
You think so? Is it King Sphinx?
I think so.
Did he win? I think he won.
Like
All right, yeah, I think you're right. You know what time it is. It's Morphin Time.
Take that, you big sphinx.
Oh, too easy, as always.
Pumpkin wrapper betrayed in this decorative gore season.
So Lightning Collection is one of those amazing things that we have a chance to work on at Hasbro, and to me it's great because it's not just MMPR, it spans all the awesome generations of Power Rangers, but really one of the things that would not be possible with Power Rangers is all bad guys need something, or all good guys need something to fight, and the bad guys in Power Rangers are some of the coolest there are. So I'm very proud to announce the entirely new collection, Power Rangers Lightning Collection Monsters. This is a brand new collection, brand new scale, and an incredible level of detail and a whole new universe to collect and play with. Loretta, why don't you tell us a little bit more about these big baddies?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, would the Power Rangers really even need to exist if there weren't these crazy villains and monsters to fight? I don't know. But, we've seen a lot of what our fans have done in terms of photography, and I have to say, it's amazing. I'm always so impressed with what you guys do with our figures, and I cannot wait to see how you integrate these monsters because they are going to be awesome. First, we have King Sphinx. He's looking big and bad.
There's some foreshadowing right there.
That guy is, as they say, dummy thick.
Oh.
So, this is just kind of a preview of what we call a deco spec. This is where we would select colors and different details of the monsters. Of course, we're not giving away all of our trade secrets here, but we wanted to give you a little bit of a glimpse of what that looks like and how we are looking at these monsters. When we started, we have to look at a lot of screenshots and images direct from the entertainment to make sure that we're getting the colors right and doing highlighting the most accurate stuff. So we have a lot of airbrush accents on this guy in particular that are super cool to highlight his sculpt details and all that musculature and his color variation because he has a lot going on. And then next, if you haven't guessed, we have for you Pumpkin Wrapper, one of my personal favorites. He is not only goofy, but he's amazing. He has one of the best gifts out there. I hope you're all familiar with it. If you're not, you should check it out because it's when the Rangers actually get the pumpkin stuck on their head and they're like running around. Jason does the karate chop and hurts his hand. It's awesome. And I love that we've brought this character to life. You can actually remove your Rangers helmets or portraits and snap on one of these 3 little pumpkins. They fit on your Ranger's body.
Oh,
it's going to be
awesome.
so cool to see.
Awesome.
Yeah. We've also done some really cool deco washes and great stuff with articulation.
Just like that.
Corey, tell us about that. Yeah, just like that.
Yeah, guys. I mean, we really wanted to make these monsters cool and impressive, and a lot of times the monsters are going up against the full Ranger team by themselves or maybe just 1 or 2, and so we wanted to make sure that they had, the strength and the intimidation, and power to go toe-to-toe with an entire Ranger team. So they definitely have full articulation, all the same points of articulation as your standard Rangers, as well as King Sphinx does have articulated wings, and we added a big ball joint into the head of Pumpkin Wrapper, so you really articulate that big head to get some really fun attitude, for all of his wrapping needs. So yeah, these guys are going to look great on your shelf, as well as they are big. They are just over 7 inches tall, so they're going to tower over your Rangers while still being in the same world and in the same scale. Yeah.
So, it's the season for pumpkin spice, but that's not all that we have that's nice. Sam, why don't you tell us a little about those Versus packs?
Nice. Well done.
Thanks for that rough intro, John. Yeah, I mean, I'm the writer on the brand. I'm a storytelling nerd, and I like monsters. They're cool, but what I really like are those like storytelling moments of head-to-head versus they have like something behind them that makes you like stop and go ooh, and something like, I don't know, a team of good Rangers gone bad. And so like Versus packs like this one, Versus packs bring together those kind of great storytelling moments. So A Squad Rangers, they were like the golden kids, and then to turn evil and have to be fought by who are essentially the underdogs, their backups, their understudies. I just kind of like, that's the kind of stuff that I think people don't appreciate about Power Rangers when they look and see like explosions and crazy monsters. But those of us who like love Power Rangers know that's all like there, and you just have to like you just have to look for it, and it's there. And so like these versus packs, when I got told about them, I was like, yes, let me talk about them. That's super exciting.
Yeah, and I'm really glad you brought up the storytelling element, Sam, because as a product designer, that's one of the things that people don't realize we do. Oftentimes we're trying to leverage characters in certain ways to highlight certain story moments and elements, and these packs are really the perfect way to do that, is 2 figures at a time, head-to-head, 2 packs.
Yeah, and what's better than Good Rangers gone bad for storytelling? I don't know, sibling rivalry maybe? Yeah.
Classic. Yes. So excited. I know the fans are
my
excited about
favorite
this
season.
Too. Yeah, one of my
love its
favorites
space.
for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, the story of. Go ahead. Do it.
You got it.
Okay. I mean, it's brother and sister split at birth. One's good, one's evil. It's a through line. It gives in space. Like when you think about it, all these years later, you're like, yeah.
Yeah, they did a great job of introducing it the first episode. So, unbeknownst to them, that they're like, there's something going on with them.
There's something going on.
You can't wait for them to find out. Yeah. So, bringing this pack to life, freaking awesome. Great characters. Everyone loves Astronema. She's such a good baddie. And there's so many versions of her. Obviously, she has so many great hairstyles. Let us know in the comments which is your favorite. I'm just curious because it was so hard to choose which one. Yeah, so we'd love to hear from you. Which is your favorite Astronema? But yeah, these 2 packs is going to be
these are great. I'm really
awesome
excited for these as a fan, not even as a person who works here.
Guys, that's awesome.
So we're going to keep the awesomeness coming with the Lightning Collection. There's lots more to share, and Loretta is going to be able to tell us even more about these next reveals.
Yeah, and these are actually going to be in market real soon. Those are some great sneak peeks, so we're going to see the actual product of those soon, but these are coming to your stores pretty quick.
Yeah. And first, I just want to say interwebs for helping us do our job a little bit. I know.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for the help. It's always great, and it's great to see feedback. So first we have the Red Ranger, Connor McKnight from Dino Thunder. Really excited to bring him to life. He has some awesome accessories that Corey's going to tell you about.
Yep, so we have created a all-new fire blast effect here for Dino Thunder Red. Really wanted to bring in a lot of energy and a lot of movement with this piece. It can slide onto his Thunder Max sword, which he obviously comes with. And he does come with the Tyranno staff. The fire effect fits onto the staff as well, so you can play that and pose that however you choose. And he does come with the Thunder Max blaster as well. So 3 weapons with this guy. Really comes loaded.
The boss.
Yeah. It's awesome. And of course, it wouldn't be complete without the portrait with, again, Connor McKnight and his awesome boy band inspired 2000s haircut. Looking pretty fly. Yeah, boy. So this is the first solo. Yeah, boy, this is our first solo version of the Green Ranger, and also the first time we are doing the evil Green Ranger, which is pretty awesome. My favorite, personally. Green for the win. And we have an amazing portrait. Look at this. So excited about this. This is, speaking of one of the best Power Ranger. Yeah, seriously, this is one of the best Power Ranger memes out there. Is the push-up meme. So that glare, you got it down, Corey. You nailed it.
Thank you. Yeah, really wanted to take this portrait, and continue to push our portraits in general. But, for Tommy particularly, you're getting a couple of them, so we always want to make them better and better. Definitely think that this is my, our best portrait in the line so far, and just really happy with that. Trying to get, that likeness to Jason David Frank, from, the 90s as close as possible, and get that attitude, so that you immediately know that this is a bad boy. I'm just really happy with how this one came out.
Figure's awesome.
Yeah, he looks great.
Looks really good.
And first he comes with, yeah, the Sword of Darkness, and his. Ooh, all right, so we'll cut to this. First, now we have up the first solo pack of the Z Putty, and the first Z Putty that we've done. He has the vest, of course, which is unique to him. But then we have some really awesome, unique accessories that I can't wait to tell you about. Corey's going to lead you in with that.
That's cool.
Yeah. We created this blast effect to really emphasize the point of putties, which is to fight them. And so, we wanted this to be a interactive blast effect so that you can bring in your rangers, pose them out to be fighting. And this is the first effect that we did that was reactionary as opposed to, activating their weapon or their power. And so just think there's a lot of fun and a lot of potential here for you guys to have great photo shoots and just have fun playing and posing with your figures. But they're not only just for being destroyed. The putties do have, some strength behind them too. So we want to give them a blast effect that does show that they have some power and they are to be feared. So we gave them this new fist fire effect so that that, with enough putties, they can cause some damage too.
They can pack a punch.
Nice. Well done.
So I do want to say, as a foot soldier, this is a great buildable set. You don't have to buy the 2-pack. You can buy singles and build out your collection, which is really great about this. That's why we're offering it solo as well. And I also want to note that we are trying to do more and more unique and cool things with our blast effects, like you saw here. I love these reaction blast effects. So stay tuned for more things like that in the future. We're always trying to push what we're doing.
I think the blast effects are so cool because they sort of approximate what you see on screen without being literal. It's really kind of fun.
I love it.
Those look awesome, guys. So those are actually going to be available for pre-order on Entertainment Earth this evening. So check those out. Those are coming to store very soon. And that's what we have for our mainline reveals for today. But we also have some really cool exclusives. Ooh, this looks really sparkly. I wonder what this is all about.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. So if you don't know, behind the spandex suits, they were supposed to be metallic armor. But in spandex, you can't really make it metallic. So it was actually kind of a glittery metallic thread they used, which made them look ultra glittery. And we wanted to bring that to life here. And it is the first time we're actually doing this technique of an in-molded glitter in our figure. But it looks amazing. Look at that. It actually has a lower translucency too. So you can really see the form factor. You can kind of see a little bit through the figure, as well as we did this kind of pearl white treatment on her as well. So it looks super reflective, really cool. Yeah, she shines. And
so good.
That's not all. Check out this portrait.
Wow.
First time we're really
Awesome.
We're all really excited about it. Corey and his team did a great job on the sculpt. Additionally, we are leveraging a lot of the printing techniques that other teams have done. So we are making sure going forward, we're doing awesome portraits, and that is something that we're going to make our standard. So hopefully we can deliver continue to deliver some awesome portraits that are even more accurate.
That's right. It's going to be coming all the way across the line. So fans, we've heard you about those portraits, and we try new techniques all the time to make them better and better.
Looks so good.
This is the first cat sculpt too, right?
Yeah,
it is.
Nice. Yeah.
Props to our photo team. They did an amazing job with these dioramas and these scenes. Not as good as our fans, I have to say. They're pretty decent, but sometimes, they can take some pointers from you guys. But these are pretty sweet shots, so we wanted to show you that. We also have this awesome arrow accessory. This time we molded it in clear with in-molded glitter as well, with an overspray of pink. So it has this really sweet effect of it's flying through the air and changing colors.
Love it.
So cool.
And I think can't say too much, but the source of the Metallic Ranger's power is a mysterious force. And I might just have to say that there might be a hidden surprise at this figure. Fans, stay tuned.
Love a good Easter egg. Thanks, John.
No problem.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this.
Well, I look sparkly.
Please tell me you put your lab coat on to get some glitter in this package.
We put our lab coats on. We did. I actually put 2 lab coats on for this one.
Sparkle lab coat.
Sparkle lab coat. And for this, we wanted to do something that really complemented the figure. So we pulled out our foil library and did some sparkly treatments to the front. And hopefully, everybody can enjoy this. So I think it's a really great figure, really great package. It should look good on your shelf.
Awesome. And guys, this is a Hasbro Pulse exclusive. So again, after 5, log on to Hasbro Pulse to place your order for this incredible figure. That is unbelievable package, Jonathan. Really good job. But speaking of unbelievable packaging, what is this all about?
So we wanted to do something special for Target, and we created this, what we're calling the Spectrum series. So we took our Lightning collection, which is primarily white, and we just flipped it around and tried something different. And again, pulled out our foil books and did a nice holographic treatment across the logo, if you look closely. But we wanted to do something premium and different. Tom Whalen, who's the illustrator for all of our Lightning collection character art, worked with us on this one and to create something that was unique and special and would complement anybody's collection.
Super cool. And we're only going to do a limited number of these too, and they'll be available at Target this fall, online and in stores. So seriously, guys, try to get your hands on one of these. These are absolutely beautiful. Well done. Okay. Well, that's all we've got for product today. We have some great Fan First Fridays coming for the rest of this year. We'll be sharing some more news. Please look out for that. And then obviously coming up next, we've got our entertainment panel, something you're definitely not going to want to miss. But for right now, let's get to those Q&As. Hopefully you guys have been dropping those in the comments with hashtag QA, and we'll be able to answer some of those right now. And they're very small on my screen, so I'm going to try to read it. Okay, first one. I like Megazords that transform. Can we have more Lightning Collection Megazords that can transform? I'm going to take this one. We're not going to give too much away right now. But
No.
There's a guy named John Morton on this panel that knows a thing or two about incredibly detailed robots.
that
So
guy?
I'm pretty sure that, under a volcano or deep in the sea somewhere, we got something cooking. So, John, don't say anything, but stay tuned. You guys will not be disappointed. All right, what's next? Could we ever see a Wild Force Luna Wolf and Zeneku 2-pack? Would love to see that.
Appreciate a Wild Force
guys.
question.
Obviously don't have my specs here.
I agree.
John, you
Wild
want to take
Force is
that
rad.
one?
It's coming up on a big anniversary. I think specific character asks like this, it's great to see the pair-ups because that's something that when Loretta and I are working together, we try to think about what is the big picture. Wild Force is coming up on a big anniversary, so time will tell. And we like to try to really get things out of every season, all the good stuff from all the seasons.
Awesome. Okay, next one. Can we get a hint as to what the next Lightning Collection role play item could be? Loretta, I don't know. Can we give them any hints?
I have a wish list. I've given it to them several times, so let's see what they say.
That's true.
She's not kidding.
There's so many awesome role play items. I mean, this brand is full of them. And what I've been trying to do as a kind of a personal mission is make sure that we're launching with like the coolest stuff up front. So I have a couple things planned. I don't know if I can really give anything away just yet, but you'll have to stay tuned and see what comes out because we're planning stuff.
I think it's important to think about all of the things that could be coming that are more about like how do you flesh out the team? What are some elements that are missing?
Yeah.
And I think those are some things
Building
we're taking
it
a
out.
close look at. Yeah.
Okay. I can't read that one. Can we go to the next one? Oh, no, here we go. I would like to know if Green Ranger really doesn't have his chest diamonds painted. Loretta?
So according to what I've seen, it does have the white pins on the shoulder, and there is a lot of reference. I've actually was just looking at this, and there's alternate references also for the Green Ranger. There's one where he's totally green, and there's nothing, even the shoulder articulation here isn't green at all. There's no diamonds and it's green. And then there's ones where it's like just this portion and the diamond is hidden under the dragon shield. I know that our pins are for sure the white pins, so he has that detail. But I can't exactly confirm or deny that at this point.
All right, next one. Retro figures. Where's Trini and Tommy? Guys, first wave shown. There's always more than, where there's one wave, there's a second wave. So I'm sure you'll be seeing them very soon.
Stay tuned. Many more surprises, things that you would never expect to be in retro. Apparently.
They're
Loretta, you heard them. Let's get more Tommies.
All right, guys.
Hold on.
Someone's asking for more Tommies.
They need more Tommies.
Yeah.
You should add
All right,
to the
thanks,
Tommy
guys. You told us more Tommies. We're giving you more Tommies.
Yeah,
more Tommies like more cowbell?
You can't say anything where we put more.
Yeah.
Also, what's that meat? It was the Tommy and Friends pack. The Ranger logo. Mighty Morphins, Tommy and Friends.
Yeah.
Okay, next question. Here we go. Will you guys focus on something more than MMPR? Anything from beyond the Zordon era? What do you think, Loretta?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure.
I'm not
Without question.
There's a few other
Yeah, we're
years,
trying-
I think. There's a few other years.
And we're trying to do that. We're peppering things in here and there. We know that MMPR is a classic and it's something that most people are familiar with, even if they don't know anything about the brand. They kind of think of MMPR immediately. So that's something that, like, even as we continue, we'll probably like leverage the things that we know do well like that and are just, built into our brand's DNA. But we absolutely are looking, part of our strategy is to make sure that you guys have other things to collect into as you're building out your collections and building out different seasons. So yeah, we're always looking for new stuff to pull in and leverage for you.
It's important too that we don't just have random stuff out there. I think it's we're all relatively new to the team, and Corey's been with the team for a long time, Sam's been with the team for a long time, but we all have our favorite hot moments of the Power Rangers universe. Like for me, I think it's still the Zordon era, but I think In Space is the coolest one. I really like Lightspeed Rescue and some of these other. I like them for all different reasons. But I think we're going to try to stop the randomness. We want to look, if we put out an In Space guy, we know you're going to start to build the In Space collection. We're going to continue that out. We just want to make sure that there's story behind it, just like Loretta was talking about earlier.
Yeah, definitely. And even looking at it as more of like a collectible strategy that you would see in even small scale collectibles, where it's like more theme based. So maybe not even specific to seasons, but multiple seasons that have a commonality, or so you could collect different characters across the board.
Plus, and this is
a
going to
little
sound
something
like
for everyone.
This is going to sound like they told me to say this, but I didn't. But like with the monsters and the versus packs, there's like more there to do with the storytelling stuff.
Yeah, and I think it's important. Like, we know that not everyone loves MMPR, so we want to be able to have seasons, even if you don't like something we're putting out, there's something else for you that you can collect. So that's important to us as well as you guys, I'm sure.
So what you're saying is you're gonna put on your lab coats and figure it out.
We don't have the lab coats yet.
Still waiting on those, Jonathan.
I'm going to put on my spandex
Next
and figure it out.
Yeah.
With Cat,
that's why I'm working out.
With Cat coming to the line, any chance of her monster form, Catastrophe? That's a pretty cool idea.
Ooh, that is a cool idea.
Definitely one I want to
saying
make.
there's a chance.
I'm saying there's a chance.
You always get questions like this. Are we going to get this extremely specific monster?
Yeah.
Maybe
we hope so.
Everybody says it. Sure.
But we're busy with the
Cat
Tommies
had
now,
a
right?
lot of forms. Cat's one of those characters who had so many. Like, we saw her first as a cat, and then she became a ranger, and then went on to so many other seasons. So who knows? She has a big history. So.
Okay, next one. Have you thought about doing an enormous Megazord for HasLab? Orden, why don't you take this one?
Have we ever thought about this? I think, HasLab is this incredible forum by which the fans let us choose. I think something like that is absolutely possible, and it really comes to the passion of our fans and what they want. We're certainly looking at HasLab as a format for creating something big, and if people want a big Megazord, make your voices heard. We certainly listen to all the different, the boards and the different forums online, and Loretta and I are always, thinking about it. Even in COVID-19 kind of in the condition here, we're always listening online, and we'll be going to those conventions and things like that once things change. So let us know. That's the best way to get your voice heard.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Here we go. Okay, this is our last question. Oh, it's a softball. Cool.
It's a nice and easy one.
Who is your favorite Ranger and from which series? How about Sam and Corey? How about we let you take these?
Yeah, so I already said I love Adam, and I do love Adam. So I'm going to specifically say Adam from Zeo, but also I'm a Frog. Adam is like one of my favorite moments in all of pop culture, because I just felt in that moment, like, I get it. I would be that person who gets the frog coin, and like, I hear you, Adam. Yeah, I was shy. I played soccer. It is. The frog is my logo on all of our work, like our internal work stuff. The frog coin is my logo. Yeah. So it has to be Adam, like roughly late, like Ninja era / Zeo. So it's gotta be Adam.
It's hard for me. The moment I start thinking about my favorite characters, my mind always goes to the villains. As a sculptor, getting to make the monsters and the villains have such cool designs. And for me, Lord Zed has always just been this, pinnacle of character design that I've just always been in love with. To go Ranger, though, it might be cheesy, but I have to go classic green. Tommy, but when he was evil. So I really am glad
specifically
about,
evil Tommy. Okay.
Oh yeah, for sure. So I would go with that for now.
That's awesome. Well, guys, thank you so much for the questions, and thank you so much for being here with us. We've had such a blast with you. This has again been it's terrific that we've been able to do this, and thanks for your participation. Enjoy the rest of the show, especially the next thing that's coming up, which is our entertainment panel. So thank you, and may the power protect you.
We're going. The Lightning Collection just keeps on getting better. Thank you to our Power Rangers team for those incredible reveals. Okay, let's take a pause here for one of my favorite moments. Let's read some more fan comments that have been coming in. All right. First comment is from Marcus. John, you're going to do great on the Power Rangers team. Your work on Transformers is amazing. That's very nice, Marcus. On behalf of John, I thank you. Thank you very much. All right, next comment is from... Ooh, it's going to be a spicy one. It's from Toy Cop. Might as well sign my check to Hasbro. Yes, it's a little unusual in this day and age to be paying by check, but yes, sign over your check to Hasbro because we have a lot of amazing stuff, and we're not even done. Okay, Johnny says, I'm excited for Power Rangers stuff today. Let's go! Johnny, we're excited too. We're going. Let's go, we're going. Okay, Bumblehide says, take notes, people. Hasbro Pulse nails the virtual con experience. I gotta say, Bumblehide, I agree with you. We're nailing it. We're doing a really good job. And that includes you guys at home. Keep those comments coming. Keep those questions coming. It's really, really fun to hear what everyone has to say. And remember, we're fans too, so we're included in that whole killing it thing. Okay, wow. That was a really cool mix of Lightning Collection items. Kind of a nice blend of old and new. And bringing in that new is really important because, as you fans know, Power Rangers is far more than just Mighty Morphin. So here to give you details about the latest and greatest seasons, Andre Meadows will be joined by the cast of Beast Morphers, and you're going to want to stick around for a very special surprise featuring Dino Fury. Andre, it's Morphin! You know the drill, Andre.
It's Morphin Time! What's up? It's Andre coming to you live from Grid Battle Force, or at least that's what I've been calling my place. for the past few months, and we are about to have the Power Rangers Beast Morphers panel. I can't believe that it's almost over for Power Rangers Beast Morphers, 2 action-packed seasons, but it's not done yet. You can catch the remaining episodes every Saturday at 8 a.m. on Nickelodeon. For this panel, we got some fun, some surprises, some behind-the-scenes stuff, maybe even a prehistoric announcement, so stay tuned for that. But right now, what better time than to introduce our panelists, Power Rangers Beast Morphers. They're all here. What's up, everyone? What is up? Yes. So we have our Beast Morphers Red Ranger, Rory Travis.
Hello, you guys.
We got Beast Morphers Yellow, Jacqueline Sislowski.
Hi!
We got Beast Morphers Blue Ranger, Jazz Balawalia.
What is up, everybody? Woo woo!
We got our Beast Morphers Gold Ranger, Abraham Rodriguez.
Hello, friends! Woo!
And we can't have our Rangers without our villains. We also got Blaze here, Colby Strong.
Hey, you guys, how's it going?
And we also have Roxy Liana Ramirez.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having us.
So glad to have you all here. Now, before we get into this, we're also going to be checking out the chat to see if there's any questions that you guys want to ask as well in this panel. So be sure to put those into the chat. But I'm going to get everything started here by just saying, how is everyone doing? How is your quarantine been? Have you picked up any new hobbies in the last few months?
Woo! Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Good. Since quarantine, I think I started my own production company. Whoop whoop to that.
Yeah.
Dang. Is it bad to say that I've started TikTok?
Yes, it is very bad.
That's terrible.
No, it's so awesome. Everybody's picking up all these awesome things. It's so exciting.
A lot of random dance parties, a lot of random cooking, a lot of coffee. Been lit.
Yes.
Yeah, learning how
I've
to
actually,
cook. It's those things. What the heck?
I've taken up cooking consistently in the gym, and yeah, just mostly cooking.
Nice.
I know I need to get on Jazz's regimen.
I know, you guys share some recipes and stuff with me later on there. So always have to ask this question to any new Rangers. This is usually something we do at like Comic-Con or Power MorphiCon, is that I would just like to know what it's like to be a Ranger, particularly when was that first moment when you were either on set or something that happened where you just like, yes, I'm a Power Ranger now.
Ooh. Well, for me, I remember when we watched our sequence, our title sequence for the first time, and I remember we were all sitting in our ADR booth in New Zealand, and I just started looking at AB, and I was like, started crying and laughing because I didn't know how to feel it. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe it. Like, those are our faces. We're doing it. We all look so cute doing the little turn in. So that really hit me. And I was like, oh, shoot, we're on the show.
I feel like there's so many moments with this show that it feels like you're like, wow, this is really happening. And it might be happening with other shows too. Like if, hey, I'm in, another specific big show, but like you get an action figure, like little things like that. You're like, well, huge things like that. You're like, wow, like I'm a Power Ranger. Like this is real. So it's really exciting. So many little moments like that.
Yeah, wearing
I think
the
every
morpher.
time we got to wear. Sorry, Lily.
No, go for it. That was all I wanted to add. Go for it.
I think every time we got to wear our Ranger suit was so special and so much fun. And I don't know, just being together all in like our Ranger suit and filming, that really felt like, oh my gosh, like we're Power Rangers. Like we're those people in the suits. So we didn't get to wear it a bunch of times, but every time we did get to wear it was just so much fun. And we took advantage and just had a blast, in our Ranger suit.
And y'all looked good.
For me, it was a Ranger suit too.
Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as the Ranger mask went on, it was like childhood all over again.
So awesome. Now, you guys were great at being Rangers, but it's also sometimes good to be bad. So I really have to hear from Kobe and Liana here. What was it like being some iconic villains in Power Rangers history with Blaze and Roxy?
Colby.
It's pretty wild. I think when we first signed on, we didn't really know what we were walking into with the Super Sentai series. And so it was pretty exciting hearing about how excited the fans were about the Super Sentai villains enter and escape. And so for me and Liana kind of realizing like, wow, like we have some huge shoes to fill. So when we found out that like how big of fans there was already with the characters and people were just excited to see what we were going to do, it was really exciting. So when the show started, we had a little bit of a fan base, and I think it's grown. It's really exciting. So I couldn't be more honored to play somebody so iconic as Enter. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, following off of that, we were so excited. Colby and I, we got together so many times, and we worked so hard to really create what Roxy and Blaze were, and we had a lot of fun. I don't know if you can tell by on the show, but we had a lot of fun. A lot of our set days consisted of us goofing around, dancing around with our monsters, and just enjoying being bad.
Well, you were so good. That bad life was so good. Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. I think we are getting an incoming transmission from Outside Grid Battle Force. Commander Shaw's putting that in. Let me see what's coming on here. What we have here.
Hey, Ranger Nation!
Hey guys, it's me, Cosplay Flores, aka Ben Burke.
And I'm Christina Ho, aka Betty Burke on Beast Morphers, and we're super, super bummed that we couldn't be there with you today at PulseCon.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate, but you know, we are there in spirit with you guys through these hard times, but we're gonna get through it. And I know over the past year, it's been super exciting to see ourselves on TV, seeing Betty and Ben go through all these crazy shenanigans, see all these antics they get up to while they're at Grid Battle Force trying to help the Rangers, trying nonetheless.
Hey, we actually succeed some of the time, you know. Ben and Betty actually do help out in the end. They do come through. They come through.
But we do have one question for our amazing panel today. I will go ahead and let Christina ask this amazing question.
Coco. Thank you. What was your favorite thing about working with us?
And you can only choose one, because we know you guys want to choose a lot. You know, there's amazing stories out there, so only one though.
Or you can choose 5 or 10. I mean, you can just spend the whole time talking about us if you want.
I am actually very for that idea.
That's
so
fine.
5, 10, maybe 15. Go ahead and do 100.
I love that.
We love you guys so much, and we miss you a ton. Stay safe, and, you know, maybe we'll link up next year.
Oh, just the love that I was seeing from you guys when they popped up on screen was so beautiful.
Oh my God.
Definitely a lot of love for Cosme and Christina right here. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, to go along with their question, what was the best part about working with them?
You know, my favorite Cosme is such a hilarious guy. Cosme is such a hilarious guy. I would say one thing about him, or maybe multiple. We'll see how this goes. He was always so down to earth, but he was funny. It was like he could take a situation or a problem that we were having that day, flip it into something that was completely unrelated to what we were feeling. And he just had a way of making it. He just has his own charisma with it. And at the end of the day, we're laughing. We could be, because we all had those days on set. And literally, Cosme and Christina, really, you can talk to both of them. And both of them can bring their energy to you. And you wake up just like, hey, well, what was I even mad about? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
True.
They did that a lot.
Bring such a special energy to set, just both of them together, and then with us, it really was just like a perfect match. Like, just their energy is awesome, and you can tell on camera. It's pretty awesome.
For me,
there were behind the scenes too. Yeah.
Exactly, like getting excited the night before when we look at the call sheet and knowing that Cosme and Christina were going to be on set. I think that was one of the best days that we would have. Just like how Rory would say, we would, having bad days or, feeling negative about something, and then having them on set, it would just change the whole perspective and change the whole mood, the vibe. And much love to them. Just they're amazing and super funny, and their chemistry is to die for.
Yeah.
It was always so fun to watch their little gags and stuff. Like getting to watch them get like goop and icing and all this crazy stuff poured all over them. And then a lot of times we would like be in queue or like they caused these things. So then we're now stuck in it and we're like running away from it too. We're like, I don't know, in the sticky situation with them. That was always so much fun and high energy and just such a good time to, I don't know, experience all of these little gags that they bring in the show.
Yeah. Nothing is better than hearing Christina's infectious laugh from miles away.
Oh my!
It was like, like energy was given to you from her laugh, and you could hear her, and you were like, "Oh yes, now it's a good day." And Cosme was the same. You could make eye contact with him from completely across the room, and he would just do something so funny, and it was like only you and him felt like we were having this connection, but in reality, the whole crew was watching you two be like ridiculous goofballs, and that was just like the best part of the day.
Oh my gosh! Now I want to hang out with him. They're so awesome. He sounds so great about it.
You guys
so great.
Well, it just definitely sounds like you had a lot of fun working on the show, a lot of fun on the set. We actually have some examples of your fun on the set, but it might also be a little embarrassing as well. I don't know. We'll see.
What?
It's tradition. It's Power Rangers tradition. We gotta do it. For everyone out there, the Power Rangers Beast Morphers blooper reel. Activate Beast Power!
See this.
Hey, you! Walk your light bulb!
Oh, there's the stuff.
There's the ball.
Oh my god.
That one, baby. Let's go.
Christmas cookies meant to be. Oh, sorry.
Oh my god.
Jack, no.
Hey, B. Kevin.
It's hot.
Oh, we're so cute.
Twills.
Oh my god.
You re-elected me, man.
Oh, that's it.
Oh, that was all the time. Yeah. Oh, the door.
Oh, that was so cute and fun.
Oh, I remember.
Jackie.
All the time.
Three, 2, 1.
Oh,
That's so cute.
Big smile, Steel.
I looked at
Yes, you guys, we are.
Yeah.
We
Oh my
are
God.
all the way.
Yes. So yeah, did those moments bring back any memories, any reminiscence of
All
those
of
times
them.
that happened?
Every single one of them.
All of them.
Yeah.
I can remember so many times
Slipping, sliding.
when we have slipping. Yeah, exactly.
That was
Yeah,
always
Jazz,
the
I
hardest
noticed a couple of scenes where you fell over a little bit there, tripped a little bit there, Jazz.
all
What's
the
going
time, all
on
the
there?
time. It was I think it was the shoes that they gave. They would give me these shoes on purpose so I could slip on the grass.
It's a lot too. Everything we're running on, it's like if the grass is wet, you have to run up and then you do your pose, and that's how you slip. If it's like gravel or dirt, like we always have to do that little run up and then the pause, and that's where it all goes crazy.
Yeah, it was like full speed and then complete stop, and it was like.
Yeah.
You know, and another thing that's super funny. Oh, sorry, Jackie.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Oh, no. I was just going to say, it's super funny because playing evil with me and Liana, like, I think if you're good, you can kind of play it off and laugh if something happens. But, like, me and Liana are just joking around all the time, and all of a sudden we have to be super evil, and nothing can happen. Or, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for
so,
real.
and we're always smiling on set. So we're like, don't make me laugh. I have to be evil.
I think the good thing about us though is we never really had to do the run up thing, so because we always like walked up super slowly, so we never had
Just
too
like
many
that.
trips.
Like, that's how we walked up.
Yes.
We walked up just like that.
That's the evil walk right there. There you go.
Evil walk.
Well,
that's the walk.
It looked flawless when we saw it, the final version. So you know, other than that blooper reel, we'll never know. Professionals, perfectionists, never had a problem.
Right.
We were talking about the land earlier. That's actually kind of an interesting segue because you shot this in New Zealand, and so it's that's kind of a thing that happens with this show. And so I'm curious what that experience was like. If that was like a culture shock or a life change for you, because it's literally like you're a Power Ranger, pack up your bags, you're living in New Zealand for a few months to do this show. Were you able to adjust? Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think it'll always have a super like special place in all of our hearts because of the fact that we got to live there for so long. We really connected with our crew and really got to, really like fully immerse in their culture and like experience, local things with them. And they would invite us over to their house, and we just a lot of time with them, like on set and outside, and just getting to explore the country for so long. I feel like we really, really became little Kiwis. So yeah.
Emojis.
Little Kiwis. Emoji. Oh, New Zealand is beautiful. It's beautiful. Go ahead, Jackie. Was that you?
Yeah. I feel like honestly, just the place itself was so beautiful, and there's so many things to explore and everything. But honestly, like just having each other was such a huge thing. Like I feel like we're so fortunate and lucky. And we talk about this all the time. Like we all instantaneously just became each other's family, and like we constantly were trying to keep each other up and positive and making the most of the time we had there. So we would try to go out, we would try to explore, and it just was like each other's company and being in such a beautiful place that really just made it so special. And like we always say that we feel like just being a Power Ranger is a part of this whole franchise. Everybody kind of just gets it, and it's this like special kind of unspoken bond that we all have.
Yeah, it's definitely really special.
Amen.
For sure.
Amen to that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think there's something really different about this show where, you're not, you might book a show in Los Angeles, you're going to film in Los Angeles, you come home every night and you have your place to go to. Like, we picked up our whole lives for a year and came back. I mean, it's pretty wild how you only have 8 people to explore a whole new country with, and you're so it really bonded us, like, really close, so we could, like, I don't know. It was such an interesting experience, and you can tell, I think, how close we really are because of that.
Yeah, because we became family.
Yeah, I think our chemistry translates.
Yeah, because we didn't have our family or our friends. We were like, okay, it's us 8. We can either not work on these relationships, and that's not what happened. We worked on those relationships, and we really made it a point to be like, you know what? We're in this together. We're going to be family, and we're going to make a really good show.
And deal with it.
And legit, literally, we work 10 to 12-hour days, and then we would still come to each other's houses and just, have fun.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like on set was fun, and then we can go home and have fun as well.
A lot of dinners.
The only time we were separate was when we were sleeping. Like, other than that, we wake up at 5 a.m. together all the way through filming, like 14 hours. And then some of us live with each other, so we come back home to each other. So the only time we were away from each other was when we were sleeping. And we'd do that 6 days in a row. And then on our day off, we would still hang out and explore and go and travel and do stuff. So we're so blessed to really love each other, really vibe. And just,
I know AB
forever.
I know AB couldn't sleep because he was just so excited to see us the next day. Right?
He'd
be like, where are they?
I know. I know.
Where's
We even
Aiden?
had sleepovers sometimes. Like, we literally couldn't get away from each other. We would still sleep over at each other's apartments. Like, we were just always together.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
it's like a Power Rangers summer camp. It's like you're all just hanging out together.
It really is. But
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. Well,
Like,
I think I know some people that may have gone through similar experiences that you actually got to work with. An upcoming episode of Power Rangers Beast Morphers is going to have an exciting team up where you'll be fighting alongside Dino Thunder, Dino Charge, and Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. And we actually have an exclusive clip to show you from that upcoming episode.
Yeah.
Oh, watch out now.
Kinds of dinosaur DNA and just enough energems. We could have gotten more if the Rangers hadn't escaped. Who cares? This geode is perfect. We just need to find a way to crack it open. That'll do. What's taking so long? I need this new Zord. The Rangers once and for all. It's almost ready.
This is fun.
Brennan.
That's when Liana got hit by Goldar's wing.
Guys, what's happening? What? Like,
Oh,
Raven
Lily.
ones?
But you use normal crystals. Using our energems will make it much more powerful. And why would they use DNA from 6 dinosaurs?
Good question.
Why?
Yo, James was so cool.
Whoa!
Yeah. How legendary.
Same here. Aren't you?
I'm Jason.
We don't have time for introductions. Evox is making an evil Zord.
We have to stop them.
You need these.
This is so fun.
And here.
Wow.
Dino charges from our vault.
This scene was so
Fully charged.
intense.
And Clank.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Spectacular. Devin,
Right.
take your team around.
Got me.
Lead the rest of us on a frontal attack. Old school. I like it.
Look at Jason. Look at Jason
Let's
giving
go.
that look. Like, yeah.
Hey!
Sick.
Oh, that was so cool. Oh man. So yes,
Yes.
I have to know, what was it like to be part of this episode, getting to work with legendary Rangers, and just realizing the Power Rangers legacy that you now are a part of?
Filming with them
There are no words
was
to
so
describe it,
fun.
Andre.
Like that scene where we were all together, like that's such a huge group of like all of us filming at once. So those days were so big and so much fun, and it was just so refreshing because obviously we're used to us filming all the time. So getting this whole like new group of Rangers was just so much fun. We all had such a blast on set and off set, hanging out and going to dinners and just each other's apartments. We really took advantage of them being there and really hung out every second that we could. And honestly, I think for all of us, it's one of our favorite like memories of the whole experience was when they came back.
Austin is just so down to earth too. I love that guy. So down to earth.
Oh.
And so just there, you know, whatever questions that we would all have, he would just say them in a second, and he just made us feel so welcome to the franchise.
Yeah, it's kind of goes.
Well,
back
it was
to
just
that
so.
whole- Sorry.
Sorry, Jackie, go ahead.
But no, it goes back to that special bond again. Like even Jason would hang out with us just as much as all the other guys, and everybody just it feels like you already know all of the Rangers from regardless of what season they are. Like it just feels like you already know them, and everybody's so welcoming, so heartwarming, and just so friendly, and everybody kind of just has each other's backs and always has great advice, and they just brought such a great new energy, like AB said too. It was like such a refreshing time, and probably one of the best little periods of the whole entire series itself.
And especially for some
Honestly.
of us who have grown up watching it, like, I'm a 90s baby, a lot of us are, and it's like, it's just so legendary that you're working with the original Red Ranger. Like, we're sitting on our way to set, and you're driving there, and you're just talking to him, and I'm like, what is my life right now? It's one of those moments that you're like, I'm a Power Ranger. Like, it's pretty exciting. It's just, that just doesn't happen with every job, so it's pretty legendary.
Yeah, and
Like,
Austin
definitely.
especially,
My first
he
experience-
really like
Go ahead, Lily.
go for it. Oh, thank you, Roy.
Ladies first.
I don't know, just Austin especially was so amazing. Like he pulled us all aside and was like, enjoy this time in your life. this is such a special moment in your life, and just soak up every minute of it. And you kind of put in perspective what we were getting ourselves into in the future of just being a part of this legacy for now forever. And I don't know, I think it just got us all super excited and made the time filming with them even more special, because it was like, okay, this is it, this is what we get to do now. Okay, this is amazing. Humongous family, great.
Yeah,
and we are joining a legacy. We joined this legacy. Well, no, sorry, we joined this legacy, and like Liana said, I don't think none of us really knew what we were going into getting these roles. And just to see, and I think a lot of us did some studying as well from the very first Power Ranger season, Mighty Morphin, all the way to, Ninja Steel. So we saw and got to see James and Brennan and Yoshi, all these guys doing their thing. So it was surreal meeting them in person and knowing that they are just all just down to earth guys, especially Austin St. John. And I just want to say this because I say it like in every interview that I do. I legit met Austin St. John not knowing just where I was. I had hurt myself on second unit that day fighting. So I'm literally sitting in the green room. My foot is like just and in walks Austin St. John, his assistant. And I don't know if he has some type of prior, military medical training. But he comes down, he does like an examination, a diagnosis of my foot, of my ankle, and just like, I think you got a little abrasion here. Yes, sir. He wraps my foot, and I'm playing it so cool. I'm playing it cool. But in the back of my mind, I'm like, this is Austin, and this is Jason. This is Jason. And he's bandaging my foot right now? Is this happening? And then I got to work with him later on that day, and I just feel like we had this bond, like he got me. Real life Power Ranger life, he had me. So yeah. Austin, appreciate you.
Oh, that's so cool.
For real.
Yeah, I was gonna say that scene where you jump out together is just so fun. It's just so fun. So yeah. Actually, that's an interesting thing because interesting thing because like I've seen that scene specifically where like Jason and you come out, you bump hands and all that stuff. That just is a reminder of just like how much the legacy is, and what's interesting about this legacy of Power Rangers is that there has been a lot of diversity, inclusion into it, and that's been another thing that's been wonderful about it all this time. So I just love to hear from you guys what that means to you when someone can look at any of you and go, that Power Ranger looks like me, and that sort of thing.
Yeah. I don't know. It's pretty wild to be a part of such an inclusive project, and that Saban has been doing it for so long. Like that was his main focus from the get-go. So I think it's really cool to also be part of a show that was such like, it wasn't even a thought. Like it was like, I want to make sure that everybody's included, and so every kid can look at the show and be like, in every form of diversity, and be like, anyone can be a Power Ranger. No matter body size, anything, and there's also like obviously race, and it's just really exciting to even be a part of our season where Jazz, the first Indian region. It's just so exciting to be a part of such a legendary show in that form as well.
Yeah, Jazz, I wanted to ask you about that. Like, how did that feel?
Oh yes. Sorry, guys. For me, it was really. For me, stop laughing. For me, it was really special just because, being the first Punjabi Power Ranger in 20 plus years, and just having fans from India just message me and say that you look like me. If you can do it, then I can do it, and just showing that confidence of being like, especially with Haim Saban, just like how Colby was just saying, anyone can become a Power Ranger if you just want it bad enough. And I'm a prime example of that. Rory, everyone on this panel is, and it's really special in my heart.
Yeah,
just like Jazz, it's so special to be able to represent the Latino community and be a Latino Power Ranger and be that for little kids watching the show, and also be able to play like Nate's the scrawny scientist. He's the nerd, always on the computer in the lab, always doing things for the Rangers and helping them. And then him turning into one is just, I don't know, I think so special. And shows to not judge a book by its cover, not to underestimate anyone. And yeah, it's just so special to be able to play both of those roles, even like auditioning for it. I was originally auditioning for the comedic duo, and I went to producers for the comedic duo. And then in my producer session, Chip, our executive producer, asked me to read for a Ranger. And I remember very early on in the audition process, I even thought like, oh my gosh, I'm so not like the built as like a Power Ranger. I'm like short and little and like scrawny. And like, I even had an idea of what a Power Ranger is supposed to look like. So then to be able to like even prove that to myself and show everyone that, look, I may not look like the average, like normal, typical Power Ranger, but I still got it. That alone just, I don't know, just means so much. And I'm happy to show that to everyone watching the show that, you can be a Power Ranger and it really doesn't matter, your race or your body type or whatever. And yeah, it's just so special to be a part of a franchise and a show and a series that, does that and has that, inclusivity.
Yeah.
Definitely are blessed.
My little AB baby.
Definitely are blessed.
Yes. And of course, we
so
always
many
Power Rangers always.
instances.
No, I was just saying Power Rangers always has ladies there right alongside as well. So Jacqueline, Liana, do you have any feelings you have about being able to have that representation out there as well?
Yeah,
for sure.
It's super cool because I don't know about Jackie, because me and you, we kind of met in a stunts class, and so I think you and I both had this dream of being in action films, and I grew up wanting to be a female superhero, and that's the stories I love and I'm super passionate about. My book is frankly about that, and so it was amazing to be given the opportunity to be a part of Power Rangers and kind of fill the shoes of a female super villain. I mean, there's some kind of heroic-ish aspects to it, but I want to be able to use this opportunity to inspire other people and other girls to see you can also be superheroes as well. And I love those women growing up, and it's super cool that Jackie and I can hopefully do that to girls now in the future.
Yeah, definitely. I think what I really loved about just Power Rangers and stuff, and our season specifically, I really loved the storyline of our first few episodes. Not only was I able to be the only female ranger amongst all my amazing guy classmates, but I also really wanted to hold my own and prove that, Zoe is just as strong a part of the team as any of the other guys. And so I loved the storyline of her also being an underdog, but she kept training and kind of just showing that work ethic and passion and positivity and kind of conquering your fears is such a huge thing that I personally try to live by myself. So I loved that was kind of Zoe's central theme throughout the first few episodes, and then obviously continued throughout the seasons. But yeah, it was really important to me to show girls, and I think Liana and we had some really big shoes to fill, and I think that she crushed it. And I don't know. I think it's super special that we both got to see the female superheroes / villains on the show. So yeah.
Really
Proud
awesome.
of you, girl.
And of
You
course-
killed it too.
And then of course Rory, I have to ask,
where'd he go?
Being the Red Ranger, being the leader of the team. Yeah, welcome back. But yeah, being the Red Ranger, being the leader of the team, I'm sure that people have probably reached out to you. I'm sure you maybe have some experiences, especially, obviously we've had a lot of talk about Black Lives Matter and Black representation in superheroes and media. So I'm curious of just what your experience has been as the leader of the team this season, to have that out there. Oh, I think we might have lost your sound. Oh no!
Rory, no! Rory, no!
Oh no!
He's talking.
Oh
ear
no! There.
Can't hear you.
Lori.
Still no sound?
Oh no!
A little bit.
Oh, we can
Okay, we got you.
Lordy.
Yeah, I think you're back.
There we go.
Come on, Lori.
You're back.
Hey, Rory Travis in the building. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Right?
No problem.
So I mean, it's definitely been like been a blessing this whole experience. We're walking into these shoes and we having to fill them. And for me, it first Black Ranger in 10 years, and our last one was Scott with RPM. I've definitely have instances where I've went to seminars and just lectures and conventions, and so many kids and people of all ages just coming up to me and just, yo, your performance was just amazing. I'm so happy that we can have an African American as the Red Ranger. Like, bro, you're sick. Like somebody who has my same hair, my same skin, my same swagger, and I didn't even know the hype that came with being, a Black Red Ranger. But I'm so happy that I've had the opportunity to be a part of this legacy, to meet you guys. I know my connection is slow. I apologize. At this moment of time. But yeah, it's definitely something that I'm grateful to have, because now I can speak about things that are important to me and important to my people. And, that's an opportunity that I'm not going to take for granted.
That's really awesome.
It's awesome.
And just so you all know, Hasbro is standing with the Black community. They are committed to listening, taking action, making meaningful change, making the world a better place for everyone out there. And if you want to know more about that, you can check that out at newsroom.hasbro.com. But yeah, I just love that you guys bring so many different backgrounds, as well as different just personalities and styles, and just coming together as a team. It's just always cool to watch. And that's why I think Power Rangers has been such a great thing, because we get to see so many different people work together to obviously save the world from all those monsters out there. So it's really awesome. It's a really cool team. But I've been asking a lot of questions. I know there's some fans out there that want to ask some questions. No problem. But I know there's some fans out there that want to ask some questions. So let's see what we got here.
Let's do it.
Arcana Master says, what is your favorite Power Ranger season? So I guess outside of your own, is there a Power Ranger? RPM, I hear.
RPM, let's go.
RPM.
Ooh, Dino Thunder.
A big one I watched when I was
huge fan of Dino
a kid
Thunder.
has always stuck out to me. Of course, Mighty Morphin, but also in Space. Space is also such a great season as well, with also the
Space.
Oh my gosh, what's the name escaping me? I should know my people. The villains, the Psycho Rangers.
Yeah,
my people. Just so that season's also great.
You get together every Thanksgiving, have some cookouts with the Psycho Rangers,
I love it. I forgot their name. Psycho. I can't believe it.
All right. David says, Leanna and Colby, how was it playing villains? What did you do to prepare to be villains?
Ooh. Colby, go for it first.
Something really exciting about the robots is we came back from our little break, and it was in January, so after Christmas, and Liana and I got together and we were like, how do we want to do these robots? Because there's so many different ways we could have done it. And I put me and Liana through some crazy stuff. I learned some stuff, different body, like movement exercises through college. And I was like having her do it in the apartment. And she was humoring me. She was like, all right. She's like, I'm having you, I'm following you. But we ended up talking about Blade Runner and the replicants and how that was a big, Liana brought that idea up. And I was like, wow, that is so true. And we kind of wanted to go more the nuanced route and be like, we're so convincingly human that we're so convincingly human that you wouldn't know if we're robots or not. So that was a really fun little choice that we came up with. But yeah, it was inspired by Blade Runner. Liana?
It was so funny because on the flight back to New Zealand from Christmas break, I watched Blade Runner. And I was like, wait a second, this works perfectly for us for season 2. And before, we just kind of had a lot of fun with season 1, and we just kind of prepped together. And then again, for season 2, we came in, and then yes, Colby did his thing, and I was like, I'm going to follow you all the way. And but yeah, that was the inspiration for season 2. And I don't know, I personally think it worked.
Yeah, for sure. And it definitely was fun to... It was definitely fun to kind of figure out, like, obviously Enter and Escape are their own specific villain, and Enter is a little bit more flamboyant. And so we were trying to figure out from the script that we were given, how do we want to kind of be more like them? Do we want to kind of create our own? It was a fun process, and I think we're really happy, and I think the fans are happy too with what we ended up going with.
Oh, and fun fact, we asked for the highlights, and it ended up working fantastically for the role. It was a little fun thing because we were like, we should do something fun, hair and makeup for season 2. We're gonna be robots. We're gonna be different. So that's how the highlights came about. Which
I should ask for some too.
So.
All right, I'm now gonna be concerned if I see anyone with highlights now and be like, are you a person or a robot? But it's good to know.
Yeah, are you a robot?
Yes, be concerned.
All right. Matthew asks, what episode of Beast Morphers is your favorite? Now, keep in mind, not every episode is aired yet, so no spoilers, but do you have a favorite Beast Morphers episode?
My favorite hasn't aired yet. It's in the second half of season 2. But some of my other favorites is, of course, my 8th episode where I become the Gold Ranger. That'll always be one of my tops. But then also the one with me and Zoe almost kissing. That was a super fun one to film. And also, like the Megan episodes, I loved working with Maddie, who plays Megan. Those are always so much fun. And yeah, those are a few of my...
Yeah, I just didn't like episode 8.
Yeah.
Episode 8 in season 1, yeah, it wasn't as good, you know, but
Oh, okay.
Getting little
okay.
That's little AB baby. No, I think my favorite one was definitely mine and Roxy's Valentine's Day episode. So that was a really sweet episode. And of course, just the first one. Our first episode, it was just with the bang, you know. So that was definitely still one of my favorites. And my second favorite hasn't aired yet either.
Oh, some surprises in store there. Yes, we'll have to see. Do we have any other
pretty much a
questions,
lot
or?
is coming, so everyone be ready. The season 2 is wild in every way, so be ready for what's coming because some fun stuff happens.
Guys, do you remember when we filmed with the turtle?
The turtle.
When he had to dive in and then he like twirled for the camera, do we remember that?
Yeah.
He was
The turtle's
so
a better actor than I am.
majestic.
That episode
And worked every angle.
Yeah.
That was our
Really good.
only night shoot in the entire season, like the entire series.
Yeah,
we had
that
that
was
one
it.
night shoot at the aquarium. So much fun.
I like turtles.
That was so fun.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, nice.
Also, though,
Okay.
my favorite was the Halloween one, especially because I loved hearing Jazz attempt to do a British accent.
Yeah.
Oh yes, that Halloween episode was hilarious between the Sherlock Holmes Jazz and the Viking Jacqueline. I was like, what is going on here?
Oh my gosh. Jackie.
Yeah, you guys like.
Web series or something at least. Like Ingrid Ironack
Right.
to have her own school.
The British came easy to me, you know. The British accent came fairly easy to me. I've been
Oh.
Yeah, it was flawless. Flawless.
Whoa.
Oh.
It's
Well,
crazy.
this next question comes with a prop because it says, the Hodgepodge says, I love Colby. How did you like your Lightning Collection figure? And yeah, that's for any
Oh
of
my
the figures
gosh.
that you've gotten out there.
The thing about the figure is that the hair looks so good. Like I'll never be able to have my hair that good. So I was just like, wow, like I was so disappointed in myself because my hair will never look that great. But no, it was so legendary.
Amen,
like there's a
amen,
toy with your
amen.
face on it. So I'm over the moon. I have it next to my bedside. I look at it before I go to bed. Like, you know, that's the life, I guess.
Aw.
I'm dating my action figure.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a great name. Overdrive. Nice operation. What was the weirdest thing that happened on set?
Ooh.
Oh, weird.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Weirdest thing?
Thunderstorm.
Wait, what?
The thunderstorm?
Remember the like hurricane that like happened?
Oh my
When we were
gosh,
in the
yeah.
river? And like,
Yeah.
oh my gosh, that was
Me and
crazy.
Jackie
There
were
was
in the trailer, and all
Yes.
the lights went off. The trailer was shaking. people were like coming like wardrobe, like we had to like stay inside. Everyone was in their trailers. Me and Jackie were like freaking out. Like we didn't know what to do. That was crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. We thought that was literally like a whole hurricane, tornado, tsunami, tsunami.
We thought we were going for the day.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was nuts.
Crazy.
Yeah.
That happened a lot though.
They were too scared.
A lot during filming, and a lot of times we'd be like filming and they have to hold the umbrellas over us, and as soon as they call action, they run away, and then we quickly have to do it. And sometimes we would film with like even just light rain, but like rain was a big thing in New Zealand.
You guys remember
there was
Rain's
a forest.
a lot there.
We filmed in a forest a lot, and there were so many cicadas out there. And I remember one time we went in, and me and Liana run in to do a thing, and we transport in, and we have these vest things, and all of a sudden they're falling into our vests, and we have to act like there's not a cicada in my vest while we're acting, and then you're waiting for cut. And like things like that, they're just like, what is my job? Like it's falling into my evil vest, and I don't know what's going on. Yeah, it was pretty gross.
Yeah, they kept crawling into our costume, and eventually they were like, okay, how do we get rid of these bugs? So they started spraying the trees with water.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Well, I'm glad you're all good from the rain and the bugs.
While we were at the beach, do you guys remember that? Oh, I'm so sorry.
I can't.
I'll go really quick. Remember that? Yes.
Spider. I'm sorry. And then Jazz had to hold the hedgehog.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
yes.
Fun with that.
Yeah, I'm scared of hedgehogs, guys.
Very dangerous.
Or fun, whatever.
I had this centipede that was really poisonous. Actually poisonous.
The guinea pig was dangerous. What is it? It wasn't a guinea pig. What was it?
Guinea pig, the hedgehog.
Give me the hedgehog.
They look the same.
The guinea pig.
Hedgehog is scarier than a centipede.
I was gonna say at the beach, it was so cool that day we filmed. It's not a weird thing, but like, remember after rap, we all got to run into the water and like swim. Like, when do you get to do that? Like that was
it was the most amazing.
We got swim clothes on, ran to the beach. We all swam for a little while, and then we went home. Like, how awesome! That's like a perk of filming.
It was.
That was
the
fun.
best.
Nice. All right, I got a little bit of a challenge for you here, and then before we wrap it up, B Flame will ask,
"Oh no,
who does the best impression of Kobe's Tronics yell?"
This is the best question ever made. Okay, like one at a time. Like, let me rate it. Like one at a time.
Yeah.
I'll say who's the best.
Oh no! I didn't sign up for this.
Tronics.
Okay. Okay, Jackie.
Jacqueline.
Okay. I need to do the hair so that I'm in character.
Oh yeah,
yeah, that's exactly what I look like.
You look at the hair,
just like that.
so you can get a little reference there.
Do the angle?
Yeah.
There's
Good.
Yes.
All right, Jazz.
All right, this is Colby.
That really.
Tronics.
That's pretty
Give me
good.
my helmet.
All
right, AB.
Abraham.
You have to do the hand. Tronics.
And Liana, you're right beside him, so you gotta have it.
All right. Whoa. Okay.
Here we go.
Oh,
I hate you so much.
Wow.
Whoa!
Do it.
You also watched it the most. I would expect you to be the best at it.
Yeah, you have to like do.
Yeah, me and Liana did a lot of impersonating of each other's characters, and we realized that for some weird reason, evil means neck, and so my neck was always. It's the details. So maybe Liana wins, but it's also not fair.
Yeah.
It's not fair.
Oh,
but
well,
also, Colby would do this thing with me. Remember? It would be nice
Oh,
making
yes,
fun of
and
each other
Liana
on
like
set.
would do this.
Yes, the hands.
The hands.
You and Daz had with the glove, and then it was like y'all were
There's so many videos on our phones of each other making fun of
So many things.
this.
Oh yeah.
All of you win, by the way. Everybody's
Nice.
a winner.
Yeah, I thought that was all good.
Hey, thanks for being
Here's
nice.
something we
Kobe.
can all do together. Let's see if we can make this work. On the count of 3, let's all try to say at the same time, internet permitting, go Power Rangers. All right? So I'll count it down.
Let's do it.
1, 2, 3. Go Power Rangers! Perfect. Thank you all so much. It's been so glad to talk to you all. And if, like I said, if you want to see all of this fun happen every Saturday morning at 8 a.m., check out the new episodes of Beast Morphers. Stream the entire series of season 1 if you haven't seen it yet. It's a great series and it's a great cast. So be sure to check that out. Again, Saturday mornings, 8 a.m. on Nickelodeon for Power Rangers Beast Morphers. Still got more of you to go, but there is another season of Power Rangers that's coming out after Beast Morphers, so we got to switch it up a little bit just real quick for you. Power Rangers Dino Fury is the 28th season of Power Rangers, and we have a sneak peek to show you right now.
65 million years ago, an ancient force brought the power of the Morphin Grid to planet Earth. Now, the forces of evil have come to claim that power, and a group of heroes must rise up to meet this challenge.
It's Morphin Time!
Harnessing the energy of the Morphin Grid with the prehistoric power of Dino Fury, they will unlock incredible new morphers, dino-powered weapons, powerful new Zoids, and astonishing new Megazords. In the tradition of dinosaur teams of the past comes a brand new entry. Power Rangers Dino Fury. Coming soon.
Whoa, we even changed the background for it. It's so amazing.
Wow.
What'd you guys think of that?
Maybe it's the Pink Ranger. Let's go.
That was so Okay, Lily Red.
That looked dope, yo.
Yeah, that was really cool. But it is Hasbro PulseCon. It's Hasbro PulseCon, guys. I think we can give them a little bit more. Let's give them a little something else, if you don't mind. If you guys don't mind.
Ooh.
Let's see what else we got here.
Okay.
Maybe.
Here we go. And I'm playing Zato, the Dino Fury Red Ranger.
Hi, I'm Kai Moya, and I'm playing Ollie, the Dino Fury Blue Ranger.
Hi, I'm Hannah and I'm playing Amelia, the Dino Fury Pink Ranger.
On behalf of the new cast of Power Rangers Dino Fury, we're so excited to be a part of the Power Rangers family, and we can't wait for you to see Dino Fury next year. It's going to be more phenomenal.
Yeah!
There we go. We got our Power Rangers there.
Yeah.
Yeah, now you're probably like, wait. That was 3 Rangers. Where's the rest of the team? We got some more to tell you about later down the line, so be sure to stay tuned. Can't reveal everything today, but we'll definitely tell you more about the cast as well as more about Dino Fury as a whole. But for you guys, what did you think? What do you think about the next season that's coming up after you guys? What do you think of that?
So excited.
Yeah.
I didn't see us in it. I think they cut our footage out. I didn't see us in it.
Well, of course, we're all
There's a mistake.
crossover. Fingers crossed for a
Hasbro made a
crossover.
mistake.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely excited for the new season. But like I said, Power Rangers Beast Morphers still going on with this wonderful cast. Thank you all so much for being a part of this panel, being a part of Hasbro PulseCon. We really do appreciate you taking this time out, and it's just great to talk to you and get to see you guys behind the all the outfits and just get to see you as people. And so wonderful to talk to you all.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's been so fun.
Thank you, Hasbro. Thank you, Andre.
Thank you for having us.
No problem. No problem. So yeah. And I'll see you at MorphiCon next year. We're gonna make it happen. All right. So thank you all for being a part. Yes.
Go Power Rangers! I tried. Oh man, now that that's stuck in all your heads, I just want to take a sec to thank the entire Power Rangers team for bringing this together. And wow, who else is stoked for Dino Fury? Am I right? I'm right. Moving right along, we have a special performance by another amazing musical act that, by the way, is sticking around at the end for an exclusive Q&A session. Please do not attempt to record or download the performance. This will be strictly enforced. With that, let's welcome Fallout Boy. That was awesome. That was so cool. Thank you guys so much for sticking around. I have to like pull myself together a little because I was singing along and bopping around. Anyway, earlier our fans submitted some questions for you guys, so hopefully we can get some answers. Is that cool?
Yeah, how's it going?
Good. How are you? Sorry, did you not hear? I just did a whole spiel about how I was like singing and dancing to your
We heard
performance.
some of it, I think. That's really awesome. That was really nice.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I heard you guys mention in the performance it's hard to sing through the masks. Is that like is it just a bizarre experience to have to perform and sing that way?
It's crazy. You get used to it, but it's kind of funny. You go for that big note and the thing puffs out.
You're like, "Oh, I'm powerful."
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So yeah, we have some we have some fan questions for you guys. So the first question is 2021 marks the 20th anniversary of Fallout Boy. Will the band celebrate or commemorate this amazing anniversary by doing something special?
You look at me like I got a plan. They don't be.
Yeah, is there a secret plan?
We would like to commemorate it by having the world go back to normal and people being able to go to concerts and go to school and live their lives. And so hopefully that's how the whole world can commemorate it. Please.
Yeah. Please. Yeah, that would be wonderful. Okay. So what has been a defining moment of 2020 for you guys?
For me, I've when you focus on yourself and your home and your family, and like you're like, oh, I can actually learn to play the piano, or we sit around and play board games. You realize for me, I realized how much of my life I kind of wasn't as present for as I wanted to be, and so yeah, that's been kind of awesome. Like it's obviously been forced upon me, but it's pretty awesome.
I took the chance to learn the violin. That was my big thing this year.
The what? The violin? Did you say?
I'm taking classes. I'm not good at it yet, but I am studying.
That's really cool.
That means you're probably kind of good at it.
No.
Yeah, I'm like, are we gonna hear more violin on the next album?
Maybe.
All right. Okay, so this question is for Patrick. I've been dying to know this for years. Oh, this almost is like this person might be a little psychic. Do you know how to play the ukulele?
Yeah, it's not as intuitive as I think though, because the tuning's kind of like backwards from what I'm used to. So it always takes a minute. The first thing I always play on ukulele is Jingle Bell Rock for some reason. I don't know.
Oh,
I love the ukulele. Just flip a bass upside down, baby.
Is that really what it is? It's just like upside down bass?
No, so it's kind of like that, though there is one there's one string that's like a seventh off or something like that. There's like the high string is.
Oh, mandolin's a bass.
Mandolin's more like a bass.
Okay, I know how to play mandolin,
okay.
not ukulele.
Yeah, but can you tune one?
I can't play any of those, so you could say literally anything and I'd believe you. So here's another question. Besides Hella Megatour, are there any other plans for 2021? Can we expect writing, recording, music collabs. Any plans?
I think that one of the things that was a lot of fun, Joe had brought this cartoon that, Patrick scored, and I got to mess with a little bit. And I think it was cool to see the guys in the band doing stuff, everybody kind of doing stuff outside of just the band, or go into a rehearsal space and jamming. So it might be fun to do some bigger idea that, maybe leads to music or leads to something, but starts, with some of everybody's outside passions would be cool. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I've been scoring a lot. I've been doing film score stuff, so it'd be nice to have some way to blend those things.
The violin album.
Yeah, that's really
the violin album. Yeah.
And an album of just violin, of just playing violin.
I had a
violin, and then I'm going to be playing the ukulele until I realize that I only know the mandolins too.
Yeah, that's right. It
sounds like garbage.
I had a wisdom tooth taken out, so I can't do. I play a lot of trumpet and trombone, and I can't do it right now, and so that's why I've been doing violin. So hopefully, the next album will be all violin.
Most people when they get their wisdom teeth out, just drink milkshakes for a week. They don't learn a whole other instrument. That's a very impressive thing to do. Getting your wisdom teeth taken out.
I did the milkshakes.
Okay,
so
this.
Winner, you know what I mean?
Yeah. This is kind of a similar question. So, what are your favorite Hasbro brands, and do you guys collect anything in particular? Kind of like an outside passion, collecting.
You were always more the action figure guy, but
yeah, I have all my action figures from when I was little, and my two older boys kind of messed with them, but it's actually I have a 2-year-old daughter, and she plays with them all the time and makes amazing sounds with them and stuff. I actually like the board games a lot. I don't know what my favorite would be, but I like the board game. I've been playing a lot of board games lately.
So
I was something when you have. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Patrick.
No,
I was just gonna ask Pete. I was like, I just had a baby, and I'm wondering if I'm just gonna have to give up all the collectibles. Thanks, and just be like, do you just have to at some point say just take them? They're yours now. It's just go wild with all my stuff.
To me, there was a moment where I was like, wow, she's actually using these with her imagination, and it was do that rather than have these toys that are I'm like, don't touch that, that'll break, I don't know, but they're not being used at all. So it's pretty cool to see the imagination going. How old is your baby?
He's 8 months old, so he's just getting to the age where he's like, ooh, I think I'll take that from you. Okay.
Totally. I'll eat that toy.
Yeah, I'll eat that. That's probably delicious. But yeah, it's so fun to see them play with stuff and interact with it in ways that maybe it wasn't made for, but hey, they're having fun,
Totally.
Yeah. Sorry, Patrick. Yeah. Do you collect anything?
So not so much anymore. I mean, instruments, but when I was really jealous because I was just too old for the Marvel Legends, and I would go to the store or whatever, and I'd see those. And I'm like, where was this when I was 8? These are amazing. That's what I wanted. But,
yeah, you could still do it. You're never too old. You're never too old to start collecting. Guys, thank you so much for the amazing performance. Thanks for sticking around for some QA. It was really great. I agree with you. Let's do this again in 2021 when the world is back to normal. I think that should be the plan.
But Transformers toys.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, Transformers anytime. 2021, 2022. Let's do it. Bye. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Yeah. Wow. Guys, that's it from us. 2 full days. So many reveals, more guest stars than even we can count, incredible info, and so much more. Thank you so much for tuning in, for playing along, and for being the best fans on the planet. And thank you again for your support, because with your viewership today and yesterday, Hasbro was able to donate 100,000 amazing products to Toys for Tots, and that is thanks to you. So on behalf of Hasbro and Hasbro Pulse, we want to thank all the amazing brands that participated, our incredible partners, and all the special guests who made these last 2 days pretty awesome. And again, special thanks to the fans because we wouldn't be here without you. So comment below with your favorite moments, highlights, and more. We want to hear from you. And please subscribe to the Hasbro Pulse YouTube channel and across social media because we have a lot of surprises still coming your way, which is crazy, but we do. Also, we are so close to funding the HasLab Star Wars Razor Crest project if we haven't already as I speak. So make sure you tell your friends, clear some shelf space, and let's get this thing funded. This is the way. Don't forget that some of the awesome products you saw today will be up for pre-order or purchase starting at 5 Eastern today for Canada and US only, so you'll want to make sure to crack open the piggy banks before then. And don't forget to check out our epic Spotify playlist, and remember that both days 1 and 2 will be available again on Monday. And that's it for me, your host, Jackie Jennings. Thanks so much for tuning in and making this event the best interactive fan event of the year. Let's do this again, okay? Hasbro PulseCon. That's a wrap.